Nerdrotic.com.
Crowd cannot wait. Oh, hail Friday Night Tights. I apologize cause I'm probably late. Oh, hail Friday Night Tights. Radical lights and highly organized. It's Friday Night Tights, Friday Night Tights. Time has come, they're finally
black person shows up late.
There's a black person. Yeah, sorry.
Precisely when he is needed.
Yeah.
I thought you were a fucking crew member for Odysseus for a second when you popped in here.
You got a stick to bang on the floor. We are Greek soldiers. Yeah. We are all Greek soldiers.
And
Welcome,
I'm
everybody.
Helen of Troy.
Agamemnon's child that he killed and sacrificed looked like it could have been your sister, Mike. That was
Probably could have been. Yeah. It was wild. Yeah.
There was a little cream in that coffee.
Hey, that's the one I would have picked to kill too. So I'm just saying.
In Minecraft, it's just
in
a joke.
Minecraft.
In
the Odyssey. In the context of the Odyssey,
Well,
which we are told constantly is not.
Not sure if you know
a real
this, but
story.
AI is usually not the smartest, so we need to give the context to it. Okay.
So it'll understand Minecraft, but not the Odyssey.
Exactly.
Context will be a theme of today's episode for sure. Oh yes. This will be a very calm episode of Friday Night Tights. So.
I'm sure it will be.
Yeah, we all agree, so it should be fine.
Well, because we always agree on everything all the time.
Always.
Totally. Always. But welcome everybody. I can do NPR FNT.
Hey, what the fuck is this shit?
How's everybody doing today?
This is ASMR section.
Welcome back to Friday Night Tights.
About the Odyssey. Starting out, we're gonna all. I hope everybody has a great weekend this weekend.
Everyone but Nolan.
For me, every day is part of the weekend. I have 7-day weekends. Life is good. And I am very excited for this episode. I have seen the Odyssey twice.
Oof.
So I'm obviously part of Big Nolan because I gave him money.
You, sir. Yes.
I gave him money, but yeah.
And you stayed awake?
I stayed awake.
That's
I
impressive.
did.
I almost fell asleep
Oh, Odin.
a few times.
As soon as I mentioned something, I saw you comment. I was like, there it is. It's started.
There it is. But before we get started on what will probably be a conversation about the Odyssey for a couple of hours, just in case you're new, that's nothing new to FNT. I do want to shout out a couple of things. So first and foremost, Perry fucking Chan runs Nerdrotic Daily. We are so close to 300,000 subscribers. I think we're on
299.
299.
Right, 299. So if you haven't subscribed to a channel run by an Asian man, we will leave out the Canadian part. So it'll keep people from, subscribing there. I would appreciate it. It's our clips and highlights from all of our live streams and occasionally from appearances on other people's shows. So sure Piers doesn't mind at all. And so please give it a sub if you haven't. Perry works very hard and he's killing it over there. Hail Perry Chan. Also, Las Vegas, is it sold out?
It's sold out. There were some tickets earlier, so I highly recommend joining the wait list because you don't know if a ticket will open up. People's plans change and whatnot. So it is.
You never know when
August
one of
6th.
us is going to say something so stupid that someone's like, fuck these guys. I'm not going to this thing.
That's true.
Happens all the time.
Yeah, you can kind of bet on that pretty easily.
That will be a day that ends in Y.
Yeah. So 6th annual meetup in Las Vegas, August 6th, 6:30 to 10 p.m. Venue will be shouted out or probably closer to 16 and up. If you're under 18, you'll need a parental a parent there. And
A parental parent?
A parental parent,
Parental parent.
exactly.
Gestating parent or non-gestating parent?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Never
That's a
thought that hard
question.
into it. And use your legal name when you sign up. Okay.
And we will
then-
reveal the location soon.
Yes. And Americon 250, Brandon Herrera event in San Antonio, Texas, on Sunday, August 30th, 6:30 p.m. Tickets are $11.55, which includes the fees, which this is going to raise money for Texas Veterans Coalition. So if you're interested, there's going to be a lot of awesome people there. The Unsubscribe podcast, Ryan's going to be there. I believe Jeremy's going to be there. Gary's going to be there. Garrett. I think more people that I don't know of that are going to be a surprise. So if you're interested and in the area, you should definitely check it out. And of course, if you guys need any podcasting, I highly recommend the Podcaster Studio in Las Vegas because that's where we usually go in Las Vegas to do FNT. So,
And we're
check
going
them out.
this year.
Exactly. So if you have any podcasting needs, including gaming, because they do have multiple studios.
Yeah, it's crazy what they've done. It's really nice.
Mhm.
So, and
So-
we'll hail Matthew Kadish.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. Good man.
Check it out. All right.
Check it out.
Check it out.
I get, this isn't an echo chamber, but I'm hearing an echo.
Oh.
Is it me?
I don't know. You have headphones on.
Usually somebody with over-the-ear headphones is usually what creates it. So
Oh.
Shad's on the road, so it could be him, but I don't know. He may be muted.
No.
Okay.
We could take turns to mute to see.
Echo.
I'm gonna blame Mike.
I think
It literally can't be me because I don't have
Statistically
any speakers.
speaking, it's probably you.
Yeah, I literally don't have speakers to make sound anywhere else. It all is in my headphones. So
It's all in your head.
A black
So-
man
Yeah.
without a speaker. What the fuck is going on, Mike?
yeah, that's
well, it's in my car. Yeah.
that's off brand.
That way my
Come on.
neighbors can hear it. I turn it up really loud. Yeah, 3 a.m.
And I would like to welcome our special guest, which has been booked for it feels like a year. Metatron. What up?
Nolan, it's me. Nolan.
I have been looking forward to this for a long time. So the Odyssey is finally here after it went. I can't say the dust is settled because it hasn't, but after all of the culture war stuff and the clapback from the history bros and the Nolan bros, it is everything I thought it would be. Absolutely everything I thought it would be. Now, I think we should get this out of the way. This film ain't gonna flop.
You're
Not the
kidding.
slightest.
Only
No.
somebody
Depends on how you
has
define
been
flop.
talking about that.
No, there's
for
no
a
way
month.
this movie
Oh, I don't
flops.
know. Like, I think a lot of people. I think everybody. I don't think anybody here said it was gonna flop.
It's not going to underperform and it's not going to flop. It's
You want to
never
hear
was.
something? Well, you
It
want to
never
hear
was.
something?
If by
that's
flop
really,
we mean lose money, it could still lose money.
It's not going to lose money.
It needs to make
Here-
750 million minimum to break even.
I know, Odin. It'll be okay. Remember Mario?
Well, here's the thing.
Oh, that one
The
time
movie
that
is
you were
not
right.
gonna
Yeah, keep
try-
What do you
bringing
mean
that
by
up.
not underperform? So what would be your threshold for underperform?
I mean, I think this movie's poised to be potentially $1 billion movie now. I mean, if you're looking at Nolan's history, the fact that it's tracking right now with the early numbers we have, it's tracking to annihilate Oppenheimer's opening domestically and internationally. Now I haven't had it confirmed yet. There's 2 sources confirming it, but it says that it even broke the all-time record for in-game in Greece for pre-sales. But I guess Greek people didn't want to see this movie.
Inflation.
So either way, I said pre-sale tickets. I didn't say revenue. I said amount of tickets.
Okay.
Has nothing to do with inflation. But so yeah, all of his films have long legs. They perform well. even if people don't like him sometimes, which is rare for him, they have long legs. If this thing opens to $250 million, it's set to sail, and it's not going to slow down. Because unlike most of the internet, people are actually liking this movie. I know that's hard for people to understand, but the general audience actually likes this movie. That's a truth that people don't want to hear. It's a reality that's happening.
We believe Rotten Tomatoes now? That's
I
interesting.
didn't say Rotten Tomatoes.
Huh. So I think that can you answer the question though? So what would you think is a number that you would consider it underperforms at the box office? I mean,
750.
Yeah, to me, like 850, somewhere in that area would still be underperforming. Like this should be $1 billion movie, bar none. With Chris Nolan, with this cast, with this much money invested in it, that's what they expect to get out of this thing, right? So I certainly think that 850 million should be considered a disappointment at the box office. Whether it goes past that, whether it's 1 billion, whatever, we'll see. This is opening pretty much how I thought it would. I think we all thought $200 million opening right around there, and then we'll kind of see how the chips fall.
But as of now, and this is July 14th. What is today? That's from 14th. The latest tracking has it 250 to 270 because it's overperforming everywhere. That's just a tracking though. Don't know if that's confirmed, so don't hold me to that. But that's just the latest tracking.
And that's
you're talking worldwide, correct?
Worldwide,
not domestic.
Yeah, it's going to do well
internationally.
Are rammed.
And I also like Odin's like we trust Rotten Tomatoes out. Look, we have to stop looking at Rotten Tomatoes and every time it's high, fucking say, oh, this verifies our things. And every time it's high, if you don't like it, be like, oh, it's just bullshit. The reality is all of the people, for the most part, who went out to watch this movie and have hooked up through Fandango to verify that they've seen it so they can do a Rotten Tomatoes score. These are the people who are most excited for the movie, period, bar none. End of story. The people who saw it fucking opening day, people who bought their tickets forever ago. So the idea that all of those people liked it is not a surprise or a shock.
Not
and we should also remember that now with the verified audience score for Rotten Tomatoes, an 89 or 88% is more like a normal 60% from back in the day.
Correct. Because like Supergirl sitting at like an 85, I think, right now.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah,
now,
it's completely skewed.
As good as the opening is, the reality is this movie sucked ass. It was terrible. It is not going to be as successful as it could have been if it was far better. As good as the opening is, you're saying it might not fail. This film deserves to fail, and it's a travesty that it was.
Well, we're going to get to talking about the film, Shad. We're kind of working our way up to that.
Why don't we talk about the ending?
Here's the thing. Like, because I've seen a lot of people saying, like, well, I looked around, my local theaters were empty. My local theater is not a big area. It's normally never filled out. This was almost packed out on a Thursday at 3:00 in the afternoon, and the reactions of everyone in that theater were like in-game level reactions to the movie. They were responding like, they're not just sitting there passively watching this. So audiences anecdotally are not bored with this. And there was a lot of different people, older people, younger people, like, across the board. Not a lot of black people in there, thankfully, but they were probably sleeping still. They were going to go to the 7:00 showing. But yeah, like, people liked this movie, man. And when Josiah walked out, he heard like two like Gen Z like girls talking. They go, "That movie was amazing. It's one of the best movies I've ever seen in my life." Normie audiences are gonna like this movie,
dude. They're running 24. They're running 24-hour showings in New York's Lincoln IMAX. 24 hours. They're running shows, and they're all sold out. Every single.
How are the 9 IMAX doing?
And my 6 p.m. showing, which usually doesn't have a whole lot of people, was actually pretty full.
It's not being.
I was at a non-IMAX. Odin is what I'm saying.
That's good to know.
All of their showings are like almost completely sold out.
Hold on. It just had the biggest Thursday preview of 2026. That answers your own question.
Good job.
You're asking how non-IMAX theaters are doing. It's
yes,
clearly
where
doing
did the
well.
vast majority of that money come from? It came from the IMAX because IMAX is an average of $20 to $25 per ticket.
I don't think that changed
That's the
the
other
fact that
factor
it's
that you have to
going
keep into this.
Is that a moving of the goalpost? It's going to
It's
be
not moving the
successful.
goalpost. It's talking about the same thing I bring up every single week with every single other film. The fact is that when it comes down to the ticket sales for this, is it doing well? Yes, no doubt about it. But as far as total people going to see it, it's actually not nearly as impressive as you might think it is.
Okay, I mean, we'll
but
see.
ultimately, if you're getting people to pay $30 to go see this versus getting 2 people to pay $14, we can talk about what that means for the industry and all those things over the course of time and history. But for this individual movie,
yes,
right? Like, we knew this was going to happen. Yeah. We knew that IMAX was going to be a major fucking player, that premium format screens were going to have a higher percentage of the money than normal, because quite frankly, most people are going to prioritize seeing a movie like this on IMAX than they will Toy Story fucking 5, you know? Like,
like right now, the numbers, and again, this is just basing off, future look at Nolan's previous movies. The numbers based on opening day numbers that they have in their forecast, their projected total is 412 million domestically as its final run. That's insane.
See, I don't think it's going to have as much legs as you think, because again, the movie sucks. Like, unlike Top Gun Maverick, which had
as
great
much
legs
as your
because
internet,
it was a
by the
great
way,
film.
it's almost as bad as your internet right now.
Yeah, right.
This is the worst thing that could have happened to him, because every time he starts to argue, he's just going to freeze up, and Jeremy's gonna be like,
I could just shut that down. But as long as my audio comes through, my rage can be heard.
What's going to be more distracting, the Nolan fucking audio mix for the Odyssey or fucking Shad's audio today?
There's no way it could be that bad. Not even a chance in hell.
You can't hear yourself.
Well, do your ears feel like they're getting stabbed with knives? I'm not reaching that.
No, it actually feels better.
And I'm not at
It
the
actually
level
feels
of
better.
Nolan's Odyssey.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know when I can or can't talk with Shad.
I know.
Right?
Yeah, is he finished, or is he just like DCing?
I'm going to assume he's finished.
just throw his
point-
laptop across the room.
The point has always been
Waiting for my
that-
moments.
Oh my gosh.
Look, I don't think we're gonna have a very good idea about how general audiences feel about this movie, at least through past the weekend and maybe into Monday and Tuesday. Because the reality is, the people that bought these tickets to see IMAX, they were the ones that were the most fucking excited for it. They were the hardcore ones, the ones who fucking like bought these things and maybe bought them by fucking scalpers to see it. Very few people have seen this movie other than the most passionate
it's
people
still
really
too
wanted to see it.
early.
Can I ask a question that I don't know, maybe Ryan or Odin knows this, but so when you see like a lot of these IMAX theaters that are sold out for like 2 weeks in advance or 3 weeks in advance,
3 weeks in some cases,
does that number still apply to what we have opening weekend? Or are they going to apply that to week? No. Okay, so it applies to week 2 when those sales come in, right? Okay,
yes.
I just didn't know how the movie
date,
and that's why I've been talking about like, for people looking to track this box office, it's not going to, even if it was, even if everybody actually did think it was the worst movie in history, it wouldn't see the type of drop we're used to seeing for some of these things, because people are foregoing seeing it in normal theaters in some cases to see it days or a week later in IMAX.
I think you told me somebody Mike, that's doing that, right? They waited to see it like a week a week later.
Yeah, I know a couple people and stuff. Yeah, they were like, "Oh man, I heard that you got to see this in IMAX," and they waited. Well, and we actually have an actual IMAX theater like pretty nearby me, like a real one. So that's, a lot of people are like excited about that, because once you start finding that out, like I had somebody that messaged me from Detroit and was like, "Dude, I didn't know you guys had one over there. Like I might make the drive to go see this there." You know, so yeah, it's definitely an appeal for people.
And that's understandable, because so much of the marketing has gone on IMAX. But around me, the cinemas, they're not full. There's normally like 12 to 20 people in the screen. They're full for this, and they're not IMAX at all. Now, I have seen a deadline that said the UK is normally like ground zero. Like, just Nolan films do really well over here, so maybe that's part of it. But I would have disagreed with Jeremy last week. Like, what I'm seeing in the screens around here, way more people are going than I expected, even in normal screens.
Yeah, I think it becoming a culture war punching bag, but also just the conversation. If you just push the culture war stuff out, the general conversation has made this a cultural event. Yes, and that cannot be denied. So we'll really know after Spider-Man, because Spider-Man's going to come in and body it. But they have Odyssey has a week, a full week. No, it's 2 weeks before Spider-Man comes in.
Oh yeah, I thought you meant IMAX. It has 4 weeks total in IMAX, but first 2, yeah, and it'll get put back in IMAX. It just depends on, because in August there's nothing. So no, both of those movies could just run. Spider-Man and Odyssey kind of can sail. So they're going to be, like Spider-Man's going to crush it. We know that. But there's really nothing else. So I think. But the point is, like, to not like the movie is to be in the minority. That's just a fact. And to push like it's anything other than that would be crazy, absolutely crazy. And going against the corporate critics, I do it every day. And I'm going to do it this time too. So, shocker.
One thing I think is the difference, though, is to see a movie twice, you don't just have to like it, you have to, and even not just, there's a lot of people apparently like, well, I liked it more than the second time and stuff, or I need to watch it again to work out what I think of it. This isn't a movie which is like inspiring or happy as such. And so I'm not sure how many people will want to go and see it again. Same thing with Oppenheimer. A lot of people were like, do I really want to see do we really want to go through that story again kind of thing? So I still do think the legs on this could be up in the air with that regard.
Yeah, because the runtime
it's not a heroic movie, which a lot of people really know.
I disagree with that. It's about the return of the father to take over his kingdom. It's absolutely a heroic movie.
You mean the kingdom he abandons?
Yeah, because it doesn't end the way that the Odyssey ends.
Decides self-sacrifice and
it's
out and leaves.
And it's a heroic movie. Yes.
No, Nolan has said it's a movie about PSD and loss and regret. And that is
this
just,
movie deconstructs.
It absolutely takes time deconstruction. It's particularly when you think about and listen, I'm no fucking expert in the story. I'm not going to be pretend to be, but I've read it and listened to it, and particularly with the things they left out and then added, it is more than obvious. Now, whether people want to acknowledge that or not, that's up to you. But yeah.
Well, the problem, this is a thing, and this is like getting kind of into the weeds a little bit, but a lot of audiences, especially normie audiences, have been trained now, because deconstructionism is the go-to for storytelling, that means depth, and that means like that they watched something profound because they watched a deconstruction of a major hero or a major story. And so a lot of people, and to Disbrew's point about people going back to see it, I've heard a lot of people say, I watched that and I really liked it, but I kind of think I need to see it again. I don't know. There just feels like there's a lot going on that I didn't catch the first time around and stuff. So that's the thing. I don't know. I think for some people, they think that to watch something profound. So maybe they're not inspired when they leave, but they feel like they watched something that was important to culture and important to the zeitgeist of what we're dealing with. And so they're going to feel like they need to go back. And here's the thing, whether or not you like them, you could shit all over this movie as much as you want. Christopher Nolan is a master of manipulating his audiences. He does it all the time. It's why you should go see his movies twice if you're a critic, because a lot of times the first time you see it, he is throwing you off constantly with sound design and set designs and the way lighting works and stuff. He knows how to manipulate people when you go see his movies. So a lot of times you might walk out of that if you don't know what to look for and go, I don't know what I felt actually, because there was a lot happening here. No,
don't be fooled by that. Don't listen to Mike. Don't think that there's something deep or meaningful that you need to watch a second time to understand this film. No, this film is just nonsense and crap. This is like crap smeared on a canvas on a wall that, hipsters are looking at.
That's as ridiculous as somebody that says it's a masterpiece. That's as ridiculous as somebody that says it's a masterpiece.
When I walked out of like The Dark Knight Rises, I loved that movie because I was like, wow, Batman and the conclusion of the trilogy. The second time I watched, I was like, this movie's actually not that good. There's a lot of problems. Like, it aged poorly because when you first watch it, you're watching Batman and you're excited and there's a lot of stuff going on. People are watching a story that they all have like a tangential understanding of because they grew up with it. I read it in middle school, or I remember reading it in high school, or oh yeah, I did a paper on that in college. So everybody's feeling like they're attached to this story. So you can say as much as you want the story is dog shit and nobody liked it.
That's how he feels about the movie. I mean,
but a lot of audiences are going to walk out of this and think they experienced something important.
I have heard.
This isn't that story.
It's on a surface level, and I'm not saying you can't get additional information from a second viewing. Like for me, I didn't like Megamind when it came out, but my second or third viewing, I actually noticed a lot more, and it's actually one of my favorite films now. Okay, so actually you can see more on second viewing. Megamind is great.
Shad, you say something that makes you sound awesome, and then all of a sudden you'll bring up something like Twilight. Now, Megamind.
Right, you're like,
when
I went back and watched Megamind for the fifth time, I was like, wow.
Shad, let me down.
And so,
I've been listening.
No, this movie is not deep. It's surface level crap that Nolan is trying to manipulate and think there's something special there when there's not.
Well,
and so
hang on. Let's go around the horn and get everybody's general spoiler-free thoughts of the movie, and then we'll start breaking it down. And we will start with Ryan.
Well, I already talked about this a decent amount on Geeks and Gamers Daily today, but overall, I think the movie, judging it as a movie itself, kind of removing the meaning of this story, as a movie itself, I think it's like a 5 out of 10. I think it's very meh. I thought there was some pretty good performances, but I also think there were some really distracting performances, both just because of the casting, maybe because of the color of someone's skin, and also the actual performances. Obviously, there's a lot of pretty cool feats of filmmaking with what they were able to do with this movie, which if you appreciate that, you could really, like somebody like Mike, maybe really appreciate the things that they were able to do with practical effects. But I found it a little bit bland and monotonous at times. I really didn't like most of what they did with the sound. And I'm talking about both the mix and the score itself. Yep. And so I think it's a 5 out of 10 movie. In terms of the adaptation and what they chose to do and the way they have changed the story here or there or the meaning behind these things, I find it really frustrating to have the audacity to think that you can improve on a story that's lasted 3,000 years and try to tell a slightly different thing. And some of it's not exactly take a fucking sledgehammer repeatedly over the head over and over and over and over again, but ties throughout the entire story about what they're trying to say about men and violent men, crumbling civilization, and you have to hold that at bay to rebuild. I didn't appreciate that, and I don't like it, and I find it really frustrating.
Mike.
Yeah, I gave it a 6 out of 10 on my first watch, and then I watched it a second time, and some of the things I liked a lot less. I think the mythology stuff is actually handled really poorly in a lot of ways. Like Ryan said, I think there's a lot of stuff to appreciate about the cinematography and the set design and all of that stuff. And I think you have to give him his props for that. Nolan is a master of technical filmmaking, but a lot of other stuff I didn't like. And then some of the human stuff I liked a lot more. I liked Matt Damon's performance a lot more the second time around. I liked Tom Holland's performance a lot more the second time around. And I 100% agree with Ryan. As an adaptation of the Odyssey, it's a bad adaptation. It's terrible. And it did all of the things that I thought it was going to do with Emily Wilson's ideas and approach to things when it comes to minorities and when it comes to, the servants and women and all of that stuff. And it really kind of had to hammer that stuff in there whenever it had an opportunity to. Because if you didn't do that, the story would swallow those moments up and you'd forget about them against the spectacle of everything. So, yeah, I gave it a 6 out of 10. I don't think that that's going to change. That's pretty solidly where I've fallen, and I don't think that's going to change.
Disbrew.
I would have shoved Travis Scott's stick up his arse. That was the most annoying part of the movie. I agree. It's not the Odyssey at all. There's too much change for it, and it's changed because of a message that Nolan wants to put in, which is undermined by the very things that he changed. There's every single woman in this has some kind of feminist moment at some point just to drive it home. It's definitely Emily Wilson's translation. That undermines Odysseus, which turns it not into a heroic story. Odysseus, I know you said no spoilers, but this is from the book. His main point in the entire thing is to get home to his wife. Completely undermined in this. So it undercuts the very existence of things. And the message that Nolan wants to put in undermines the suitors. I thought the ending was awful, and the musical score. Look, don't give a guy just things to hit, because it means that he can make a very good tense scene, but he can't make any other emotion throughout the entire movie. I didn't feel attached. I didn't feel the emotion because of that at all. As far as the casting goes, it made it very difficult to see sort of distance traveled, because everywhere looks the same, because everyone is all over the place. I think that was a huge mistake. And I really despised the modern language and the American accents, which were like a variety of American accents, but I don't think fit in it at all. So it didn't really get me immersed in it. There were some scenes that I liked, but the scenes that I liked were more where it stuck to the original text rather than what it changed. I wasn't bored, but I think that was because I was going, oh, that's different, oh, that's different, oh, that's different. So I was comparing things rather than focusing on it.
All right, comics.
I thought the movie was very competently handled when it comes to the technical aspect of it. The cameras, I actually did like the score for the movie. The modern language definitely pulled me out of it. I fucking hate this movie a lot, mainly because how it's nothing more than just another feminist deconstruction of an epic, which really pissed me off. I was rather ho-hum about the movie up to the third act, and the third act really fucking hammered it home, and it really, really pissed me off. It's no different what we've seen. It's basically another trauma movie. It's rather than an Odysseus trying to get home and dealing with his hubris, it's about him dealing with his trauma. And we'll definitely get into that when we start talking about spoilers. Fuck this movie.
All right. Shad, do I dare go to Shad on this one? I'm not sure how he felt about the movie.
Let me.
In Megamind, no, go ahead.
On my 17th watch through of Megamind. I love Megamind.
I hate this movie with a passion. I didn't expect I would hate it this much. Now, people might assume that I hate it, which is true, but these aren't the main reasons. This is a bad film, even if you were to take away my personal preferences and biases, like my love of accurate arms and weapon and history. All right, this movie is an abomination on that front. The fact that I love having my ears not raped constantly throughout an entire film, even take away that if the sound was actually tolerable. This was the worst sound design mixing I've ever heard in a film. If you would take away that, and just let's look at like the plot, the amount of retarded stupidity in this film is unbelievable. From what happened in the Trojan Horse and what they revealed versus what they showed was stupid beyond belief. The Cyclops scene, the amount of retarded stuff packed into that scene broke my brain. The reaction of those giants in the armor and how that played out and why they were just there, unbelievably stupid. The sacking of Troy was one of the most retarded pieces of crap of a siege sacking I've ever seen, let alone the ending fight scene, which was an absolute friggin' joke. This film is absolutely retarded on most of its level. One of the only good things in it was when Odysseus finally returns, but I'll try and avoid spoilers, but the father-son thing, there's something there. But for the most part, this film is asinine, retarded garbage. And then when you add all the inaccuracies, the armor and weapons in this thing, the armor especially, we're talking worse than Rings of Power bad. And I never thought we would reach that level. But holy crap, we've surpassed Rings of Power with how bad this armor is. And with a film that treats, has a bow as a central plot point, I could not believe how retarded the archery. No joke, they don't even know how to hold it. The hunting scene where the son is off with that thing, he's literally holding it halfway up the bow and he's shooting it, and then it's supposed to be a war bow and they're plucking it like it's a piece. This film sucks on so many levels. I despise it. It needs to be cast into the sun and burnt. This will not be remembered with fondness.
Jeez, I thought I hated it.
I wish we could see him.
Mind.
So 9 out of 10. Gotcha.
Yeah. So bad it was good.
Odin.
Yeah, I mean, from the start, when Travis Scott shows up on screen in the very, very first shot of the film, I immediately got taken out of it. because I'm just like, what the hell is this? I thought this was supposed to be an epic movie, and instead I'm like, okay, this tells me a bit more about how modern the actual screenplay is going to be. But kind of taking it from my Criticalist review, the production design, visual effects, scope of the film are at times very tremendous. And very much should be, those that are responsible for that production design, especially, are to be commended. Or all the background, all the location scouting, everything like that. I think that was, again, a very big part of this film. Cast and crew, I think, because they did, especially the ones that were on the ships, clearly had a lot of work cut out for them. Again, I want to commend them for doing that too. But the problem is that when it comes to the screenplay and the direction, which are two of the most important elements of almost any movie, it's a complete mess. It's a narrative mess. It's Nolan doing the same thing he's been doing for a long time now, of trying to play around with the timeline as far as like when things are happening, jumping around, especially in the very beginning. It's a little disorienting in that way. But then even once the film gets to its actual firm, once it gets to that kind of continuous clip moving through the story, it again just feels like it just feels bleh. And a lot of that, I think, comes down also to the performances from the actors too. Like it's bad when all the controversy that's been surrounding this movie is not even the worst part of the film, but it's actually the screenplay. It's actually the story itself. Because you can get away with a couple of moments here and there. You can get away with, some bad CGI from time to time. But if your story at the very core is messed up and is not really coherent, then it's impossible for you to really be able to land it in any sense. So again, kudos to all those people, especially those tech people behind the scenes. I think that they did as best a job that they could do, but the story itself, again, I just think really let this movie down. So I gave this a bogus score over on Criticalist, 25% over there, because I don't think it's worth wasting 3 hours of your life on.
Nope. Let's hear from the woman.
Oh, overall, I think looks wise, a lot of normies are gonna like it. I need subtitles in this movie because I can't hear half the conversations. Like there's water running louder than some of the people talking. And that, to me, you're missing the story. And then on top of that, the telling of what happened before and jumping around was confusing for me. But I didn't feel like this was a Greek movie. Like it didn't feel very Greek.
Wait, you mean that when the Indian, the black, and the Asian went up to some random person, were like, "We're Greeks from Ithaca"? You didn't buy it?
Yeah, totally.
No. And I was so excited when I thought they had, been taken out. I'm like, okay, now it'll feel like a Greek movie. And then they came back, and I'm like, oh god, dang it, no. But yeah, I kind of think this is going to end up like the sequel trilogy for Star Wars. A lot of people are going to like it, but they're not going to watch it again. They're not going to know why they don't want to watch it again, but they'll be like,
but your
it's cool.
brain
That's
knew.
it. Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly. So,
all right, I'm going to go. So then it's Jeremy, then it's Metatron. All right. So I've seen it twice. My opinion did not change at all after the second viewing. And I found the film to be tedious. What had worked for Nolan in the past, even like Oppenheimer, the reason I don't like biopics very much, but Oppenheimer was engaging and I didn't regret my time watching it. I was into the story and it was just exposition dump after exposition dump, which can be done really well. I like the movie JFK. All that thing is exposition dumps that are mostly full of shit, but like it's entertaining. And the same with Oppenheimer. This style doesn't work for a mythological tale that is essentially fantasy.
No,
and
it does not.
And it breaks what the Odyssey is. See, I would like to see an Odyssey in my Odyssey, and I didn't see it. It got broken up too much with this ADD editing to where, and this is what, again, Nolan has done this in the past with great effect, but you have basically a conversation setting up a scene told within 3 separate scenes between 2 of the same characters. They'll start a sentence and then they'll continue it as part of another conversation, but actually it continues the sentence before they go in and set up the scene. And it was just too much. I think I heard Chris or Alan say that this feels like a longer movie cut down for time. And I would agree with that. But I think if Nolan wanted a 4.5 hour fucking movie, he would have gotten it.
He can't. IMAX is 3 hours.
IMAX can't allow over 3 hours.
Okay, so there you go.
Yep.
So it feels like there was more there that we just got a set of vignettes that we rushed through. And the core part why I want to go see the Odyssey is I wanted to see Christopher Nolan take on Gods and Monsters. And we saw exactly how he did it. He grounded this into dirt. Unfortunately, the monster scenes, and there's a couple I really liked. There's a couple I really liked, but they were rushed through at the end, and they almost felt like, okay, we've got to do this. Let's get over with, and let's get it over with so we could spend more time in Ithaca, which we spent way too much time in Ithaca in this.
To be fair, the book does that as well, and it is just as boring. Even in the book itself.
But I'm gonna hang on. There's changes from the book that are deliberate, and then there's some that I completely understand. Like, you can't do it. It takes too long. I get it. But you can sense the motivation behind those changes. It was fucking obvious. And we'll get into those details. That pulls you out of the story, that pulls you out of the immersion. But mostly it was just a slog. And they threw so much. It was storytelling by bullet points and going back and forth. And again, it's worked for Nolan in the past. It doesn't work for me in this movie. And my biggest concern was he the right guy to take this on? And I don't, a lot of people are going to disagree with me, but I don't think he was the right guy. I don't think he was the right guy to take on something fantasy. It's like an atheist adapting the Bible.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good call out.
I like that.
Jeremy.
That's not a bad take, actually.
No, yeah, that's a good take.
I think every single person's take on this panel represents a lot of people on the internet right now. And I think everybody's criticisms are valid for sure. I also think that there's going to be wildly different takes from people. And for me, I think that this movie is going to be almost everything that everyone wants it to be. And I mean, the people that are going to have issues with this have a lot of meat on the bone to sink their teeth into. And the people that want to love this have a lot of meat on the bone to sink their teeth into. And I think this is going to become one of the most debated movies maybe of our, whole time here on YouTube.
Of the last 5 years, for sure.
Because there's people like Roger Maxon and Jonathan Paju who listen to their takes on this and what they're getting out of it. It's absolutely crazy. And I don't even agree with that. For me personally, look, this movie, somebody brought it up. I think it might've been X-Ray Girl. The diversity is a fucking problem in this movie. It truly holds you back from buying in. You have Christopher Nolan who says he wants to immerse his audience in IMAX. We'll get on the biggest screen possible. We'll want to immerse you in this. And then you have nothing but black people and Patels showing up on screen. And it completely takes you out of it. And I could maybe forgive the American accents if I didn't have a bunch of diversity running around too. But when you take the American accents and diversity, it is hard to buy into you're in ancient Greece. I think it is shot unbelievably. I think the spectacle of this movie is next level. I do think that there is some interesting themes and symbolism in this movie that we will probably get into a little bit later, positively and negatively. I think most of the performances are really good. However, a little overhyped with the reactions. A lot of people saying everybody's Oscar worthy in this movie. I don't buy that. I also think that while the horror scenes are really good, I don't think Christopher Nolan's ready to tackle horror based on these two scenes. I think these two scenes are really good for him, and it's interesting for him. I'm not ready to see a Christopher Nolan horror scene. As far as what Gary said about the editing, and there's a lot more film out there that got cut. I agree with that. Even though IMAX cameras can't go over 3 hours, Christopher Nolan chose to do this on IMAX. So he's the one that put himself in that box to begin with. So whether or not he needed more time to tell his story, it doesn't matter. He chose to put himself in this so he could say, I'm the first person that ever shot on IMAX. I'm Christopher Nolan. I do enjoy this movie overall, but I do not deny the heavy criticisms. This is maybe Christopher Nolan's most flawed movie outside of Tenet. Maybe. And maybe Dark Knight Rises. But that's where I'm at. I liked it, but I acknowledge that there are insane criticisms and justified criticisms of this movie from a storytelling standpoint, from a script standpoint, and the casting is a disaster. And fuck you for putting Elliot Page in this movie or Ellen Page in this movie. It's a disaster. The first fucking scene is Travis Scott and the second person is Ellen Page. It's
ridiculous.
It's so distracting. Off rip. But with that said, there's a lot of good in this movie too. And so, I'm looking forward to the debate that we're going to have.
There you go.
But since I only wanted to set this up because I knew I was going to have a more positive take than most. But in order to offset Shad's terrible take, Metatron is about to give us a masterpiece review. Go ahead, Metatron.
An epic.
I'm sure he loved it.
It's a masterpiece.
Goodness gracious.
The floor is yours, sir.
Is it? Okay, thank you. Now. So, man, there is a lot to say about it. And of course, I do understand the feelings the Shad has. I do get it. Because not only on the historical side of it, because, yeah, we complained about Batman's armor, which was ridiculous. But, brother, the Trojans.
Holy crap.
What has happened with the freaking crow? That's like Hollywood costume department. Like, that was unbelievable.
Dude, that's like Spirit Halloween costume.
It was.
It was worse.
Let Metatron have the floor. Let Metatron have the floor.
You muppet. I'm saying this. Listen. I have to absolutely set aside the history for a moment, because it was a mess, and I have to set aside the politics for a moment, because otherwise, out of emotions, I'll give it 0 out of 10 because of what they did to the Greeks, who did not deserve it. But if I set that aside, then it is a mid-movie experience, and in fact, I would even give it a 6 out of 10, because there are some good things. For instance, Anne Hathaway did a phenomenal job. Believe it or not, what's his name? Odysseus was believable. I liked the acting. But there is so much, like, for instance, they fucked up Argos. No one fucks up Argos. Like, you can't give 3 seconds to the dog. Are you joking? Even a psychopath would cry watching that scene. They skipped it. The ending was very underwhelming. I'm not going to say anything. And there is a lot of problems. But one thing I do... So I hated it, but I hated it because of the politics and the history. And in fact, I do have to say this. Gary, I freaking love you. But the Odyssey is not fantasy. Like, we have to say this. It's history.
I say essentially fantasy because it's a mythological tale.
It's mythology.
Because there isn't any Cyclops that I know of.
Well, even that I would argue, because here's the thing. The Cyclops are from southeast Sicily, specifically the town of Acirezza.
I don't mean to disparage your people.
No. Wait, my uncle who's from there behaves exactly like the Cyclops, and he even kind of looks like him. But anyway.
Oh, well, I've got some family members in Alabama if we're talking like that.
Perfect. But no, I get it. Look, the sirens who weren't even there, I don't know how that happened. But yes, the fantasy elements are fantasy due to the mythology, but the city exists. It's historical.
Yeah, Troy.
Know where it's called the Wilusa, the technical term. I have them here. I have the archives of the Hittite Empire that tells us exactly where the city was. I brought it here. I will bore you all to death, and there is nothing you can do about it. But I will say this. It was... did you guys see the buildings? They look beige. They should have been all painted. They look like ruins. They live in ruins.
Yeah.
Ancient Greece was not ancient in ancient Greece. So there is that. Anyways, there is a lot to say. Technically speaking, it's a mid. It's not trash. It's not 0. But the people that said 10 out of 10, they are liars. They are liars. And there is the diversity thing. There is a lot we can go into. The armor looks awful, but the weapons weren't bad. I don't know if you noticed that, Shad. The axes were fine.
A couple of swords, I was like,
the swords were fine. The axes were fine. Bronze Age axes, it looked fine.
Okay, Metatron didn't give it a 0 out of 10. My work here's done. We're good. I don't have to argue for it now.
If you add the politics, I will, though. So there's that.
It seems, though, as well, that your 6 is from, like, the technical aspects of making the film. But I would agree with you on that. But it's the themes of what they did
they
to Odysseus and the message they were pushing, which makes me just drag the points down.
100%. I understand that.
There is like the technical aspects of just Nolan making a movie, and then because it's not the politics and stuff. It is more like, it's all together with Zeus's law, which really doesn't make any sense when you don't have Zeus in it.
That's the thing, right?
I'm glad
if this is an adaptation of like a 15 or 20-year-old book or something like that, that's some random thing. we're probably not all that upset. But this is an adaptation of probably the most foundational piece of literature when it comes to hero's journey and stuff like that for all of Western civilization, you know, and it's a story that's been around for 3,000 fucking years. So everybody has, to some idea, an understanding of what this story is, even if it's been a while since you read it. Maybe you've never read it, you just heard things, blah, blah, blah. Except for fucking Matt Ramos, apparently. Everyone's familiar to some extent with this story, which is why it generates this type of stuff. Because when you make changes to a story like this, you better have a really fucking good reason why. Because obviously the story is held up for a very long time, the way it was written.
You know, Ryan had a very good point, and I wanted to connect to that. You know how they did Disfigured Helen? Which really blew my mind, like how Helen is actually all cut and ugly because of that. I'm so confused. Where did they get that from? Because even the freaking Greeks, you know, they don't actually call it Helen of Troy. Like in Greek, that would be Eleni tis Trias, but they don't say that. They call her Aurea Eleni, beautiful Helen. That's how the Greeks call her. So why did you cut her face?
I wondered.
Go ahead.
Please.
I wondered if the husband had done that because she was
definitely
mouthy and he was like,
yes.
So I wondered if that was meant to be like domestic abuse.
That he did that to her. That's the implication.
Christopher Nolan said that her story didn't wrap up the way that he thought it should have wrapped up, and this was kind of a callback to, like, you know what, she left him, and so he obviously had to get some.
Because Menelaus made a comment about the face that launched 1,000 ships, and he's like, well, maybe 500 now.
Yeah,
and made me laugh.
That's a very, like, it's a very big decision to disfigure the most beautiful woman in the world, and I'm not just talking about the casting, but it's like a really big decision to do that. So I expected a little bit more, some reason
context
for that.
Yeah.
Menelaus is kind of an asshole. Like,
yeah, and it's really because, like, you're watching in that scene, and I was trying to figure out in the second rewatch, I was like, was he abusive to her? It's hard to tell because John Bernthal always looks like he wants to smack a bitch. And so, and he's, you know, so he's in that moment, he looks aggressive. And but I don't know for sure unless there was something I missed, but that seems to be what's implied.
Well, Menelaus, when he arrives in Troy, his intent was to kill Helen.
Was to kill her.
When he sees her, he immediately
she whips her
changes his
titties
mind.
out and he goes,
never mind.
You're like,
why would I want to harm those?
I changed my mind.
Wow.
Also, did you guys think that? I don't think that the rated R was justified.
No,
I think there's a couple of decisions that could have been made to dial that back, and you could have got the PG-13. But like with the sirens, they move past that really quickly. You don't really see anything. There wasn't a lot of violence, and I was expecting with a rated R. I was like, okay, we're gonna get violence and titties, and we got neither really. You know,
two F-bombs or something?
There were
two unnecessary F-bombs.
There were more tits in Oppenheimer than there were in
exactly. True. So I was a little taken. I was a little shocked by that because I really thought I didn't think we were going to get a lot of nudity, but I did think we were going to get a lot of violence with a rated R. I really thought that that's what they were going for, and not really.
This is a very somber movie. And would it kill Christopher Nolan to have a little fucking fun? He's done it in the past, even with Dark Knight Rises, a movie I don't like. There's some fun scenes in that. There's some fun scenes in Dark Knight. Like he's capable of doing it, but this is just this is where I'll disagree with Metatron.
Please.
Matt Damon's performance was just no. Really? I thought it was Matt Damon. There was Matt Damon grimacing at things a lot. I
thought he was good. I didn't think it was great, but I thought he was good. Fine. I thought he was good.
Yeah, like
I don't think it sucked, but I don't think it was like this standout thing. And
it wasn't Cillian Murphy and Oppenheimer. He wasn't that good.
One of the problems is,
and he should have been.
Well, hold on. One of the problems is he wasn't Odysseus.
He wasn't Odysseus. They left out one of his biggest. They left out one of his biggest character attributes.
Yeah, that's
he's
a writing
arrogant
decision,
and cheeky. Right. Yeah. And that's important to the story.
They made him a complicated man.
But
they made him a sad man. They didn't even make him complicated. They just made him a sad, regretful man.
What I felt though, I felt that the scenes that he was in where, you know, when he was back on Ithaca or whatever, I felt like he commanded the screen and commanded the moment. He definitely had presence in all of those, and he carried the weight of I'm Odysseus.
Well, and there's something that they do in the beginning of the movie, and this is what I liked about it. when they talk about Odysseus and you see like the younger Odysseus, they hide like his face at first. So there's a lot of like shots of like his back or like how other people are perceiving him in the world. And so it's supposed to like lend to this legend that what he is to other people is this legendary figure that people like respect and talk about, you know, at dinner and stuff like that. And I feel like, to Jeremy's point, when he comes back to Ithaca, that's the Odysseus we get. But all in between that, you don't have that because he is just very sad and nobody fucking listens to the guy. And you almost would have wished for like a little bit more like exhaustion or something. Like, man, like every time I try to do something to get home, somebody fucks it up, like, or something. You don't really get that because it's spending so much time trying to deconstruct a character that didn't need to be deconstructed.
Because he's not trying to get home, right? It's because they've changed this whole thing about when he does this, when he plays this trick, when he does this deception, and he sees the animalistic instincts of man come to light, and the violence that's perpetuated, and the downfall of civilization because we broke the fragile bonds between men, which I do think you can make a movie about that. You can tell a story about that. But because that has shattered him and broken him, he doesn't really want to get home. So it's telling a different story, and those things are woven all throughout about men and their base instincts and how bad they are. And constantly these poor women are getting wrapped up in it. Even this fucking evil witch who turns people into fucking animals, right? Even she has to be apologized to because men will be men. And it's
wild.
Like that should have been
bothers me about it. And that's why I said this isn't Odysseus. He is not the most clever man in the world, and he doesn't have this desperate need to go home. And I think that, you know, the Cyclops scene, you know, fucking Nolan's like, well, I don't think that the nobody, you know, joke, the nobody trick plays really well in modern language. You dumb bitch. What the fuck? That's the only reason anyone knows it right now, because of our modern language. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And you're telling me that you couldn't have put that in there? Odysseus is flawed. He is a flawed person.
Yes.
He's incredibly prideful. And that pride becomes his downfall when he pisses off and he desperately has to let Polyphemus know that I'm the one that tricked you. Odysseus, king of Ithaca, destroyer of the city of Troy, the cleverest man in the world. I'm the one that tricked you. And he calls Poseidon, his father, to curse Odysseus, and that's what happens. That's the ramifications of Odysseus's pride. And I don't think that story needs to be changed. I just think it should be adapted properly.
But that's why they don't use nobody, because they wanted you to feel sorry for the Cyclops to not only strip him of it. Is like they didn't even have him talk to each other, because the moment you're like, well, you're negotiating, which means now he's eating sentient people, you're immediately not going to feel sorry for him, which is what they were going for, because it makes Odysseus feel bad. But also, this entire thing is based on Zeus's law. Treat others as you would like to be treated, but also it means that you treat others how you would like to be treated. So if someone's treating you awfully, you can do it back just fair enough. But in this, people are like, well, it's his pride which does it. Yes, but also the Cyclops is the first one to break Zeus's law. He came in and immediately eats them. The only reason the Cyclops gets away with it is because he's the son of a god. So it is like your contacts with the gods allow you to break the laws of the world. It wasn't actually Odysseus that breaks it first. And they don't want to do that, which is why they have to change the entire story. So they have him fire an arrow at him, which turns him into a spiteful person that he lost, rather than the intellectual guy that has to brag about being better than everybody else, which is something that you can get behind. I think everyone would rather be the guy that beats everyone else and arrogant about it than the loser that gets destroyed and just can't help but lash out like a child. And, even from the very... just after this, even before that, when they leave, they go, oh, well, Agamemnon's going the route that we all know, but I'm just going to sail off into the distance and possibly die with my entire crew, but I don't care because we'll probably find something. And it just makes him look like an idiot right from the get-go, and I don't think you can come back from that.
Yes, like Odysseus was a retard throughout this film. Like constantly, and when him shooting the Cyclops as they're leaving, which provokes it and gets more of his men killed.
It was weird.
Like he is an absolute moron. It undercuts all the investment in this guy. Not once did he feel like a competent war hero that people, looked up to and mythologized and anything like that. He was just a sad, depressed man fumbling along.
It pissed me off when the fucking 7-Eleven manager is trying to tell Odysseus, why don't we fucking go this way? Why don't we go this way? He's like, no, we're good. Like, that irritated me from the
Do
beginning.
not redeem it. Yeah. Well, but the other part of it, and the reason that it doesn't work, is because Nolan very much stripped the gods out of this story as much as possible.
Oh yeah,
True.
And the nobody doesn't work because it's an island of Cyclops. No, it's just some big dumb retard that lives on an island that just happens to look like this because he's deformed, not because this is a culture of people. So when you're trying to portray a guy who's prideful and this iconoclast who's like, I defy the gods and stuff, then you hear people talking about, when they talk to Odysseus, they say it a lot in this movie, you're so lucky. Oh my gosh, you're so lucky. I'm like, why would you believe in luck? Odysseus should be saying that he's the lucky one and not giving fealty to the gods because he doesn't believe in them. He doesn't want them to have any agency over his life. But then it removes all of the connective tissue of the story, which is the reason Odysseus can't get home. It's because he's too fucking arrogant and keeps challenging beings that are beyond his capabilities and beyond his strength. And so that's the part that really actually makes the story not work, is that Nolan couldn't strip the mythology out of it without it destroying the story, so he just removed the gods and then has everybody talk about them constantly, and then goes, well, yeah, but you can see them in like the peal of thunder that happens every time somebody mentions Zeus, which happens like 5 times in the movie. They're like, Zeus, and you hear thunder, and everybody goes, and you're like, well, how many fucking times are you gonna do this in the movie? It happens so many times. I was like, is this a joke at this point? But like, you can't strip out the gods from this story.
I agree.
And then that doesn't mean you have to cast actors that are standing around going, well, I don't like the way that Odysseus did a thing, but show that the world around him is responding to his arrogance, and they can't do that. So it has to be and then they did this, and then they ran into that, and they ran into this, and who knows? Not the consequences of your actions led you to this point.
Well, one of the biggest changes that they did is they stripped out Poseidon, who is very important in this movie. And the whole thing with the Trojan horse is that one of Poseidon's animals is the horse, which is the reason why they built the Trojan horse and led it to the gates of Troy, because they have the temple of Poseidon. And that's the other thing too that he does, is he defiles the temple of Poseidon.
Yeah,
it's true. And
the thing is, like, the gods are mentioned a decent amount, but I think that with the exception of Athena, who we see, and based on what we get at the end with that priestess with the face of Athena as Athena's head is getting cut off, I think you're supposed to wonder whether that actually is Athena or whether it's just in his mind something created. True. I don't think there's supposed to be any certainty there.
Oh, no, like, I think is absolutely portraying that these are just delusions that is having from a PTS traumatized.
Right, I think you're supposed to like guess.
It's an Inception ending. It's left up to the interpretation of the audience.
True. This film actually undercuts everything because the entire account of the Odyssey, his journey, is a drug-filled, bonkers, bullcrap story that is making up because he's literally drugged. Like, the whole context of this film is that nothing is true. None of that actually happened. He was drugged when he was giving the retelling. And if you pay attention, anything to actually see where it's not a retelling, right, is actually no fantasy. It's grounded. And all the fantasy elements are him reciting something while he's drugged. And so that means it never actually happened. There's no point to it. This film actually, and most of it is just like, oh, so he decided to hang out with a chick on an island, taking drugs for a couple of years because he had PTSD and didn't want to return home. That's the summary of the story. It's pointless, ultimately. Like, it undercuts the entire journey of the Odyssey. Think about that. The more I think about this film, the worse it gets.
I mean, the Odyssey part of the Odyssey, which is told, as is recounted as a story, is only really the middle third of the movie.
Yes.
Yeah. So when you're talking about the nonlinear storytelling, the Odyssey is nonlinear storytelling.
Yes, it is.
Right. And it's actually spectacularly done when you have Simolicus and like the story of Odysseus going to war and him growing up there and realizing all these suitors are after his mother. He needs to do something about it. He goes to find him, blah, blah, blah. And then like he gets released from Calypso's island and he makes his way to the kingdom and he's talking to them and he's telling him his story. And then Odysseus goes back and tells everything that happened during this time and all the shit that he's fucking been through. And then they send him on his way to Ithaca. And then the last third of it is him taking his kingdom back and and everything. So it is nonlinear storytelling from 3,000 years ago, which I guess is one of the reasons the nonlinear storytelling didn't throw me off that much in this. It's gone to the next level in this one, certainly, with little things in the present, then these two journeys, then the present, then these two journeys, then Ithaca, then these two journeys. It's definitely to the max in this, but I didn't find it confusing. But maybe that is why.
Not well done. Yeah.
Maybe that's why, for me, it feels like it rings really emotionally hollow, because you're just jumping around so much.
The jumping around so much. I was following completely what was going on. I'm guessing most of you were too.
Yep.
It flows better the second time, though. I would say it flows better the second time for me.
I don't agree with that, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I think what it does, when you're jumping around so much, it doesn't allow scenes to breathe and for any emotional impact. It doesn't allow you to get connected to a character, and that's why this does feel hollow and dry. Like, again, you could have had a little more fun with this, and it was just so somber and drab. But the other thing I didn't mention is that fucking soundtrack drove me nuts. Like, I could not stand it. There was like a couple of scenes where it fit, right? With the Cersei scene, it fit.
With the voices.
But just constant drumming is like,
it's
like,
hardly a score. It's just random noises.
Yeah, I didn't like the music, but and it's weird because his decision of like, we're not going to use orchestra because they didn't exist back then, but I guess black people did. It's just so fucking weird. So like, because in Nolan movies, all of them, Dark Knight, Inception, Interstellar, Oppenheimer, the score is a standout, just like it is in Star Wars and Superman 78 and Jurassic Park. Like, the score is a piece of the movie.
Soundtrack is it's
fucking
good.
Fantastic. And this is one of the most underwhelming scores from a Nolan movie. I didn't hate it as much as a lot of you were saying you did, but I was completely underwhelmed by it, especially in IMAX. I didn't cover my ears like a woman, like Shad did, apparently.
No,
but
you brought this up, Jeremy. I decided to go to IMAX and get the true Nolan experience. The sound was so bad. Those drum beats were so blaring and painful. No,
it's mostly because they never stopped.
Because it was yeah, I didn't like being assaulted. I holy crap. This is actually inexcusable. People say Nolan's sound like is bad. This was next level. This is not some artistic, I want to do it so they get immerse everything. No. This is why I gave the analogy of it. Modern art crap smeared on a canvas, put on a wall. To try and excuse this for some artistic merit is just cope.
It's not as bad as Tenet. It's not as bad as Tenet.
It wasn't as bad.
Tenet is way worse.
I enjoyed Tenet a lot better.
No, I'm talking about the score or the sound mixing. I mean, on Tenet, mixing. Awful.
Yeah.
It is. Look, I get it. I understand what you're doing to me. I understand why you're trying to why it's so loud in certain moments.
Yes.
And like a little bit of that, I think, can do a lot. However, when it's that loud for 3 minutes, 4 minutes straight, it actually, I think it has the opposite effect. I think it has the opposite effect of what these types of things and that level of sound can do, because it becomes distracting and obnoxious.
I don't know. Like,
it's also,
if it was better music, I wouldn't have a problem. My problem is not that I like the loud sounds. I like the intensity behind it. I just didn't think it was that good.
You cast
it's repetitive. It's so in the Troy scene, there's a thing where it starts off with a drum beat and it builds and it builds and it builds and it goes on for ages and it keeps getting faster and faster and just change the track, do something different. But the guy had so few things to mess with.
They were trying to build tension. Okay.
Yes. Because Ludwig
with those 10 people who are fighting it.
Ludwig Göransson is first of all, he's basically Hans Zimmer's heir apparent or whatever. But
give him a piano.
His whole thing is
Apple
building
fell
around...
pretty far from the tree on that one. Okay, rolled down the street into the gutter.
You go to the guy and you go, I don't want any orchestras, and so you're restricting him on what he can do in a movie that requires you to build tension, and also the soundtrack kind of has to carry the moments that are boring and slow, and you don't have the ability to make orchestra swells. So you're basically telling a guy here's like your 10 instruments that you can use, whether or not you know how to use them correctly. And so I 100% blame Nolan for that, because you're restricting a guy who is known for utilizing a lot of the same tools that Hans Zimmer does in a different way. And the perfect example of that is Oppenheimer, because that soundtrack is phenomenal, and there's always callbacks and layering for different music and songs and how they play with each other and interconnect with each other. What are you doing when you just like fucking have a couple bongos and some harps? They're like, yeah, call back to that later in the movie. Like, with what? More banging on the drums? I don't like, what do you want me to do here? That feels like a really boneheaded decision on Nolan's part, to be honest.
Well, there are other period instruments they could have used, but I'll be honest with you, I didn't have a problem with the score. To me, that was like one of the lowest things on my list.
Nolan shill. You're a Nolan shill comics. That's why.
Yeah, been sold out to Big Nolan. Listen,
partnership.
Nolan
I gave its praises.
Nolan is a show off. Okay,
IMAX division.
Nolan is a big time show off.
100%.
He films everything in IMAX, and he films that. You know, his choice of nonlinear storytelling is some of the hardest film to make. Yes. It is a jigsaw puzzle. So he just fucking shows off, and he knows it. Okay, yep. You can talk about not having his fucking cell phone and all that shit. He's an auteur, but however, as Ryan would say, one of the biggest flaws of this movie is the dialogue. The dialogue in this movie. There is a scene where Odysseus refers to the Bronze Age within the Bronze Age.
You are right. Yes, I forgot about that.
Well, there's a lot of things being checked in this movie that don't belong there.
We must be in some kind of Suicide Squad. That's exactly what that was.
Some kind of Suicide Squad? Yeah.
Bro, we haven't even talked. We've gone this entire time, and we have not mentioned Ellen Page. We are an hour and 10 minutes.
I did.
All right. Let's
maybe.
Ryan, talk about Ellen Page.
I knew it wasn't going to be Achilles, though. Please.
So, yeah. No, it wasn't going to be.
It's a proxy for other things, but it was not Achilles.
Anyone that is, anybody you see that claims, she was going to be Achilles, they changed the last minute to the backlash. You are a fucking dumbass bitch. You just are.
Breitbart, by the way.
Sinan was clearly supposed to be in this thing the entire time, because there's, even though the character is only on screen for like 4 or 5 minutes, the unfortunate reality is that Sinan's plot carries on continuously through the entire fucking
bookends the movie.
It's incredibly relevant and prevalent. True. And it's just it's really off-putting and really annoying.
So
happened in the book.
Real quick, Ryan, we'll get right back to you. A proxy for Achilles would have been better than what they chose for Sinan. They specifically brought in a character from another story to add complete fan fiction to the story, and then Sinan acts as a proxy, I would say, more to Elpenor.
Exactly. Thank you, Gary. Yes. Because it's not just Achilles. Like, there is, I do feel like some of like Achilles' regrets of being dead and shit like that, and how much better life is compared to death. I do think there's a hint of that in there, but I think more so than anything, the youngest crew member, Elpenor, who's supposed to die on Circe's Island, and like, I feel like that type of protective element was a little bit more like a proxy for that. But
Achilles is mentioned in the movie, by the way. Yes. Menelaus mentions Achilles.
And they mentioned Ajax too.
Yeah.
Is mentioned. But
it's annoying. You got a fucking woman pretending to be a man, and ironically, you decide to cast a trans dude, though, a woman who's pretending to be a man, and you make him the weakest fucking motherfucker there is, which I guess that makes
killed
sense.
Immediately.
The character is also victimized by both the antagonist and protagonist. The character is portrayed as a victim.
Yeah.
Although they're in Hades for some reason.
Take that off.
The only good men in inverted commas in the movie is Sinon and Telemachus. Everyone else is deemed to be some kind of horrible abuser of people.
Yep.
Even if they haven't done it, they were about to do it, but the woman stopped them. So I don't think that's accidental.
Well, that alone makes this film garbage, right? But there are multiple things that make this film garbage, and in totality, the whole film is unbelievably bad. Like, we've been mentioning one after another. Like, just the whole messaging about men in the film, garbage, right? The fact Elliot Page is throwing in your face constant garbage. The writing, garbage. The sound design and sound mixing, garbage. Like one after another after another.
Well, back to Elliot Page. Real quick. Ellen Page. It's the motivation behind the insertion of the character that is completely obvious, that rips you right. I mean, aside from Elliot Page, Ellen Page being on the screen, it's the motivation behind it because it was specifically subversive. It wasn't stunt casting, it was subversive casting. They did it to make a fucking point.
See, but this is where I disagree with you on that, just like I disagree with people like Jonathan Paget, who thinks that this was cast as a Trojan horse to bring back traditional storytelling in the movie, and Nolan is a 5D chess genius. I think that Nolan, and Ryan has said this, so I don't want it to. I think Nolan just casts people that he likes working with. It's really that
think
simple.
That's part of it.
Do,
but I don't
do
think
you
that's the
think
entire
that?
thing.
Do you think that Elliot Page's death was a crucifixion?
No, I've seen the screenshot. Dude. Hang on. Wait, in Man of Steel, when he's floating out of the ship, when he's talking to him, and was that a Jesus scene? There's literally a Jesus scene in Man of Steel.
I mean, that is literally what that symbolism is.
You're saying that there is no motivation to be provocative whatsoever in the casting.
I didn't say. Your point of like you think Nolan is doing this to reinforce Hollywood's ideas is what I'm pushing back against. I think Nolan's just casting who he wants to cast.
And they so happen to be diverse. I don't know.
I don't think that. I think Nolan.
Well, he is part of Hollywood. He's just part of Hollywood. It's not like this guy's walking around with a fucking MAGA hat. So what I'm saying is he's part of the system
that he believes in.
It's
a system that he believes in. He's just kept out of his movies.
Yeah, I think Nolan knew this was going to cause a lot of controversy. I don't think there's any way he didn't think that, because he can pretend all the day long that he doesn't. But we talked about
giving him way too much credit.
No, he addressed
Come on, bro.
the controversy. If Nolan doesn't care about it, he won't talk about it.
So you think he's working 5D chess to get the biggest?
No, I don't think he's working 5D chess.
No,
I think he knew.
He said it in interviews.
If I cast somebody who I like, but I also know is going to be a controversial choice for this, and make them a central figure in my story, I will get a lot of eyes on my story, and I'll also make the people in my industry happy that I'm hiring the right people. I absolutely think
he said, "Fuck it, I'm the king. I'm going to do what I want, and I'll back this up."
Why didn't he do it in Oppenheimer?
Well, hold on. Look, the vibe I get, especially after this movie, is that Nolan is so fucking egotistical.
Yeah.
That I don't think he would let anybody, whether they are part of his inner circle, whether they're outside voices, I don't think he'd let anybody fucking dictate what he does. I think he just does what he wants to do, which is how you get to the point, to be honest, of making a movie like this and subverting a story like this. Like, that's how I view him.
He's George Lucas prequels. Nobody's telling him to do shit. He does what he wants.
Exactly. I'm not saying anybody pressured him into making this. Hang on, comics. I'm not saying anybody pressured him into this decision. I'm saying I give Nolan all the credit in the world. He is responsible for every fucking thing that happens in this movie,
everything,
including this casting, knowing. And don't tell me he doesn't know. And don't tell me
Lupita Nyong'o is a demonstration of that. It's for political reasons. We know it. There is no way. 100%. Emily Wilson translation. Why that one?
Because she's not on screen enough to have a performance, really. So it can't be, she was so amazing in this role, and so it had to be her because of her iconic ability to perform. Because I don't take anything away from her as an actress, but she's on screen so little, it's clearly, you only make that decision because you know exactly what it is you're doing there.
You can't say the most attractive woman in the world is a white woman. That's what that was.
But then that's underlined by taking what the story by historians, I believe, think it's analogous to, which is the war in Troy was not for Helen. It was for control of trade routes.
Well, and he says that in the movie.
And they say it in the fucking movie. Yeah.
Me and Jeremy, we talked about this. I think that it was as much of a intentional baiting of audience members, because there's no way he doesn't know what's happening right now in Hollywood. There's no way he's not aware, because of the way it even happens. The fact that Elliot Page dies that quickly and in such an embarrassing manner makes it immediately feel like, because I immediately thought that, I was like, holy shit, it was a nothing burger. But because he's not going to be proven wrong about why he would cast somebody like this, they're integral to the story. It's just that right away you almost get silence because you go, see, they're in this movie for that quickly until you keep watching the film and you go, oh, actually, they were part of it. But in that moment, you kind of anybody that isn't paying that much attention, will go, oh, all the people that were upset about Elliot Page, he dies in the very beginning of the film. What are you guys upset about? A lot of people will make that argument now going forward because that's how they see it, because they didn't think about how important he is to the story. And I think that part of it, in the same way with Helen, the face that launched 1,000 ships, more like 500. And you go, it's a joke. See, you just played it up as a joke. Except Lupita Nyong'o also kills Agamemnon, which is not what happened originally in that story. So now you go, okay.
That actually is exactly, hold on. That is exactly what happened in the original story.
But they're not
Agamemnon's
twins.
wife does kill him.
Yeah,
they kill him at a feast, though. They don't kill him in his bed.
Actually, I believe it was in his bathtub, but it was in private.
Well, there's two versions. One is at a feast, the other one's in a bathtub.
I read the
with an
version
axe.
where he was at a feast because his cousin was there and they threw down with him. But
how he dies is irrelevant. Like she still does it. I did find it interesting though that they specifically showed her killing him, but not where his son comes back and kills her. Like there are a lot of decisions which showed one sided this than the other.
It's women empowerment, because
hang on.
It
goes to how retarded this film is. How is she still alive if she's known to have murdered the king?
She isn't. Agamemnon's son comes and kills her.
Agamemnon's son fucking kills her, right?
Yes.
They talk about it.
I think they mention it.
They mention it. In the film, they mention it.
Yeah, Telemachus
not shown.
Says he killed his mother. He's no, he avenged his father.
Exactly, In fact, they even justify
But they didn't show you that because then you would have seen
Shad,
justice
if you watch
occurring.
it a second time, you'll probably pick up on that one.
Also, the maids, they don't show that the maids get also executed together with.
They left all of that out.
So we should talk about the ending a little bit because I actually think that in terms of the ending, him coming back, him fighting off all that stuff, I don't know how my combat guys feel about that sequence combat-wise, but I think cinematic-wise, it was pretty well executed.
I thought so,
and impactful.
I disagree.
So I don't know how you guys feel about it. But then the problem was that Achilles goes into exile. And also, I don't feel like we got to see everything after that, where, all right, we took care of all these motherfuckers. All of them are dead. Now, everybody that abandoned us in this household, anybody that didn't stand with us, why don't you clean up this blood and gore and mess? And then we'll take you outside and we're going to fucking string you up and fucking hang you. And then everybody gets like the worst fucking fate possible. But that would run contrary to what they're trying to say, which is like men are too violent and aggressive and all this stuff.
No, because in Emily Wilson's translation, she specifically says that the handmaidens were raped by the suitors. And so it turns Odysseus from a hero into someone that murders victims. And so it's an entirely different thing. And that is you cannot square that circle between the translations. And the way you got around it was just not including it, which is a real cop-out.
True.
But I think they'd already...
go ahead.
The entire point behind all of it was like he only got into power when he realized, oh, actually, the Zeus's law is the most important thing. The problem with that is Zeus's law is backed up by Zeus, that he's knows everything. And so if you misbehave and do something to somebody else, he will punish you personally. And so the essential message is that if you do something horrible to something, force will make you face justice.
Yes.
And so those suitors should have been facing justice anyway. But in the fight, he's like, no, I have to specifically make you attack me before I can do anything. Because I think he even says, we have to find a way to kill them that doesn't break Zeus's law. Well, they've already broken it long ago.
Yes.
And instead, the way he gets around it is one of them was like injuring the dog and he's the first person he shoots with a bow and then everyone else attacks him. And I really didn't like that it was a purely defense orientated thing. He only kills people that come for him when it should have been the righteous justice dished out onto all of the evil, which has been like hurting his entire civilization. But that would have made him seem like too good a person. And it would have essentially... It would have gone against Emily Wilson's translation of violence bad. When actually the message of the thing is that violence is justified in certain conditions.
So Disparu is spot on in terms of the actual underlining narrative that's going on in regards to the combat itself. All right, choreographing a 1 verse 20 verse 30 scenario is extremely difficult to pull off authentically. This was a joke. He had a single bow that he could only shoot one at a time, and everyone is like, oh, he's got a bow and arrow, quickly run. Whereas like they could have mogged him so easily. And the way they tried to justify him taking them all on was comically retarded. It ruined all the tension, all the gravitas that scene was supposed to have to this clown show nonsense fight scene. That alone would ruin the film, let alone all the other problems. But
I can top that. No, I can. Yeah, so they've got a guy above who's throwing weapons down. He's like, throws swords down. And then Patterson will go, fetch the swords. And then he'll throw some shields down and go, fetch the shields. And they go 4 times.
Get the magic knee brace from Dark Knight Rises.
And I'm not saying you can't pull off a one versus many scenario and still be unrealistic, because in the reality is, if you have a single bow versus even 5 guys, you're screwed. All they need to do is rush you. The fact that they were all scared out and running around, all that, again, comical.
Yeah, but then you start getting into cinematic language, because I mean, there's literally hundreds of fights over the years of like a guy versus a bunch of guys, and if you just look in the background, they're all doing this. Because it's not interesting.
Yeah, but it's how it's shot, and it can be done. I mean, you don't expect John Wick, but when he walked in with hooded, and it was like, oh, fucking, he's home. Let's go. Let's do this. And yeah, it was kind of underwhelming for me. It's just not believable.
Can we talk about how the "let's go" moment from the trailers is completely different in the movie, and it's not half as bad as it seemed? Because the "let's go" in the trailers looks like they were going for into a big fight. Let's go! But this one, they were actually running from danger. So
running from
the context
shades of Hades.
I've seen that, but I don't think that changes. For me, it's the language as a whole is the problem with that scene. Like, even if it just gone run, I would have thought that would have made way more sense than the way they shot it.
I'm not saying from a language standpoint it makes it any better, but it is slightly a different perspective on it that, they
definitely misled you.
It lands differently. The ending of the movie is a Nolan ending to a T, is what it is.
Is it?
It's just like all of his other fucking Dark Knight Rises, Inception, Interstellar, with the montage and kind of making you think something, the guy's going to be dead for a minute, and then like it's purely a Nolan ending to a fucking T. So I'm not saying that makes it good and deviating from the source material, no, but it is a Nolan movie 100%.
Sails off into the undying lands at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really stupid. Like the entire, because actually in the book, he takes great effort to make sure that his people are buried, even going back to another island that he's been before, because he left a person behind that he buried. Whereas in this, it's like, no, you've got to sail west to make sure that you pay tribute to all of the dead. It's like, hang on, you spent the last 2 hours, 3 hours of this movie telling me all they're horrible people that go around attacking women, and I'm really supposed to think that all these men are evil. But now we care that they get a good burial to the fact that you're going to leave your own kingdom. Like, it's there's a lot of contradictory messages in this when it comes to down to his own message, which isn't in the book. So it's a message he set up himself, which contradicts itself. It's
not only that, Disparate, not like you bring up a good point about the contradictory bullcrap in this film. The film even tries to gaslight you to tell you that something is happening, and what it shows you is the opposite. And so the whole account of the Trojan
that's
horse,
when it's not telling you what's going to happen and then showing you what happens.
Well, no.
In this movie too.
The Trojan horse scene where it's like it was so cramped that people were forced to drown. They show them inside the Trojan horse, and there was plenty of room for them to just lift them.
Yeah,
I was banging my head against a metaphorical wall watching that. It's like, this is retarded. What you're showing me is nowhere near what you're saying. And there was multiple.
Where did they get the straws from?
I guess they went in with them.
I think they were hollowed out arrows. I think they were arrows that were hollow.
Oh, okay.
I just want to point out, the more Shad yells and complains about the movie, the more I like it. I love it. I'm getting closer.
Your rage feeds me.
I'm getting up.
Jeremy,
to
listen,
9 out of
I
10.
respect
Jeremy,
liking or not liking
gaslight
something
me
out of
to
spite.
It's whether it's good or bad.
It's a masterpiece.
You're not going to get me to stop. I've got a freaking list.
Every time you check critic list, the score's going up by 5%. And it just keeps.
I want to go real quick to the Cersei. Speaking of the underlying theme that isn't contradicted at all throughout this entire fucking movie, let's go to the Cersei scene, which a lot of people listen. There's part of it that I really like. I think
the disturbing elements of it Like I think between that and the Cyclops scene, like when they start and everything, it's disturbing and
it's
horrifying.
Yeah, I think that part is cool, and I'm like, this is what I came to see in this fucking movie.
Yeah,
and not Penelope going for fucking a half an hour, but
that actually is accurate to the book.
The stuff on Ithaca is really good, though.
And I would have cut that down. I would have instead of adding Sinan, I would have cut that out and maybe added, I don't know, the floating island or something. You know, that they took out a lot
Bag
of shit.
of Wind, the Lotus Eaters. I mean, there's a lot of things they could have added.
They combined the Lotus Eaters with Calypso.
Yeah, they did.
They ruined
I'm
that though.
Fine with that one because that's like a very quick. Oh shit! Let's not eat these flowers. Let's go.
Well, and that would have been.
Yeah, but it ruins Calypso.
It does. And it also ruins the fact that the crew was leading to it getting mutinous and getting pissed off. Problem is, like, how would you? This is where you would have to make this a series or multiple movies because he needed to stay on these points longer. But like, how would you film the Land of the Lotus Eaters? I mean, apologies to Sargon out there, but like that would have taken a long time to really get the feeling of that. So the combination of that.
Remember when Star Trek had that game where they all got plugged into and they just couldn't stop helping the game?
Star Trek was a series. Like, listen, this should have been a series. This should be a prestige series and not a 3-hour movie. Period. But
maybe that'll become an idea.
Cersei, again, beginning was cool.
Dude,
and I get the whole, I mean, the point of the story is, oh, look, Jack Murphy got some work. That's great.
69 for 69.
69 for 69.
He's fucking white. Like, holy cow.
Yeah. But, and the whole point of it is gluttony. But what they really lean into the Emily Wilson of it all in the scene at the end. And it's just like, God damn it, I got Barbie vibes when she's got so she turns all the men into pigs and basically says like this is their real form, and she is presented, they don't say it, but that's the feeling I got. I could be wrong. She's presented as a trauma survivor of some kind.
Yeah, well, because Ulysses asked her like was it your sister, and she's like
yeah, like, and she freaked out when she saw the H-1B visa Greek, which might be understandable.
She's like, a black in my home.
But the speech that she gives Odysseus, for one, Cersei's supposed to be beautiful. She's not.
Yes. Sweet
listen,
At
no
least she's not
disrespect
black.
to Samantha
At least,
Morton.
listen, take her wins where we can get them. She ain't black, all right? So
she's just old.
That's not
It'd be a Herculean task to stay with her for a whole year.
And this is before she got on Ozempic too.
Ryan referred to this earlier. They made her a oh God, I just blanked on the term now. An antagonist that's misunderstood. That's instead of her just being
Modern
blatantly
Hollywood.
evil. Yeah, and instead of Odysseus, putting a sword to her throat and then fucking her for a year, they cut that out and had her put a dagger to his throat and then give him a speech of the toxicity of men.
Yeah, that's true. They sleep together in the story. Yeah.
So and again, Hermes is involved in the story. Like,
And
you
he's
actually have a
gone,
god appear to Odysseus and give him some help so he doesn't fall under the sway of Cersei. But the whole point in the fucking actual story is that she lures people here and then turns them into these things because she hates men and blah blah blah, all this stuff. So, but in this, they're kind of intruding on her, right? They're intruding on her space. They're coming on her space, and I don't think his crew really did anything wrong in this situation. They seem pretty well behaved, especially with all the minorities involved. Like, they seem rather well behaved. But she does this to them anyway. And really what she tells Odysseus is, I just revealed their true forms, and it's saying that all men have these fucking tendencies, these vile, violent, gluttonous, if you want to say, tendencies. And that gets echoed at the very end when Odysseus is looking over all the suitors in his house, and the way that they're eating is supposed to remind you of the same exact sequence when, like, you saw his men. All these men are fucking violent, and they're the ones that are going to be causing the downfall of civilization unless we do something about it.
Fatherless children is what they are, and it's an accurate representation of fatherless children.
But
So
that is.
I hear you saying that because we talked about it earlier.
Call me a pig.
And that's fine for the end. But however, there's no mention of that anywhere when it comes to these men who are with Odysseus.
Yeah.
So, like, if that was the tie-in, I don't see it here because
I wasn't applying it to Odysseus's men, though. I was applying it specifically to the suitors and how they represent what a fatherless man or a fatherless child who doesn't care about societal norms would be. And when the man returns, when the king returns to reclaim what's his and judge those who have mistreated his kingdom, that's what that
But they have fathers.
No, because Telemachus is a fatherless child, and he immediately hands his entire kingdom over.
No, he's waiting for his dad, though. He believes his dad is out there. He's heard of his dad.
But his dad leaves.
Your dad went out for milk. He's never coming back. He's like, yeah, he is. But one day.
But in this bit, it's supposed to. This is one of the things that contradicts his entire message of the movie, which is you shouldn't break Zeus's law. Well, she breaks Zeus's law, but her only excuse is, well, they were about to break it into the future. But she's literally on her back in the garden, and the guy goes, We're not here to hurt you. And then she just goes, "What do you know that? Are you sure?" It's like, well, did nothing happened? And that's like later on they go, well, actually, you have to do something to break Zeus's law before I can even attack you in the first place. So they contradict it with this as if she's supposed to know anything. And this is the exact opposite of the book. It's not even just a subversion. They take everything and flip it 100% around. He even gives her the knife to use against his throat, and he goes for a bird. Like, he could have just attacked her.
This would have been a good.
Jeremy, your description of them being fatherless men and that message. That is such a stretch, and it's just
it's not. Telemachus says it. Telemachus says it to Robert Pattinson.
No, Robert Pattinson's character stays behind to be with his father, Jeremy.
No, but he's
got a father. Yeah,
no, he said none of us know where our fathers are. Is what he said. Telemachus said that to Robert Pattinson.
The message is to say men bad. That's the message.
No,
and it's obvious and blatant.
Are you telling me that Telemachus didn't say that to Robert Pattinson? Because he did say that.
No, he did, but not in that context. Not that Robert Pattinson.
What should have happened was when
he had a father, unless he died.
When Odysseus takes off the hood, he should have said, "Daddy's home," and then started killing.
Yes, if you're going to use "daddy" in any part, it should have been right there. "Daddy's home."
Yeah,
and he pulls out a couple Uzis and
it's just like, "Who's your daddy?" every time.
Double bow.
The thing is,
double bow.
That moment is so undercut though, like by the lecturing, and I think the Barbie scene is a perfect one because it is so abrupt that she has to tell you, right, like basically screaming at the audience, "This is what this means. This is why this is important." And I'm like, you could have just had them act like assholes. And
well, I kind of figured it out with them, eating like pigs and then turning into pigs. I mean, I got it, but thanks for telling me afterwards that these are gluttonous, bad, toxic men who go out to war and rape and pillage. And it's like, yeah, what and thanks for showing it to me later too, because I might not have picked it up there.
Because you might, the other issue though, oh, she's a villain. We actually have a bad guy in the story.
But the other issue though is this is Emily Wilson's translation, which is imposing modern morals onto a multi-millennia-old story. Yeah, and actually, in the original story, they freely admit that they go around and they kill loads of people and they take the women and the kids and everything else. But there is absolutely no moral judgment. It's just part of life. This is just what we do. Quite often, they're just like, yeah, you've come around as a guest. We'll just go and sack a city and take their children. It'll be fine. And so I do think it's wrong in the story to impose that kind of modern moral system on that as it is. If you want to be immersed in it, show it how it is. These people glory in it. They have no moral judgment in that. This is just a fact of life. And then let the audience, if they want to bring that system to it, do it themselves rather than put it in the thing. Yeah. This is the difference between calling them housemaids, servants, and slaves. Slaves in this means an entirely different thing than it did back then, even if they were technically slaves.
That's one of the things that they changed too, is that when they go to that first island and the village is on fire, and they're like, well, why did you do this? It's the sea people. No, they actually go and raid that village. It wasn't the sea people.
Well, that was confusing to me.
Yeah,
too.
with the farmer on his knees.
They were. Yeah. I mean, they really wanted to. They really wanted to get into the fall of the end of the Bronze Age, where the sea people, the seas people were there. They don't necessarily know who they were to this very day. They have some idea, but they don't know. And they don't know if they ended the Bronze Age. By the way, there could have been a cataclysm that ended the Bronze Age volcano. But they really leaned into that.
But the whole we were the sea people and Penelope crying and everything. It's like, do they mean the Greeks as a whole after what they did in Troy, and a different set got there before Odysseus and his men? Because the guy was talking about the sea people before the first time they did that. You know what I mean?
The interpretation I got is that because they broke hospitality with Troy, that they caused the collapse and the rise of the sea people. That was what I kind of took away from it.
Yeah, but that's a couple days apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was them coming back home, were going raiding and things on the way there.
Right.
And then they hit the end, and then the stories of what they've done hit them later on, just time travel of like people going through. And then they hear stories of people going around raping and pillaging and stuff. And I think they created their own stories that they were scared of.
But didn't the villager
is, though,
mention the sea people?
Yes,
Like,
he did.
to them when they had their first raid.
Yeah, so he's like, we thought you were the sea people. That's why we burned our own village and took off.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is if they're meant to be the sea people coming home from Troy, that specific mention makes no sense to me based on what they revealed later.
I don't know enough to be like whether they would have been raiding while they were at Troy. That's the thing.
Well, the other thing is,
Nolan really wanted to work in the sea people is kind of what I got from that.
Yes.
And if
go ahead, Shad.
if Odysseus and his men were supposed to be the sea people, hang on, there was an 8-year gap of them doing nothing with him just chilling on an island and his men dead. And so wouldn't have people
other
said,
men were
they're
there?
Like,
it wasn't just him, it was all the people coming back from Troy who would have gone around. And I think they may even be going for the fact that once you break that rule, you cause other people, like violence begets violence, I think is what they were going
that was
for.
my point. Yeah.
My point is the film is not clear because it seems to imply that Odysseus' men were the sea people, but then it's contradicted by other things, and so it's just a mess. It's like, what are you trying to say?
I mean, they're trying to say the underlying theme, particularly at the end of, that's what was such a bummer because the Cersei scene started out so well,
it did,
and it just the rug got pulled for me right afterwards with that speech, and because it was so heavy-handed and in isolation, it could have worked. But the problem is they keep hitting you with that. And it's not necessarily with a big hammer. It's a small hammer that they're pecking you on the forehead going, hey, men are bad. This is toxic masculinity. And you could certainly have that in the movie. It's fine. It's part of the story. It's again, Odysseus's arrogance is what brings him down, but we never bring him up. He's just this sad dude who's kind of grimacing all the time. And I never really see him being clever. That's why with the sirens, when he's like, tie me up, it felt so jarring. It's like, why? The Odysseus in this movie wouldn't be that curious and wouldn't give a shit.
And that was a change for no reason because he's told on the island of the dead. Like, he's told to do that. And so they want to make it so that he's just like doing it for the lols because they can't have him know I was commanded by somebody that knows more than me because then it would have been out of his hands. There's a lot of, we want to make him blamed for everything when actually a lot of the stories is done from external influences, gods and everything else. By removing the gods, you would utterly destroy everything because the gods aren't just people watching. They are actively involved in basically everything. They will give people ships and crews to go to different islands if they want you to go there. And you lose so much when you do that.
Well, I do believe in he's not instructed in the book to tie himself up and listen. That's a decision he makes for himself.
Yeah, because
he's told by the guide in the Islands of the Dead to do that if he wants to. He says you can do this. If you do, then tie yourself. But he's even told to put the wax and things. It's not they don't come
correct me if I'm wrong. He wants to listen to the song of the sirens to get information, basically get insight, not information, but insight. And this scene was so fucking. It was nothing. You don't see any sirens.
Too short.
Not seeing the sirens was a mistake.
The music is terrible. Yeah.
But I actually kind of like the scene after the siren. Well, one I like when the soldier he pulls the wax out and you see what happens if you don't. If
Asian dude,
he jumps into
he
the
starts throwing hands with people to get into the water and stuff. I thought that part was cool. I actually like the after, which is it's not just a bunch of hot mermaids being like, yo, come get some guys. I like that he's like, they sang to me about everything I could have ever wanted as a man and all of my inadequacies, and now I wanted to
all his broken dreams.
The issue with that is it was a story of everything that he had that he wanted that he knew he couldn't have again. But it's you just mean your wife. But that's immediately undercut with Calypso, where it's actually he doesn't want to go back to his wife.
He specifically said they told me I don't want to go home.
Which is that part was dumb. But I thought the idea was cool. But once again, and I've said this a lot about this movie, there's so much cognitive dissonance in this film because Nolan, I don't think even knew what he wanted to do. Because once you remove the gods from this story, you have taken a fundamental part of the plot and what is driving this story forward out, because that's all the connective tissue, and then trying to connect it with feminist ideals doesn't work because they
also replace it with Sinon, right? Because that becomes the major driving character arc of Odysseus in this film is the whole thing with Sinon.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the gods are so absent. They might as. I mean, the thing is,
I don't
though,
think
you
they
have-
do exist.
I don't think so either.
I don't think so either.
I mean,
So
you
think
look at
it's-
Polymephus, but the Cyclops, maybe you could think of it, but they're out. You might as well have gone with like Troy, and that was my criticism. People will bring up Troy. That was my criticism of Troy. Then,
Yes,
and
agreed.
now, it's a fine movie, but at this point, you should have left him out, because my biggest concern before any of the fucking casting or any of the shit is Nolan the right guy for this? This is so out of his wheelhouse, and
That's
he
exactly
rushed
what I thought he
any
was
of the fantastical scenes. He rushed through. Like he stayed on the Cyclops pretty well, and Cersei started out well, but the Lystragonians was fucking. I mean,
Oh
I
my
laughed.
gosh!
That was, I
Oh, no.
hated that change.
Oh,
Like,
the child with the mini plate armor.
And who just randomly just hangs out all day wearing
I
fucking
got-
plate
thank
armor?
I got
They
a
were
John
in battle
Borman.
formation, waiting for it.
I got a John Borman Excalibur vibe from that, and I think, especially with the steel-plated armor. But
It felt like a video game moment where you're like, if you're walking into a new room and then there's just like characters waiting.
Yeah.
True. Ready for war.
would you have to open the door?
it's some like
No, clearly not. on an island.
one of the most annoying parts, I guess, frustrating parts about the movie there are little elements where you're like, that's directly from the page. Like
Yes.
the Lastragonian scene, when you're looking at the aftermath and the seas actually turned red with blood and everything, like that's described in the book, and they show that. But they fuck up the Lastragonians in terms of what they look like and how they behave and all this stuff. But there are other things, small things that he took, little things from the book that he expanded on that I actually think worked really well.
So,
Like the strumming of the bow, right? That's from one part in the Odyssey when Odysseus gets home and he strings his bow at the end scene, like during the return before he kills everybody, strings the bow and plucks it and it rings out. And I liked how they made that part throughout a little bit of the story so that when he fucking does that, it like has more meaning, and Penelope immediately realizes what the fuck's going on. Like I enjoyed that. The dog. Right? The dog, which you only get at the very end, the last little mention of the hunting dog as Odysseus is walking into his home in disguise. They play that out throughout the movie. So I think it makes that scene a little bit cooler.
That scene hit for
It
me.
was too short.
Big.
It's the
only one that
Still,
does.
it doesn't matter. It hit for me, man. As a dog owner, that
You
scene
see
hit.
his he sits down, his tail goes down, and he turns around and goes, "Just bury him." Like it was like a complete deadpan delivery. The guy didn't care at all. And there's a movie, The Return. Even that does it better. Just make him look sad or something. He just turned up and bury that, will you? And then he just walks in and fights.
Too short.
And this is
I
a
will keep
total aside thing with the
saying
dog.
that.
Can we point out too, like John Leguizamo, when you first meet how he gets the dog? Like the whole audience was like,
brutal.
"What?"
Brutal.
We also haven't talked about
puppies
him
over
enough
cliff.
yet. I could not stand John Leguizamo in this movie.
I thought
He,
it was fun.
was your
I
real
thought it was
hero. Yeah.
He had
Yeah.
so much fucking screen time.
I thought he was fine. I hate John Leguizamo. Period. I really hate him, but I did not. He was fine in this movie. So
I don't know. I cringe every time I saw him on screen. And I guess I don't know if that's just because of who he is or whatever. it was part of it. But he was in the movie a fucking ton.
Yeah.
Way more than
fine.
I expected.
Also,
and
just-
he drove me crazy every time he was there.
This is a
I
spoiler.
don't think
if
he
you haven't
brought
seen the
anything
movie,
either. Like
But when the dog scene, when you first meet him, he's looking at puppies, and like if they're not like up to snuff, he just throws them off the cliff. And you just hear, "Woo!" and I was like, "What the fuck just happened, bro?" Like the whole
luckily,
audience was
I was warned ahead of time about that by a friend, and
I
was like,
love
cool.
dogs, but I'm sorry, that scene made me laugh.
I was like, "What
It
the
was so
fuck?"
dumb.
And I was like, "Dude, what are we doing, man?" And but
Well,
it's supposed to also make
the Greeks
Odysseus look
do
like a
shit
hero
like that.
because he was like, "Oh, don't throw this one."
And,
I'm like,
yeah,
what about the
save
what?
it.
What about the rest of them? he had a really good eye for dogs. I was like, "Oh."
The
okay.
point, I guess, of my overall comment about some little things that they took and expanded upon, it's like,
Yeah.
so clearly there's like, hey, I'm going to take this thing from the source material and do something a little more powerful with it. It means it's a huge, massive decision for every single thing they fucking changed. If you're going to pay that close attention to these little tiny things, then it means All the other changes were 1000% super fucking intentional in every way.
Oh,
And that's why it's so fucking
there was a
fun.
knowledge of the source material. They know it very well. So it's not like, oh, we accidentally know. Everything was very deliberate.
Yes.
The scenes which weren't changed were things like the island with the was it the cows of the sun god? That's basically exactly as it is in the entire book. Everything that didn't have some kind of ideology attached to it was exactly the same. Everything that was changed for a reason, and it was all for this Zeus's law thing or this feminist arc of Emily Wilson's translation, which already manipulated it. That's so it was all changed for a reason. It's like hacked apart at the story just to it was almost like it was written backwards. He knew the message he wanted with Zeus's law, and he just forced everything else into that path to lead to that conclusion.
And
100%.
it was obvious.
In regards to the strumming of the bow, the reason, like, I get the narrative thing that Ryan is saying there, but when you're on the verge of starvation and it's really crucial that you bag a deer to feed your men, strumming your bow and give it a chance to escape seems really, really stupid. I just, there were things like that where it just made the character look more dumb for forced reasons.
Well, it makes him seem honorable, right? Because he's warning his prey, I'm about to hunt you, which is why when it hits the end, it's like, oh, it's on, because he's about to hunt all of these people. He is now the predator. But the issue is that's contradicting everything else you're showing in the movie, because you're trying to deconstruct this man, and then you're showing he's honorable even against animals. So, once again, it clashes.
Yes.
But back to the Lystragonians just for a moment.
Oh yeah,
the moving trees.
This is one of the a couple times we did. There were chuckles, unintentional chuckles, in my theater anyway. One was for Elliot when Elliot showed up in the beginning, and for this because what people throwing out the clip of Monty Python is completely accurate. If you haven't seen the movie. It's run away, and they just run, and the trees move, and but I'm gonna shock Metatron right now.
Please.
I didn't fucking hate the choice of making them just 8 foot, 9 foot tall dudes, because in my head canon, I think they are the remnants of a pre-Diluvian civilization.
Oh no, the height is not my problem. You can make them 15 feet. It's what the heck is that?
Yeah, exactly. More advanced
armor.
And that came in.
So the Lystragonians are basically barbaric cannibals.
Yeah,
that,
they
like,
were supposed to be.
No, they should have made them
kill it.
Stone Age looking, like Denisovans. Not this.
Yeah.
Like
big old cavemen.
15th century barbute in the Italian style. What the heck?
Yeah, they should be running around in like loincloths or fucking like
tossing rocks and shit.
Like whatever. I don't know, but
I'm just more concerned with what are they doing?
Like, why are they all like this?
They're all hanging. They're just hanging out, battle ready,
and then armor, waiting for somebody to show up. Yeah, that's all they're doing.
Falchions. Plus, you can tell it's plasticky.
But it's
I don't know what rubbery.
It's barely in the movie, and it's like, why did you make this choice? They rush through the sirens. They rush through the Lystragonians.
Oh, but you have to show this.
Yeah, but then they leave out so much. I
still enjoyed the scene, but it was weird.
It was undercut by the stupidity of the setup.
Yes.
If you put the Benny Hill music to it, it'll be great.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Oh my gosh, this is ridiculous.
And then there's the Stela, there's the Whirlpool, and
Scylla and
Charybdis.
Yeah.
Which
was very brief
This to me, Scylla was the most the most disappointing thing in the whole movie as far as the monsters and stuff. It was not good. It did not look good. It looked terrible, and it was so quick. Charybdis was cool for the brief moment we got it, but yeah, I was really looking forward to that because in the trailer, you actually see Scylla kind of reach through one of the on the ship. You kind of see
one of the sails,
and so I was like, "What is he gonna do here?" And it was pretty underwhelming. That was my least favorite part of all of like the supernatural or monsters or anything like that. It was Scylla.
I'm like, man, you can tell why this guy only does practical because holy cow, this looks bad.
Yeah, it didn't look good, and it really cements like the fact that they just wanted to ground this thing into nothing. And I I say it in my review, but like, and I'm dead serious. I would have rather have seen an Odyssey directed by Michael Bay. It would have been more fun.
So there's a couple of things that I want to mention in terms of the practical side. Now, some people might call this nitpicking, but these things actually have significant, justification for plot elements in the story. For instance, the walls of Troy, they're supposed to be legendary, impregnable.
Right.
The walls of Troy in this film were like 10 to 15 feet tall. They were puny. They were absolutely like pathetic.
Again, in ruins too.
All right.
True.
Yeah, and so that did not justify the underlining whole premise of how difficult it was to siege Troy. It's like a couple of guys with ladders could escalate those walls and take him easy. And then the actual door that is was puny. And when it turned on the side, we saw how thin it was. Like a battering ram would just destroy it. And then when they throw down the brazier, there was all these guys standing outside the wall. It's like you had guards on the wall 10 seconds previously. No one decided to look over with a torch. Like
it's dark outside.
Like that were just so stupid. The Trojan horse, they're going to stab through thick wood with a bronze sword like it's nothing, and they're all scared. It's like, no, you wouldn't be able to stab through a thick, wooden, horse like that. And then the biggest thing that just so destroyed my immersion was the stringing of the bow. I mean, look, this is again a specific thing because I've done medieval archery. I know how difficult it is to string high poundage bows. In fact, I even have a clip of me trying to string my 110-pound bow, right? And the
what is it, a merry road?
There was just no. This is my thing. I'm not sure if that's. Tell me when it's up because I can't see my screen, and I'll play it for you, right? And so, is it up? And I'll play.
Oh, you're just trying to show yourself stringing the fucking bow.
You're gonna crush your balls.
No, this is me struggling. Like, look how much effort I need to put in, right?
What? The issue is though,
this is gonna get mean.
It's just the audio.
Dad, what
Look at
Is that in between your legs? Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Like, it takes a very
He's Elliot Page now.
No, my point is, it takes a very specific technique and a lot of effort to string a bow like that. And suddenly, everyone except, not even Odysseus knew how to string it right. But even these other men who would have been hunters and experienced with archery, they were all retards. It's like, oh, I'm going to try and string it like this 10-pound hunting bow, and then not even that, just if I tried to shoot my bow the way everyone was shooting their bows in this film, I would rip my shoulder muscles. No joke.
It's fast shooting, like the performative.
It was pathetic. And the whole plot point is that Odysseus' bow is supposed to be so high poundage that only he can handle it. So that means this bow is needs to be 200-pound draw weight, right? And what they are showing are pathetically weak 20-pound, target bows. It was nonsense.
But the thing is, though, it kind of makes sense if you have gods in your world, because now you go, well, this guy just has superpowers. The gods have given him strength, so only he can do it. Or you can do it like The Return did, where they're like, this is just a big heavy bow, but there's a trick to stringing it. Like, he holds it over a fire, which makes it bend more easier, so he knows the trick of doing it. It's a bit like the same with the bed. It's like, if you know the trick of it or whatever, how it was made.
Yeah.
They tried to show
they didn't
that
either in this. He was just magically able to do it.
Well, yeah. Well, he actually, remember how he stretches it down first? He stretches it in the opposite direction, and that kind of supposed to loosen it up or something like that. And then, but even then, the way he did it with no leverage, all of it was nonsense. And the bow.
Chad, you're just jealous that Matt Damon's stronger than you. Like, that's all I'm hearing. Right?
I clearly am.
Hearing nothing but coke.
I do think there's a gray area between history bros and what modern people will accept because it's cool.
I agree.
And you have to land in that. And I don't think he did land in that, but I think that's where he should have gone.
What it exemplifies, beyond Shad's autistic breakdown of stringing a bow, is the verisimilitude of this film feeling grand. And there's some sweet IMAX shots. There are. But there isn't a lot of people fighting. If the battles feel very small.
They do.
Troy feels very small, and it wasn't huge back then. I understand, but there's still a way you can make it. Yeah, there would have been more people fighting than that. I didn't see the grandeur that I was expecting in this.
Do you think
that's
epic? Do you think that? I think specifically one of really only moments you could have and should have seen that was in the Troy flashback.
Troy,
Yes.
Do you think that Nolan's insistence on not using CGI
That's 100% what it is. That's
like
100%.
leads into that? Like if he would have just been willing to do a little bit and add a bunch more people in the background so it looks like tens of thousands, you know, like it could have felt a little different.
And that was what I was wanting to say earlier is I've heard this criticism of so many Nolan films recently, and when I say recently, in the last 10 years, 15 years, whatever, it has never been more applicable than here right now. This is the best and worst of Christopher Nolan. This movie is the best you will ever get from him with the IMAX shots and the incredible scenery. And it's the worst of him with the sound mixing and the fact that he is unwilling to use CG to get a better shot. Because as you said with Troy, I completely agree. Those scenes, Shad, you were ranting about it in your original rant. It feels like laser tag in a local forest. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't have this epic feel and epic scale. And they're trying to hide a lot of it with lighting to make it feel bigger than it really is, but it just doesn't work. It just feels very, very small. And all you need to do is add a little bit of CG. And I know we are the #1 people to bitch about CG when it gets overused. So it's like,
well, when used appropriately, it's fine.
I know. And I think his mindset on it is just like anything else. You let one illegal in and you open the door.
Sure,
so it's like you let one little bit of CG, and next thing you know, you're the Eternals. You know what I mean?
Did Troy use a lot of CG though? Because I don't remember them using a lot of it.
They did in some wide shots, absolutely. Like there's some shots, wide shots, overarching shots where you see tens of thousands of soldiers that I would assume were used. I don't think they had that many extras, but it does give you that immersive feel. And I remember interviews with Matt fucking Damon about this movie, and he's like, you see 10,000 people in a battle. There's 10,000 people in the battle. What battle, motherfucker?
What else got cut out?
Yeah,
so
you never know.
Yeah,
which is strange because they did choose to try and through memory add a little bit of Iliad, which I thought, okay, so we do get some fighting and some battle, but then as you say, where are the 100,000 men? They're like in the 1,000 ships.
I think it's important to mention that they spread the sack of Troy throughout the entire film.
True.
And it's told from a couple of different perspectives. And the whole point was they show a big chunk of it at the end. And it bookends the film because this is how they explain Zendaya playing Athena. And it is, Ryan mentioned it earlier, she's a priest of some kind that gets
priestess of Athena
who gets beheaded. So and Matt Damon's Odysseus witnesses it. So that's what is imprinted on his mind. So it's either like a PTSD delusion.
That's what that meant.
No, it absolutely is.
Yeah, because they also have the head of the statue of Athena being beheaded at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, and that entire scene is meant to make you feel for the people of Troy that oh no, there's loads of women screaming all over the place, that we shouldn't have done this to the city, and so you're supposed to feel bad for even like cheering them on in the first place.
I don't want to interrupt the flow too much, but if somebody share my screen, I think this is a shot from Troy. I haven't seen Troy in a long time, but like,
those are all real boats and people.
No, but that's what I'm saying. But that's the type of stuff that gives you the scale and the scope. You know what I'm saying?
True.
And
Lord of the Rings.
And the triremes actually look like triremes.
But also, even with that, you can do that practically too. There's ways in film to do that.
You're absolutely right. And so
miniatures
something like this,
and stuff.
Just one or two shots.
I agree.
Like this fundamentally changes your perception of a scene you might be watching. You know? So, but I wanted to show that.
It felt small in a lot.
Not the first time Gary's heard that.
I just tell everybody.
I think Gary was reaching for the button and was like, wait, fuck, that's about me.
I did it anyway.
Luckily, it ended up with a squeaky voice one.
Jeremy was quick with that. It's almost like he knew he had to respond like that.
Again, I'm a little heartbroken by the whole thing.
I mean, I'm not on hotel Wi-Fi either, Shad. So So
Yeah.
you know.
Nolan's audio is better than yours, dude.
I love how Shad's
Not
bitching
even
about
close.
audio and how unacceptable it is. And meanwhile, his audio is skipping out.
It's so
every
good.
time.
I'm sure if he spent $250 million, he'd have a
$250 million
better
film
hotel
versus
room.
a free live stream.
I might be added to
The amount of people
Oh
have
my
complained about Shad ear raping them every single week when he's hollering about something. Yeah.
So yes, the showing the end of the sack of Troy and Matt Damon's reaction to it, the Zendaya scene really just hammers home, just in case you didn't pick up the very subtle messaging throughout the film, that toxic masculinity and war are bad. And Odysseus was not a hero in any way, shape, or form. And he was deeply regretful of that experience. And he spent the whole fucking film being regretful.
Which is the opposite of the actual story.
Yeah, I mean, tell the Trojans, they're the ones that like did what they did. So
Tell Zeus.
No, not Zeus. Tell Aphrodite. It's
Aphrodite.
Aphrodite's the entire reason all this shit fucking happens, by the way. Women, because she is the one that promised Paris Helen to make that happen. And she's the one that
Didn't
enchants
Zeus
them,
want to
basically.
reduce the population, get rid of the some of the Titans, and reduce the population of some of the warriors too?
Yeah, but the thing is, in this, the gods don't exist. But Helen of Troy specifically apologizes, and she says,
She does.
I
To
apologize for
Telemachus.
things that were done in my name. It's like, no, you should apologize for
mother,
things
I'm
that
sorry
you
for
have
what was
done.
done in my name.
The things that I caused, because she left with Paris voluntarily. And so she blames that on everybody else. That's because it was even brought up by Lupita. It's like, well, I thought it was really important that I rounded out my story. What? I'm blaming everyone else for your own actions. At least be sorry for what you contributed to it, if nothing else.
So
yeah, no, I don't think that someone like Lupita understands that, because do remember she complained about the screen time given to women by Homer,
Yes.
while being given very little screen time by Nolan.
By Nolan.
So I'm a little confused here.
I think she was
was
talking
too.
about Nolan.
I think we brought this up on Daily. That I think that could have been just as much a subtle shot at Nolan as it was Homer, because I don't know
fix
what she
that.
was taking, but it's very,
time.
yeah, I think that can be interpreted multiple ways as to what she meant. Either way, she's a dumb bitch, but you can interpret it to what direction she was sending that. And
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
she
sure.
didn't even read Homer. That's the problem. She admitted that.
She didn't
So,
even
I
know
mean,
what it was until she got cast in this role.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she has a master's degree in fine arts from Yale. Never heard of
And
the Odyssey.
never heard of it. That's
Listen,
retarded.
I don't know
heard
if
of
you
it.
guys have been seeing the memes that are being produced from this movie with Helen of Troy or her sister.
The police
holy
body cam footage.
shit, dude.
police body cam footage.
Oh man,
Hey,
dude.
dude,
no.
they showed one on Piers to a couple of like scholars. It was so fucking funny watching them react to it.
Oh my gosh.
Emily Wilson's dad was on
Oh, that was
for
her dad.
us.
that was funny.
Yeah, that was her dad. He
Look-
seemed
look
like
at
a
this
proper English gentleman.
Share my
Yeah, he seemed
screen.
All right.
You should be ashamed.
Ma'am, could you keep it down? We're trying to enjoy the movie.
That's Clytemnestra. isn't it?
Listen, I liked Agamemnon's armor. I know it was completely
come on,
inaccurate.
Oh, come on,
No.
man.
No,
You
no,
can't
No,
do
when
that.
the gate, when the
Absolutely
gate
not.
opened and he's standing there on his own, that was a cool
Yeah.
moment.
That was
Yeah,
cool.
imagine it in bronze armor, though. Imagine it. Agamemnon's armor had 42 different segments in 3 different colors. So it would have been copper,
His
gilded,
armor's
and
really sick.
darkened.
Like, yeah.
Oh gosh,
The-
that would have
the-
made him look amazing.
The fact that like the guy that plays him, Benny
Agamemnon.
Safdie, Benny Safdie is who played him, and you see that guy and you're like, wait,
Huh?
that's the guy who played Agamemnon. What
But
the
they didn't
fuck?
show his
Hiding
face.
him.
They gave him
Yeah.
way,
Yeah.
Hiding his
I
face.
think they gave him way more aura than he deserved.
100%,
Like the
100%.
character of Agamemnon does not deserve the aura that he got. Like,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Well,
I see what you're saying.
yeah.
I think they built him up though, just so that his murder it carried more
Yep.
weight. Like if she
Yep.
killed a
100%
nobody, it would have been nothing. But you
Yeah.
built this guy up to be the guy that took all of Troy. He's standing in front of the gate on his own with all his men running around him. He just stands still
It
in
was
front of
a
all
good
the
shot.
arrows.
It was fucking
Yeah.
awesome.
Whereas actual Agamemnon stayed out of the battles as much as he could and was ready to run away, like fucking take his boat and run away and leave everybody there. So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But Disparew's right. The reason they changed that was for the impact of the murder. So we haven't talked about Tom Holland.
I did want to. Before you move on, this is what I was really hoping for in the movie, because this would have been perfect right there.
Yes,
that would have been perfect.
I was thinking the same thing.
I don't see a
bad
difference.
nipples.
What's the difference? I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same
It's the
picture.
same photo.
I'm not wearing hockey
Spot
pads.
the differences. Spot the differences, you muppet.
I don't think you guys understand the theming that's going on here. He's wearing black armor because he married a black woman.
Oh, I see.
I didn't see that. Yeah.
And his half black child. that he
Oh,
sacrificed.
Aphrodite. It's Afro.
Aphrodite. Another
I get it
race.
now.
She rejected me. Burn the city down.
And by the way, the reason that so the reason the entire Trojan War kicks off is Aphrodite. The reason that Agamemnon has to kill his daughter is because of Artemis. There's a lot of women, at least female deities, that cause problems in these stories.
Oh yeah.
We need more of that.
Aphrodite is like one of those jealous like people in like all of mythology. She just gets pissed off because somebody looked nice in a mirror one day. Yeah.
Well, the gods are very capricious in Greece.
They're fighting over like some golden apple or something, and they don't know who it's for. And like, if I remember,
who's the most attractive goddess?
Right, I forgot about that.
Paris seems like a fair person. Why don't you women go and see what he decides? And he decides that Aphrodite gets it, and she like promises him.
So it's who's the
beautiful
most.
woman on earth.
Yeah, who's the most beautiful goddess that he has to choose between the three of them? And he chooses Aphrodite because she promises him the most beautiful woman on earth. So it's for his own benefit.
The gods are essentially celebrities and influencers. That's what they
100%.
Yeah. It would have been great if they're in the movie.
Yeah.
Zeus
I
would have
agree.
fit well. Zeus would have fit in so well in today's society.
I show
man.
speed.
In
He could have been
Zeus's
I
law.
show speed. That would have been
Oh, it's
perfect.
unbelievable.
Just out here, just like
And
laying
ties
the
the knot.
pipe on everybody. You know?
The Greek
You
gods
just
are
get
awesome,
Courage
right?
JD to come in.
They are. Yeah.
The Greek gods are awesome because they are all so fucked up. Like
they're
they
so
are.
fucked
They really
They
are.
all
Yeah,
they all
fickle
got their
gods.
fucking issues, mommy issues, daddy issues, husband issues. All of them hate each other so desperately. They're barely trying to hold this shit together. Everybody's always fucking somebody else.
The bullshit
Gods are
between Zeus and
interesting because
Hera.
they're in no one's imagination perfect or moral. Like
Yeah.
it's very strange.
They're like, hey, where'd
That's
that
why
Minotaur
Zeus's
come
law-
from? Zeus is like, I
like-
don't know.
Yeah.
Basing a movie on
Zeus's
Zeus's law is ridiculous when it all starts with the Cyclops, who, just because he has contacts with the dad, can get someone punished when he's the person that should be punished under Zeus's law. He's the first person to break it that just eats people coming along. So the message is, yeah, you can have all these laws, but strength overpowers everything. You should, it's like the indomitable will to make yourself stronger so you're not taken advantage of. All of that is stripped from the movie. So we're all supposed to be like, no, peace and love and harmony, and we'll just be hippies and love each other. And it destroys the entire movie. So you've got Calypso. Any woman in this that does anything bad in the original story, utterly eradicated. Calypso is now trying to save him, to fix his mind so that he can go back to the island. When in reality, she abuses him for multiple years and keeps him there against his will as a sex
nymph,
slave.
yeah.
And under this is like, no, like he just didn't understand. He fell in love with her naturally on her own. That is pure Emily Wilson's translation. It is the feminist take that, well, it's a woman, so he can't do anything wrong. It must have been the man's fault somehow. She must have been trying to help him somehow.
Well, yeah, she keeps him there for, roughly 7 years, and he basically goes to shore weeping because he wants to go home. And I mean, she basically kidnaps him.
Yeah, why is he on the beach?
Gods.
Why is he on the beach in the movie? And he says, I've spent so long on this beach, I can't understand. It's because he's looking for a boat to take him home.
You don't want
Whereas in this, he's just on a beach for no reason whatsoever.
Well, and they're on that beach a lot. And you don't want to get kidnapped by Charlize Theron.
Yeah, she
Or
might turn you trans.
adopted.
That's what happened to Sinan.
Sinan, yeah.
Would have been funny if he turned into a woman while he was there.
Yeah.
That's why they didn't recognize him when he gets back to Ithaca. They're like, who's this chick?
Tom Holland.
Oh.
Tom Holland's performances. Tom Holland was very Tom
I
Holland.
hated it.
Yeah. Tom Holland's great.
I don't think he worked as Telemachus at all. So in the book, actually, a load of people say that Telemachus is like some fresh-faced child that doesn't know anything. In the book, Athena comes down and she goes, I think you should go over here and find out about your father, and then we can sort out the suitors. And he's immediately up for it. He's like, yeah, I just want people to help me kill them all, essentially. Whereas in this, there's even an interview where he says he thought he was playing a 16-year-old, not a 22-year-old. And so he played him far younger than he was meant to be. And he comes across as really weak and vulnerable until right at the very end. Yeah. And I think he should have been a stronger person who's like, I want to do this. I just need more people rather than this kind of pathetic person.
True.
Yeah, because he's written like a teenager.
It is. Yeah.
I also love how Odysseus is able to like just teleport to exactly where he is.
What?
Remember Odysseus, comes in to save the day, just
the temple in the
instant
temple of
transports
Athena.
there.
Yeah.
Love it.
Well, supposedly that was Athena guiding him, but if she's real, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah,
but
there's a lot of,
it's a time of
the one
apparent
that like
magic. It's a time of apparent magic. So
yeah, like
Apparent
apparent
magic.
magic is the key, right?
I know.
I fucking hate that.
I
Well, there is magic because
what
of the
was I gonna
witch.
say?
Yeah, that's the other thing. There's actual magic in this world. It does
Yes.
exist.
I remember
Why would you
that
say
was a
apparent
drug
magic?
adult. That was all a
that's
drug
the
adult
problem, though.
story
Is it,
that he was
is it
accounting,
hallucinations? That's a problem.
yeah, exactly. It's all made up.
yeah, it's kind of like the Scarecrow in Batman Begins. They were just hallucinations. It didn't really happen.
Okay, Shad,
not
I
a
will
fan
give
of
you, if that is the correct take, the movie's awful. So I don't
Thank
want
you.
that to be true.
That is true, though. That is what it is.
I don't think that that's what you're supposed to take away from that. I think those
I
are
don't,
the
but-
things that happen as he's recounting them and it's coming back to him. I think those are the things that happen because he doesn't remember it all. It's slowly coming back to him as he's
Because
remembering. this.
every fantastical element is only given in an account, and when it's actually in the present,
Yeah, but
it's
that's half of the
you only
Odyssey.
see Athena,
Yeah,
and it's a delusion.
The Lotus makes you forget things, not imagine things. Like, it's not opium. It is literally just and I think she even says, you couldn't have handled these memories, so I took them away from you, rather than...
the monsters are real, though. I mean, those are real.
Yeah,
So,
Scylla
his
is
crew
actually
did die somehow. Yeah.
Scylla is the kind of the kicker here because you can't really. What do you make up there? Like, what is that supposed to be? Like, maybe you go like the Cyclops with some big dumb retard that just could kill men with one punch, but then what else are you guys? Yeah,
somebody's gonna edit that in.
he's just
and
hugging
make
the soldiers and just killing them in hugs, and but like, when you get to Scylla and stuff, you're like, what is that all about? That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, didn't Nolan want to say this is like a realistic, grounded take? And so for him to be able to justify the fantastical elements, that's his out. It's like, yeah, they were delusional, drug-addled recountings of
But you can't dismiss
an unreliable narrator.
So
I can't.
I think you're 1,000% supposed to take away and have this question at the end: are the gods real or not? Right? Is this a hallucination the whole time, or is it Athena appearing to him in this way to play on his guilt for what they did to try to motivate him? I think you're supposed to feel that with this movie. You're supposed to not quite know. I don't feel that way about the giants and the Cyclops
Yeah,
I don't feel that way about that. I don't think that's what you're supposed to take away from
Well, because also like the scene with Cersei or whatever, when he figures out what's going on, he shoots that sheep and then it turns into a man. Like what is supposed to be the takeaway there is like he just randomly shot
Shad
some
would
guy in the-
argue that they're all memories under the power of Lotus, so all that he just made up.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah,
Maybe.
that doesn't make any sense.
That's what Shad's response would be.
We're talking about chat for a second because there is someone who keeps super chatting asking me to say Nolan. So I'll say it because I don't want to disrespect people's money. Okay.
Metatron,
Okay.
as a Nolan fan, can you do me a favor?
Please.
Keep grifting him and pissing people off.
Oh,
please.
absolutely.
Oh,
I will.
You make
Oh,
so many mad. You make so many people mad. They're like, he won't stop. It won't stop.
Brother,
That's so
one
great,
video
dude.
per inhabitant of Greece. That's my promise.
I love seeing how many people are getting triggered by it, and I see all these response videos in my timeline, and I'm
Yeah.
like, you guys, like,
I'll never stop.
it's not that.
I'll never
Got me
stop.
the other day when you were like, I've done 2 videos. I need to step up to 3. There's too much content.
I did say that, didn't I? Your video was so funny, Disparu. You freaking love it, Disparu.
Thank you. I tell you, when they did Who's Gonna Nick Things from the Set and they only asked the minorities, I was dying.
Oh my gosh, that was hilarious.
Wow. So the Odyssey.
It's a movie.
It's a movie that a lot of people are going to see.
I
That's going
think that's Paul Chatto's review, actually.
It's out of the theater. It's a film.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Shad.
Well, from the discussion from everyone, right? Everything we've been pointing out, the massive problem and I was speaking up, but you guys were bringing up really significant issues after, like, if you take everything you guys have talked about in totality, I don't know how anyone could call this film a good film.
Because it's not a bad movie.
It's
I
mid.
You
watched
can
it.
like the film. That doesn't make it a good film.
Yeah.
There's a
It's
difference.
not, but it's not a bad movie either.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
it's
It
a
is
very
a
mid.
bad-
It's a mess.
No,
I think
the,
it's a good movie.
the Cyclops
It's a
sequence
horrible
is excellent.
film.
I think it's a
Gary
good
even
movie.
said it.
No,
the
that's
magic,
retarded!
The,
If
the
your
magic
story
sequences
is
with
flawed,
Cersei
your movie is not
excellent.
good.
One at a time. I can't hear you.
The magic sequences are
If a story
excellent.
is
There are-
flawed, name a movie that doesn't have a.
No. I'm saying if your story is this flawed, then
flawed? I
I'm
didn't
sorry,
hear
you
this.
can't.
I didn't hear this. I'm sorry. So I just heard you say if a story is flawed, it can't be a good movie.
I didn't
is
walk
what I
out of it
heard.
and go, I completely wasted my time watching this film. I'm like,
So-
I enjoyed some of it. I didn't like
Yeah.
all
You
of
can
it.
enjoy it.
And the
I've-
thing is, the
yeah.
more, and we've said this before so many times about source material, the more you know about the source material, the more complaints you'll have. And there are guys that walk around saying that the Lord of the Rings films are dog shit because
There
they
are.
didn't follow the books.
Yes.
So you can't tell me that that is a good argument of measurement. You can watch this movie and not walk out of it and go, I wasted my film.
I think
or
you,
I wasted
you
my money.
argue
From
the
the-
film on its merits,
On
on
its
how
merits.
it plays out.
I
And
think
it's not
I
a
think you
great
judge
movie,
it.
but
I
it's
think
not
you
a
judge.
bad
I
film.
think when the public accepts something, that is how you. That's the only way to judge it. Like, there's no other way.
No, not for
this
me.
was the last
Are you
film.
kidding me?
What
No, I don't give it.
like, what, Jeremy?
I'm not saying that you have to think it's good. I'm saying that's the only way to have a consensus, motherfuckers. Quit getting so fucking offended.
No.
I'm not saying you have to like it. I'm saying that's the only way we have to judge something.
And also-
so by that standard, Barbie is a successful, good movie. You
No,
don't
no,
have to fucking
successful.
like
Mhm.
it.
Sure.
Oh, and so is
Doesn't
The
make it
Last
good.
Jedi. No,
But you can't-
The Last Jedi, is
killed
garbage.
Star Wars.
But if you actually watch
Yeah,
it, like,
no,
that's the
But it
thing.
was so
no,
popular when it came out.
No, Jeremy is right. If most people think it's good, then even if you don't like it yourself, you have to admit that there is something in it which is good enough for most people
That's
to like.
all I'm trying to say.
Avatar is absolute garbage, but a lot
it's
of
not.
people like
The-
it.
the
That's
second
second
one
was
is-
a
It's like
tree.
The
there are
second one
loads of
is
streamers.
great.
There are
Second
loads
one
of
is
streamers that
great.
get tens of thousands of viewers that I cannot see why anyone likes them, but there must be something about them which is good
Yeah,
for people to watch.
like
in the
them.
first
The
place.
general
Yeah.
consensus. I am in the minority, and I don't care.
Yeah,
all I'm
I
saying
agree
is
with
that's
that.
the
My
only-
biggest
the only
problem
way
with
we
this-
have to have a consensus is the only thing I'm saying. Because there's,
Yeah,
you know,
I don't know. There is a lot of people that say they like it to own the Chads, though. So those are
Yeah, there is
lies.
that too.
So
That
they
exists.
have to
Well, I
factor
think
it
the
in.
overpraise comes from. I think the 10 out of 10 definitely is
Right.
stemmed from that.
Yeah.
We're not
And
even
there's
saying it's an
especially-
amazing-
hang
it's
on.
an amazing
There's
film. We're
especially
saying-
there's people in the media, right? The access media who are definitely looking at this as a payback for Supergirl.
Yes.
Like they absolutely are.
100%.
Yeah. Not,
So
not
there's a
general public
difference,
media.
right? There's a difference in the movie, what it is, and what the filmmaker was meant to convey, and what their intention was, versus if it's a work that's like something else, how it's adapted. And because we know this story, because this story exists, and it's a really flawed, fucked up adaptation, especially how subversive it is with some of the stuff that's originally supposed to mean versus what it means in this, that plays into how we feel about it. If you step back and look at the film, I think it's like a 5 out of 10. Right.
Yeah,
In
it's
terms
mid.
of some of the story conflicting with itself, in terms of it feeling emotionally hollow at times, yet some of the things they did at scale and some of the impressive things they did, and here or there, a little bit of acting between these characters that I bought into, I think it's mid as fuck. But when you factor in like how much I disagree with some of the worldviews
Same.
that are trying to be presented in this,
100%.
Yep.
that's really frustrating. And that's one of the things,
Yes.
all these negatives that we're talking about have a lot to do with that. But
Absolutely.
that was part of his intention, was to convey that. So it's this balance where, how do you look at it if you're just judging it as a movie versus adaptation? Harry Potter movies, right? Pretty good fucking movies, bar none. Some of those movies are terrible adaptations,
Yes.
right? So we have a
Yeah.
ton of fucking complaints about how they were adapted and why they were adapted, even though they might, in whole, like in isolation, be good movies.
For me, I think the problem with this movie and the damage that it's causing is there's a lot of people that probably have not read the Odyssey or seen previous iterations of it that are going to walk away saying, well, this is the Odyssey. This is what the Odyssey is about. And it's absolutely not the case.
on the flip
That is-
side,
that
there's
is the
going to be
inte-
that on the flip side, there's going to be millions of people that see this movie that have never read the Odyssey, and they're going to read the Odyssey.
Yes, the danger is if they then go and read the
Inside
Emily Wilson's translation, because Emily Wilson's translation is to make
that's
it
where they'll be pushed.
accessible and modern and done for students. And so if they go and look, that will be one of the ones that are recommended, rather than one of the earlier ones.
Like Fagel. Yeah, they should. Yeah.
yeah.
My take is that this film is objectively bad, is going to be remembered very poorly in the future.
Saying objective doesn't make it objective.
I don't think it will be, but I do think there's going to be a lot of people that watch this and they're going to be like confused. They're going to maybe watch it a couple of times, but I don't think they're going to be satisfied by it, because without the heroic messaging, I think it undermines what makes people satisfied with a story. And so they're going to come across as like hollow and drained and like kind of a bit numb. It's the same way I felt like Joker 2. And this would have been a way better movie if they just made him a hero. Like if they just dropped the Emily Wilson's translation, it would have been a vastly better movie than what we ended up with.
I think this movie is going to be incredibly successful, and word of mouth is already showing to be incredibly strong. And I think that this will be one of the more divisive films in fandom for sure. But to the general audience, I think this thing is going to sail big time. I think it's going to be huge, massive. So we'll see. Could be wrong.
We'll see. Well, we'll definitely see by next weekend. Yeah, what the drop off is. So.
And I think you're going to have an incredible. Be the indicator. But see, I don't even know if that is an indicator because of the IMAX sellouts that are in week 2
for IMAX.
So it's going to be distorted at that point. Yeah. This is what I kept saying. I have kept saying this is Christopher Nolan. This ain't Rachel Zegler. This motherfucker has pull like nobody understands clearly for people that were saying it's going to underperform. It's going to flop. It's like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This is Michael Jordan right now of the 90s NBA. That's who he is. And you don't have to like it. And a lot of people hated Michael Jordan back in the day, and they said he was overrated, and they said he sucked. Guess what? He was still Michael Jordan. So, that's where we are.
And the difficulty of this is it's not just an actor that you're going, I don't like this actor, and so what they're doing, I don't like. Like, he has enough skill as a director to make movies that the audience resonates with, whether they understand why they're resonating with it or what they're resonating with. They're feeling something. And a lot of movies that come out today, they don't feel anything. They walk out of it and go, I don't even know what the point of that movie was. So like, I don't even know. You're going to feel something in this film, whether you like it or not.
Well, that's also to me, the potential. The potential is thank you. The potential is also what makes this terrible, because it could have been incredible. It could, like, it had all of these things we are saying about Nolan and the skill that he has, the talent, the cinematography, the money, the budget. If they had removed all the nonsense, which we know why they do it, but if they didn't do the race swap, they didn't do the Emily Wilson translation, they didn't put the feminist message in there, this could have been phenomenal. Which makes
if they made a completely different movie,
maybe
it could have been incredible.
If they made a completely different movie, like remove Helen of Congo.
Yeah.
Okay. Remove Helen of Congo. Remove all the rest of the nonsense. Remove those two guys saying we are the Greeks. We know the messaging. I think the movie could have had a very high potential.
Me and Metatron are on the same page. Shame. Dude, just recast less diversity and a little bit less messaging. I got no issues with the overall movie. Like, if you want to break it down, if you want to get into like all that, but like you said, Mike, Lord of the Rings fans of the books will trash the live action movies. All right. I think those are the greatest movies ever made, but there are people that are so closely connected to the source material, they can't see it for what it is. And I appreciate that. But this movie is well made. It's a well-made movie from a cinematic standpoint.
It is. From a technical standpoint,
this movie is like if Sauron had Frodo on an island for 7 years and was just feeding him cookies. Like you were literally taking an evil villain from the book and being like, well, actually, he was just a good guy trying to help him to get to the volcano to throw the ring in the first place. What they did to Calypso is so astronomical.
Calypso isn't nearly a villain like Cersei's a villain, because Calypso, unlike Cersei, Calypso actually does have like kind of a tragic backstory that she's trapped on this island and she's kind of cursed for these travelers to, like, she's by herself and these travelers wash ashore and she desperately wants to keep, like, she's kind of cursed to fall in love with them and want to keep them there, right? Which that's a little bit more complex backstory than Cersei, who is portrayed a little bit more like ill intentions towards all of these men until Odysseus comes along and bucks her.
But in the film, Calypso, like the book, the poem does a bunch of heavy lifting, because if you watch the movie, she's just a 60-year-old woman with plastic surgery on a beach. I mean, that's it. Like, you don't really get any background for her at all, other than her looking up at some rumbling a couple of times.
There's some thunder, which is meant to be the gods making her send him away, when actually, no, she is forced. She would have kept him away from his wife forever. But again, even that's undermined, because in this, he doesn't want to get back to his wife. So they destroyed the meaning for it.
Yeah, I judged the movie on the movie, and I felt nothing when I walked out of it. And it's not going to change. It's not anything I would really want to watch again. I have to piece through it to do a review.
One time, you did it twice. I don't know how you did that. Once is good.
But also, the thing I was going to add was that a lot of the reaction that we're getting and a lot of the money that we're getting right now are from those people that pre-bought tickets and have been wanting to see this and have been very hyped to see this already. So that's why we're really not going to know until either next week or the week after, when people who are not just the Nolan fans, not just people wanting to see things in IMAX, are actually going to be like, okay, are they actually interested in this? Because I don't think we really have a normie take so far on what's actually going on with the audience of this film, because a lot of it is, again, I think very much being taken over by the people that have already pre-bought these tickets.
Jay said that he had the normie take. So Jay on Geeks and Gamers Daily, you can go watch his thoughts, and he gave in his mind what is the normie take.
Yep.
The definitive normie take.
The
from the definitive normie.
I hope that I know sometimes
Good old
Deadline.
normal Jay.
I know sometimes Deadline gets the information, but I'd be very interested to see how much of the box office, especially domestically, is made up of pre-sales versus walk-up traffic. Because I think that could actually probably tell us.
They can break it down,
what's going on.
Odin, because they went as far to justify Supergirl to go to theaters that perform specific theaters that performed well. They were coping so hard on that.
Well, they do that for like all the time. Oftentimes they do the top performing things, even for things that are good or bad. They'll list the top 10 theaters that they got the revenue from.
AMC Burbank.
Remember, because they for Blue Beetle, I remember very specifically the locations they were saying, because they were desperate for the Latino community to come out and support it. Yeah.
Well, let's not bring up Blue Beetle, shall we?
No, we wouldn't. We won't do that. So, I got to get out of here. But Metatron,
right,
good streaming with you. Shad,
So good, thank you.
I look forward to you figuring out if you do love or like the movie, or if you hate it. I know you need to take some more time to figure that out.
Don't worry,
So-
thank you, Jeremy.
Yes,
And
yeah.
Jeremy, I look forward to finding out if you love or like men. We'll find out.
Have a good one, guys.
Nolan. Take care,
Take it
brother.
easy. Bye.
Thanks.
Catch you, mate.
All right. Let's go to some other news, because there's a little bit of other news.
I hate to say, I'm also going to need to bounce.
Jesus Christ.
Unfortunately, but I am,
He's got the Odyssey to go to.
I have
Yeah, he's gotta
a
go see it
don't
a
want to
second
hear
time.
about anniversaries or anything like this.
nothing lovey-dovey, nothing like that.
Congratulations, Shad, by the way.
Shad, we should talk about this one of these days on a
hell
live.
yeah, dude.
Let's do it.
Absolutely, man.
So you can scream on my end as well.
Yeah.
Better sound.
Love you guys. I will catch you later.
Later, brother.
See you, buddy.
Bye, Shad.
Later, Shad. I am going to what? Okay, real quick, because I didn't catch this. We don't have to show the damn trailer because it's just freaking Ozempic Batman turning around. The Batman trailer or a teaser came out, and I reacted to it, and I didn't even notice the date at the end. And I was watching Ryan's video. I'm like, wait a fucking minute. That says 2028.
Yeah.
February. So they're dropping it in like the dead zone.
Yeah.
The first one came out in March, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
March makes more sense. February is not necessarily considered unless you're Black
History
Panther
Month.
and it's Black History Month. Hey,
maybe that's the direction they're going.
Maybe that's the direction they're going. Ryan has a theory on this that I completely agree with. The reason it was pushed back. Ryan? The theory that's out there. I'm not necessarily.
Yeah, I was going to
saying
say
it's yours.
I didn't come up with it. I'm not the one who theorized this. I saw Matt McGloin talking about it on a Cosmic Book News, and ironically, he had come out with a story, like a report that he got from somebody a day before this got delayed. And they were saying that one of the reasons the Batman Part 2 got delayed wasn't because the script wasn't ready. It wasn't because they were having problems, but it was because they didn't want to put this movie out until after James Gunn is gone from DC. And that maybe one of the reasons it did get pushed back and delayed even more is to make that separation. Man of Tomorrow comes out in June of 2027. I think that's when Superman, Man of Tomorrow, whatever they're going to fucking call it, comes out. Now this would be another 8 months before the Batman Part 2 comes out. I don't think they want James Gunn to be able to take any credit or be involved in any way with people's perception of this movie. Sounds like there's some bad blood between James Gunn and Matt Reeves, which wouldn't surprise me.
It wouldn't, since he was there before James Gunn, right? Not much, maybe a year. And this is Warner Brothers being Warner Brothers. This is why Warner Brothers is massively in debt and it was Matt McGloin who put it out there, but he's actually not wrong about this. If the Paramount Warner Brothers merger doesn't go through, Hollywood is under this impression that Warner Brothers will continue as a company, which it will not. That's why it has to sell. It is in bad shape, and it's worse than the debt too. So this has been a dumb fucking company for a long time, which is incredible because they could have had a DCU in the fucking 80s. Yep. They could have done it in the 90s. They've had control of so many great IP that they've never been able to exploit or do anything with. And when they make a decision, it's usually stupid. And here they are. And Zaslav made out like a fucking bandit. He's got his stock. He's going to fuck off. And we have multiple DC flops now. I don't know. You can't start another DCU. Like, once this is done, it's done. You make Batman movies. That's pretty much what you need
just have
to
to
do.
start making solo films, and just standalone stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
probably...
the casting isn't bad though. They could continue with the same casting. The Superman casting is fine, except for ironically the guy they're making a series out of.
But how hilarious would it be if they get rid of James Gunn, keep the casting? Well, that's the exact same thing you did, save Henry Cavill, with Zack Snyder.
Yep.
The exact same thing you did. So you're repeating your mistake, and James Gunn either slithers back to Marvel or not. But it's very gratifying watching Supergirl fail. I am very happy about its failure, and it has a lot to do with everybody being fucking gaslit that James Gunn's Superman or Superman's James Gunn was some kind of hit, was some kind of cultural phenomenon, and it was absolute bullshit. And it had everything to do with them selling, trying to make their company look like the new hot chick on the corner so they can sell it. And it worked. They fucking Paramount overpaid for Warner
Well, that's
Brothers.
why people are saying, how come? Because apparently Supergirl was worse than Batgirl, is what a lot of people are saying that seen both now. So, well, Batgirl was going to come out before the purchase, whereas Supergirl came out afterwards. So the people buying it just saw this list of IPs that they were going to have in the future and were buying off the valuation of that. So it was actually really smart to cancel everything out up until people couldn't see the quality of the product, which just makes everyone go, well, they've got all these movies in the pipeline, it must be good, and it increases the price.
And now I don't know what Paramount's going to own at this point. And the sale will be final in a couple of months. I know some states are out there trying to stop it. They're not going to be able to do very much. But we'll see. We got the Lanterns right around the corner.
Lanterns with the episode 1 leak that we've got, which sounds like it's real, considering Warner Brothers is issuing copyright takedowns on people who are simply talking about it. And the reported leak, is that Hal Jordan dies in episode 1.
Hal Jordan.
And
yikes.
To be fair, it's a non-linear storytelling, apparently, where they've got some in 2016 and some in 2026. So even though he dies in episode 1, he may be present throughout the rest of it, depending on how they play those timelines. But that's the leak, that Hal Jordan dies. And we had heard that rumor for a while about the series, that Hal Jordan dies. The fact that they kill him in episode 1, which is just a leak. However, people are making memes, not even of any of it's just like a comic book Hal Jordan and like a DCU slop factory humiliating him. People are saying, I guess Hal Jordan dies in episode 1. Warner Brothers issuing copyright takedowns over that. Not over actually any leaked imagery, just people joking about the leak, which is wild. Which is absolutely, it's not like Universal taking down people who are leaking early cam copies of the Odyssey. This is just people talking about Lanterns, and they're issuing copyright takedowns.
Yep.
Wow, you also have with the trailer of Jon Stewart going, "No, I'm gonna be way better than he is." If the guy's dead that you're talking about makes that line seem so much worse. Be like, no, I obviously that guy was crap, but I'm gonna be the next generation of him that just is far superior. Talking ill of the dead will make all of it that kind of commentary, and make him seem like an arsehole, and you have to root for this guy.
They're a mess, dude.
It's a mess. And then it's Clayface.
And look, the Batman Part 2, hopefully it's good. I got some questions about the casting. Hopefully it's good. But The Batman is the last profitable DC movie. In fact, it's the only profitable DC movie since they put out Joker in 2019. The only one that has made money for them. And in that time span, they have released The Suicide Squad, Wonder Woman 1984, Blue Beetle, Shazam 2, Fury of the Gods, Harley Quinn, Birds of Prey, Aquaman 2, The Flash, Superman, Supergirl. Maybe I'm fucking missing one somewhere, but The Batman is the only thing that's actually made them money theatrically. Obviously, Superman came close to breaking even, but that's fucking nuts that it's now going to be 6 years between The Batman and The Batman Part 2. By the way, Robert Pattinson is going to be 43 years old by the time that movie comes out, which is how old Ben Affleck was in Batman v Superman when he played an old, grizzled Batman. That is going to be now Robert Pattinson, who is introduced as a young Batman.
And I know everyone craps on Clayface, but the budget of that is 40 million. Like, they can definitely make money on that. If it's just a standard horror film that carries the DCU name, the question is how many people are going to know Clayface as a standard character that aren't comic book fans.
So that's the future: is make superhero movies about C-list villains that aren't really superhero movies.
Hey, you know,
I think it's more
really good, by the way.
Sony did that. Yeah. They made Morbius and all these other bad films, and they're like, "Hey, don't you guys like this?" And everybody's like, "No, we don't actually."
But the thing is, you could do like a little body horror movie, but 40 million is kind of a lot to spend on that.
It is
like, you know, like a lot of these horror movies that come out and are very successful. It's because they have micro budgets. 40 million for something like that is kind of a big budget, certainly controlled in the superhero realm, no doubt about that. But you know, that's a movie that you got to have 200 million plus basically between the budget and the marketing. And that's starting to seem a little bit unachievable when Supergirl is sitting where it's at. Like Supergirl is not going to hit $130 million. Might not even hit 125.
That's all.
Yeah, it's going to struggle to get to 125, which is crazy.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And yes, it's going to be on VOD by Spider-Man, as many of us predicted. Surprised they took that long.
It's interesting because it reminds me of Superman, because I remember when that thing went to digital early, like I think it was day 38, day 39 maybe. I think this one is day 30 or day 31. So normally they're at a 45-day theatrical window. That means that they have it in theaters that long before they put it on VOD. And so they're pulling this thing, or rather putting it onto streaming onto VOD even earlier than Superman. And we all know that excuse that was made at the time was complete bogus.
So Az informed me that Supergirl made $350,000 on Thursday.
Yep.
I don't know what that is per theater, but that can't be good. I'm not good at math. I got an Asian here, but I'm just going to say I don't think it's very good
in the daily numbers, which is awesome.
Good. Well, I mean, like there will be talked about successful movies over the next couple of weeks with the Odyssey, which I did not like, and Spider-Man, which looks pretty good. Gotta admit, looks pretty good. We'll see. It looks a little crowded. We'll find out, and we don't know who like the main villain is. I wasn't even told when I was being told by my friend who used to work for Marvel. It kind of sucks. I lost him. I mean, it kind of sucks. He lost his job too. Like, let's.
But the important thing is,
I lost the source. Damn it! He's probably listening right now. What's up? So yeah, it's gonna. We get Doomsday trailer, a Doomsday trailer, and a Rings of Power trailer next week from Comic-Con.
I forgot that those have already been baked in with the Rings of Power season still to come.
Oh yeah,
Rings of Power is already kicking off the hype. They're like, oh my god, have you seen Gandalf? He's wearing a hat. They're really trying for the most, like, he's on the side of a train and like, look at
Gandalf.
Jesus.
And Drew's audio just like fade to black for anybody else. That was crazy.
It's probably because I was far away.
Whenever he leans back,
and just so you know, you got to watch it. Rings of Power comes out, you got to watch it.
And he mentions Gandalf, and I'm like, I had forgotten almost everything about that show. And then he brought it up, and I'm like, oh, that's right, the whole grand elf naming of him and all the. Oh my gosh, I can't do it.
Yikes.
My favorite was still the secret dam that required a key that didn't work unless you dug a trench to it.
Oh yeah, because you had to play the game. You had to play Mousetrap.
Jesus.
That was the whole thing.
Yeah, it was Mousetrap, except it required a huge army to dig a tunnel into a volcano to make it work.
I hate this fucking show.
Yeah, I've actively forgotten most of this show. I purged it out of my
I
memory.
haven't. Do you remember the guy that built a house with his bare hands, laid them on the foundation, and said, "I hope our love lasts as long as this house"?
Yes.
And she went, "It made me feel sick." Like,
Yeah. That's kind of how I felt.
Remember.
And the baby orc. We all remember the.
Oh yeah.
oh yeah.
The orcs as an immigration allegory is peak Hollywood. It really is.
I do think Channel 4 was right, and that's what the Odyssey was. The entire thing about Zeus's law, that you have to treat strangers as you would like to be treated and just let them come into your lands and treat them however you want. I 100% think that Guru Murthy was accurate on that one.
Huh.
But then again, the message is murder them all if you don't like what they're doing to your wife. I mean,
No. Only if they attack you. You have to stand in the middle of the room, and if they attack you first, you can do something.
Well, that's where it goes wrong because you can't defend yourself.
True.
In your country and certain cities in America.
Well, I was actually surprised that
we have
they were
Castle
like.
Doctrine here,
But look at this desecration. So that's Gandalf.
Makes me so sad.
This is I'm guessing Comic-Con. I'm seeing palm trees.
yes.
That's the trolley. So it's the San Diego trolley.
I got fucking mugged like, I don't know, 100 yards away from there, Gary.
Dude, this is not even 4 blocks from when you saw that naked guy masturbating.
That's right. The memories. California.
Freaking San Diego didn't used to be that bad.
Or you go to Comic-Con, you're like,
Neither did the fucking world.
I'm skipping Comic-Con this year.
Smart.
I'm skipping. Yeah, I mean, I've been to a lot. It'd be fun to see Chris. Chris will be down there holding the fort, but all the trailers they're going to show, I'll be able to see from the comfort of my own home, which thankfully isn't underwater or hit by a tornado.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Comic-Con's coming up, and there'll be a lot more announcements than just Rings of Power and Doomsday. I think Doomsday is absolutely doomed. I think that plot synopsis was fucking terrible. I don't know how you could possibly make a good movie out of that. And even our good friend RMB, who was very high on the script, is like, he even said like, ooh, it sounds like they're having problems behind the scenes. All right. And he thinks it's because they're trying to cut it down for time to get it to a runtime, because that script was so big. It was well over 3 hours. And man, wouldn't that be fun to see 3 hours of your favorite Fox X-Men getting murdered?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I love
Now,
that.
if it's Shang-Chi and the Thunderbolts, like,
Yeah, it's fine.
Sign me up. Yeah.
Let's go.
I still think they had such an easy win with that movie. You just bring back the original cast and have them kill the new people. Like, every single person would have been behind that, except the people you don't want as customers. They have taken, for the last years, well, we can piss off these people because they don't matter. If they just flipped the script and pissed off the new people they were appealing to, infinite money. It was so easy.
What they are doing to Captain America through Secret Wars, not just Doomsday, through Secret Wars, I would have been happier if they did Hydra Cap, which I fucking hated in the comics. So if you're not aware of Hydra Cap, basically Steve Rogers was a sleeper for almost his entire career as a superhero, and
he finally woke up,
basically a Nazi. They did that in Marvel Comics, and everybody hated it, and they should. But if they did Hydra Cap from like some other universe in this, it would be better than what they're going to do. You will hate it. You will absolutely fucking hate it.
Well, that kind of a reveal would have been kind of great. Like, you think it's your Captain America, and then he's just like, Hail Hydra, and you're like, oh, fuck, here we go. But
it would make more sense. I mean, like with Robert Downey's Dr. Doom, but I don't think they've thought about it that much. I don't know how there can be a story or any setup or characterization. It's just going to be, hey, team, let's meet the other team. I'm going to destroy your world. Now let's team up and defeat Dr. Doom, who's
that
now the
not
most
a bad guy. And they're like, I'm pretty sure that's a bad guy. They're like, he's not a bad guy. He said he
No.
wasn't a bad guy. And
but his name is Dr. Doom. Totally cool guy.
Totally
I
good
am
guy.
a bad guy. And they're like, oh, who could have seen that coming?
Hello, my name is Dr. Doom. Please trust me. But your last name is Doom.
But yeah, eat your
but
Wheaties.
my first name is Doctor.
Yeah. Oh.
Why
You don't
do
trust
wear
the
a mask?
science?
Yeah. Why do you wear a mask? Are you scarred?
So, but eat your Wheaties in November, December when we have Doomsday, Dune, Rings of Power, and Harry Potter.
Doomsday.
Doomsday.
Doom for
Dune 1. Dune 1. Should we get to the people? Is there any burning desires?
Please.
Oh my God, Ryan.
What?
This is a fun show. You're all, yes, please.
He's just desperate to get to the people.
Yeah, I love the people.
He's a man of the people.
Proletariat.
Yes.
He's a man of the people.
Do you want me to start reading?
I could start reading. Rolling the Wretched. 4 parts for $100. I saw we got a $499 super chat. We will acknowledge that.
Johnny Red, and he gave 50
Yeah,
subs.
and the subs. Yeah.
Thank you, brother. We'll get to that in just a second, but first we have to get rolling. Gary, Vegas is just a few weeks away, and I have my hotel and ticket to the event. All we need now is a location, so this might be a good time to tell everyone where the meetup is going to be or you are going to leave the fellowship dancing in the dark. Bruce Springsteen sucks. I still don't know who sucks more. I think Bruce Springsteen is worse than Bon Jovi. I'm going to say that. He's more obnoxious. He's a fucking fraud.
Bon Jovi. I haven't heard that name in a while.
Fuck, because they suck. But Bruce Springsteen tries to like pull off that he's like some working man of the people. He's a fucking trust fund kid. He's always been rich. Fuck him. Rolling the Wretched, part 2. I saw the DEI Odyssey last night and completely disagree with both Gay Jeremy, Johns, and Griggs. The Gay Jeremys, sorry, Johns and Griggs. The movie is a complete and utter garbage. Homer, like Tolkien, is rolling in his grave, and I owe D. Gay Cobra 1 dick punch for every minute I sat through.
Wow.
That's a lot.
Well, if you go to the meetup, we'll make him available, right? Kind of like a dunking take, but we can just have a dick punch seat for Jeremy. He'll do it for super chats. He'll do it for donations. Ryan, I got my temporary race card from Vera Dark recently. Now I want to go full racist. So what's the difference between black people and snow tires? Snow tires don't sing when you put chains on them.
I knew he was going to say that. I knew he was going to bring up the chains, bro. I don't know why. Yeah. There it is.
You continue to be an inspiration to Iston phobes. Today's read is Matthew 7:1. Do not judge, or you too will be called racist. Hail FNQ, Fellowship Chat Mods, and Little Thor, who's probably not that little anymore, probably going to college. Dan Vosk is still gaily trying to finish Man Buns Are Gay. Hope to see you in Vegas. Until next time. So long, gay boys. So long, brother.
That's clever. That's clever.
It was clever. Hang on. Where is the 499?
499.
That's from
It's
Johnny
literally
Red.
just he just said Johnny Red $4.99.
Yeah, it doesn't say a damn thing.
Doesn't
Johnny
say
Red.
anything.
That's what he does. He's not. He doesn't have many words. He
I
just,
highlighted it red.
Johnny Red donated $499.99. Hail, Johnny Red. And gifted 50 Nerdrotic memberships for $250.
Say hi.
The age of America. Hail, brother.
shout out Johnny Red.
Shout
Johnny
out.
Red.
Johnny Red Kerr.
We had over 20,000 people watching on YouTube today, too. Thank you very much. I think people are interested in the Odyssey. And our opinion is going to be outside the norm. As much as people want to think it's the other way around, it's not. And that's a place where I'm very comfortable, by the way. J. Michael for $49.99. Executive producer is usually a nothing job, but the Odyssey 1997 TV miniseries feels like Nicholas Meyer and Francis Ford Coppola genuinely shaped its authenticity as executive producers. I can't say the same for the much bigger budget film nearly 30 years later. Well, it's free on YouTube. you can watch the Armand Asante, the Spanish. He's Spanish guy.
So.
Nobody knows. He ain't Greek.
It's not
I do
American,
plan to watch
so-
that though. I've seen The Return, which focuses on the Ithaca section, which I think probably does the suitors better, actually, overall.
Brother, Mario's Odyssey does the suitors better.
Pretty good.
I'd rather see Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Agreed.
It's not in 4K. I can't believe that. That movie's great, by the way.
I am a man of constant sorrow.
sorrow.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll watch that today. Not Another Dime has donated a lot of dimes. 40 Nerdrotic memberships for $200.
Damn.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Not Another Dime. Fun fact, Real Fake Wizard's beard is actually from George Clooney's Soggy Bottom Boys collection.
Oh, there you go. Fake Wizard will return. He's out on assignment at a Comic-Con right now. He did offer to come in, but I'm like, just enjoy the Comic-Con. We love Fake Wizard. My favorite part of like the discourse on X is great. Like I have no problem. And I interrupted it by mentioning Taco Bout with Blue Beetle because they mentioned that Blue Beetle's going to be in Man of Tomorrow, and I just said it's not interesting enough to Taco Bout, and I've been called a racist for the last 4 or 5 days, and I missed all the good Odyssey discourse that's going on right now, and it's all over the place. It really is all over the place, but don't think it's going to flop. But my favorite thing is like it's some L for me. It's like, why?
Oh yeah, yeah. Because
we
right
got you, Chud. It's like
wrong, even though we never said it was going to fail.
Yeah, we got you, Chud.
Let's say for the sake of argument, someone did, and they were like, "Oh, it's going to get 150 million." It was possibly wrong. And like, "Oh, you're wrong." It's like, well, it's a prediction of the future. Do you think they can see the future? I have no problem making guesses at the future that are then wrong,
especially off of trends.
What do you expect? Obviously, you're going to be wrong at some point.
Well, okay, so I will push back a little bit, right? If you are like, maybe not just a one-off, anybody can be wrong about shit here or there. If you show like a complete and total disconnect with what reality is, right? Yep. If you're one of the people that predicts this movie is only going to make $200 or $300 million, it's going to flop and fail miserably, and you saw some of that going on, especially in the political sphere. Mm-hmm. If you are that out of touch with reality, you shouldn't be listened to.
Yeah,
you know
what
what I mean?
What you want to happen. It's like projecting your desire, which you can be legitimate, but you're projecting your desire without following data.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think it makes you look foolish. I'm not talking about anybody here. I'm talking about in general, the people who have been pushing so hard. And I think it's people who are not in touch with the entertainment space, but they see massive clicks. And they're, so whether they actually are just ignorant, whether they're just saying whatever they have to, people that are saying shit about this movie because it's hot in the algorithm right now, and they're saying things that end up making anybody tangentially on their side look foolish by like in turn. That's where a lot of that fucking negativity is coming from.
And we see the other side and the opposite from when they said Supergirl was going to make, $1 billion, $2 billion, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I'll fucking laugh at people that said Mandalorian was going to make $1 billion.
Yep.
And I think we should laugh at that because it's out of touch with reality.
Yep.
I would say the same thing for something like this if you actually thought this was only going to be a $300 million, $350 million box office run. No,
Nolan changes the game. He's the biggest star in Hollywood. He puts butts and seats on his name alone. It doesn't matter what he makes. And even if this thing did flop, which it will not, wouldn't affect his career in any way whatsoever. He is still the big dog in Hollywood. He gets what he wants, and he's got a very passionate and ardent fan base that is that like we'll hear from. We'll absolutely hear from. You think Snyder fans are bad? Wait till you see the Nolan bros.
The Nolan bros are.
With that being said, I think Jeremy's victory lap is a little premature.
I agree.
Because I certainly don't think this movie's guaranteed to be $1 billion. Like we'll see how regular people do feel about it, because we have very few actual reactions. We have critics, and we have the most hardcore of hardcore people that had to fight other people in the queue to get these IMAX tickets right away. That's predominantly the reactions we have. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. We'll see it play out. Doesn't change at all how I feel about the movie.
Yeah.
One of the
And
best
someone
parts
says
area.
Nolan Rose equals Jeremy and Ryan. Says illegal Pete's outlaw. I guess
yeah, subtract Ryan from that.
yeah, maybe we'll rewind the last 3 hours of this stream. If I look
How
at
is
it.
Ryan and Nolan, bro?
How we felt.
I was gonna say I gave this a 6 out of 10, and I still got called a racist. So I think you.
Well, I mean, you are, but two
Yeah,
things can
that's
be
true,
true
too.
at the same time.
yeah,
So.
yeah.
Well, the difference is, like, Mike, if you hate yourself, then you're racist.
Yeah.
Right? I'm just depressed.
Well, like I said, told somebody the other day on Twitter from another country. They said you're racist. I said no, I'm xenophobic. There's a difference.
I saw that.
And, and I said America #1, and they were very unhappy. So
That's fucking hilarious.
Oh, all right. Who's next?
shout out.
Shout out to X. Wait, and okay, listen. Anybody coming out with a hot take that X or Twitter isn't the real world? Yeah, that's not a hot take. That's been a take that absolutely everybody's had since its inception.
It's why She-Hulk
20
was
years.
a huge failure, despite everyone on X saying something about it. Acolyte, like,
Yeah.
Or
Well, I
one
mean,
of my
I
favorites.
try my best.
When Hollywood tried to read the tea leaves with Morbius and saw all the Morbius memes they love it, and then they re-released it and it did nothing because that's.
I
not
was
reality.
really hoping that Morbius beat Supergirl just by its re-release numbers. That was my dream. Yeah.
Remember, the Supergirl trailer did not get ratioed. Yeah, and the Odyssey did, and also Minecraft got ratioed. It did pretty well.
the second trailer for Minecraft did not, however.
Yeah.
That first trailer was like really poorly received. The second one was better. But yeah, this one was the last one. The last Odyssey trailer got ratioed. Because
Oh my God.
literally
Is it
because of
gonna
a
hit
black
1 million?
person for 1 second.
No, it's at 700. It's at 700,000, and
Is it?
it's an aggregate. It is certainly ratioed, but we don't know the exact number. We have no idea.
That was my funniest thing when Campy came out with a video about how that worked. And I'm like, yeah, I made a video about that about 4 years ago. You're a bit late to the party on that one. It's like, these people are pretending it's real. No, it is a math equation that you pulled up on the screen, which is the best data which is physically available. If you have a problem with the best data available, ask YouTube to put the best data back in. Until that point, you can't really complain about people using what they have.
True.
John Campea will go to Chat GPT, or I doubt he'll go to Grok because he hates Elon Musk, and then think he was the first person who thought of that idea, and then present it that way.
It made me laugh when he's like, they're very honest. It says on their webpage. I'm like, yeah, so they're not misleading anyone then, are they?
No.
It's clearly on their webpage.
But you kind of he bases this thing on his own intelligence. So thank God he's got Rob, who's that entire show.
I remember even back in the AMC talk days, he was already gone. Like he was already just lacking everything.
He showed up when we were doing a Epicverse stream. He showed up in our chat to talk to us about Supergirl and he argued in the chat about it. And I thought it wasn't him at first. I was like, this can't be. It was him. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing in here? He's like, it wasn't as bad as you guys said it was. And then he left. Yeah, that's right.
He does that from
Angry
time to
Joe
time.
does that too. Angry Joe.
We all know Angry Joe watches a lot of us.
Did he donate any money to you?
No, I was kind of mad about that.
Okay, so there was, this was years ago. It was during the release of Thor: Love and Thunder.
Yes.
John was going around and he ended up making this video of, John Campea donates to small YouTubers or like whatever or something, right? And he was going around donating things, and like there was a big mashup compilation of people that get a super chat, be like, "Oh my god, is that John Campea? Oh my gosh, man! Thank you so much, thank you so much." He came in and I was doing Thor: Love and Thunder, and he donated to me, and I was like, "John Campea, what's up, man?" And he argued with me about Thor: Love and Thunder's box office. I went on like a 20-minute tangent about the numbers, why it was not impressive, why it was going to fall off, blah blah blah, all this, and somehow I didn't make it in the compilation of YouTubers getting excited that John Campea donated to them. But I do appreciate his patronage and him furthering the RK Outpost brand. So thank you, John.
Yeah, no, he didn't send us any money. He just argued with us and then left.
He does. He'll hop around from time to time.
Yep.
That's always good.
Montalto for 50 euros. Thank you very much. All it took was a disclaimer from Nolan that his Odyssey was a reimagining and not authentic. Just get ahead of it. Admit that it's not visually what Homer or any ancient Helen imagined. Helene, sorry. Helene. I'm American. Okay.
That's okay. It means, it's the Greeks.
Helene. Imagined, controversy avoided. Well, I mean, theaters at times have put up that Nolan's sound is his decision. That is how he means to do that. So it's not some mistake. And that's why I can't call him a technical genius. His pictures and his cinematography is great. His sound is dog shit. Like, you shouldn't have to, again, watching Interstellar on Dolby Atmos, you shouldn't need to have your volume in hand to get ready to turn it down and turn it up real quick so you can understand what people are saying.
True.
But also, I think the marketing for the movie is about what we got. Like, everywhere they said they were subverting, they were. I think they're kind of honest about it all.
Yeah.
Well, he has said on multiple occasions he does it on purpose because he doesn't think the dialogue is as important as the audience feeling something. That you don't need to understand what people are saying if you can feel the message that's getting across.
That's great if I felt something.
Yeah, but it doesn't work. But
it's hard to feel something when I can't hear what people are saying.
Yep.
And then there is an explosion 3 seconds afterwards. Your neighbors call the cops on you.
It's that pretentiousness.
Crazy Tiger Person for 50. Thank you. We don't think you're crazy. Hey, Gary, will you ever play Space Marine 2? I haven't played Space Marine 1. Also, did you know that the same guy that made Primitive War is... Oh, yes. X-Ray Girl, I meant to do this. Could you find... Here, I can get it for you. Is starting a Kickstarter for a new film that has cowboys and dinosaurs. I believe the teaser is out now. Yes, and I promised him I would do that. Hang on.
Yeah, I shared it out on Twitter the other day. But Primitive War was fun.
Yeah.
It was fun.
You knew what it was.
It was, I mean, I had more fun watching that than I did Jurassic World Afterbirth or whatever it was.
Where is Luke Spark? There it is. There it is. Did you find it, X-Ray Girl?
And the history bros, you'll be happy to know that these dinosaurs have feathers on them.
Oh, I love it. That's prehistory, though, so I shouldn't.
I don't know the title of the dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs of the Wild West series.
Oh, Wild West series. Okay.
You could also Google things like a dinosaur and cowboy movie.
A comic book. Oh, I don't know if that is a comic book, but all right, here we go.
There we go. So, and if you want to throw the link in the chat, let's see the trailer real quick.
Oh, wow.
The frontier wasn't built on horses and steam. Dinosaurs carried our towns, fought our wars, ruled the skies. For generations, we shaped this world together. Not one without the other. But now, something is rising.
Hell yeah.
A force that believes the future belongs to neither man nor beast. This time, extinction may not be natural.
I love it.
Yeah, this is
we
great.
need so much more of that. Dinosaurs of the Wild West. Oh, it's a 2-part cinematic event. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Luke Spark, ladies and gentlemen. Nice guy, too.
We'll have a better story than the Odyssey.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm not going to tell anybody. I'm not going to pretend that I think Primitive War was some kind of like cinematic masterpiece or anything.
No.
But it was a lot of fun. And I think there was more emotion in it than there was in Jurassic World Rebirth. So I
100%. It's again, it's a B movie that knows what it is. And
yeah, it embraces it.
Yeah. And it was fun. Okay, so thank you for that. Big Nolan for $99.99. What's up, Big Nolan? Metatron.
Hey.
I have some words of advice for both you and Jeremy during tonight's discussion. I thought the discussion went great. That's just me, though. It just takes some time, little girl. You're in the middle of the ride. Everything will be just fine. Everything will be all right.
Wow.
That's the needle drop from Supergirl. Most people won't get the reference because
Yeah,
most people didn't see it. Most people didn't see it.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I did not see it.
Eric John, pizza artist. What's up? Man, pizza sounds so good right now. I can't eat it.
Pizza.
$49.99. Yeah, with pineapple.
Oh, come
Eric
on,
John.
man.
Pineapple, Canadian bacon.
We need to have an episode on that, a debate. Me and you.
Bring it. I'm quarter Italian, so I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
Paisano, okay? Our opinions on the Odyssey breaking down along the lines of who knows the source material and who doesn't. Somewhat, but they're breaking down on the lines of, I believe, ideology. There's multiple. There's ideology and there's Nolan fans. There's Nolan fans who are not going to hear a bad word about him. They just aren't. It occurs to me that there's a lot of films I love that I may not have loved had I read the books first, like Jurassic Park, Jaws, and Shining. Well, no. Okay. So I read The Shining, and I know that Stephen King likes The Shining and hates the movie. The movie is better than the book. Stanley Kubrick's Shining is loads better than the book.
The issue you've got is that the Odyssey is the foundation of the hero's journey, and in this, there is no hero. There is no masculinity in it all. It's designed to deliberately subvert all of that. And it is all of the modern movies. It's got all of that stuff in, but now they've just done it to them. So even if you don't know about the Odyssey, as long as you appreciate sort of masculinity, the indomitable will, no matter what you go through, just continuing on with your mission, you won't like this. You won't like the messaging of it.
Yeah, you don't want to get lost in the minutia of it wasn't a perfect adaptation as far as the events. It's what Disbrew just mentioned. Spirit of the story and the through line are very important. That's something Peter Jackson, in my opinion, did capture in the greatest epic and trilogy of all time, Lord of the Rings. It captured the spirit of Tolkien. It didn't undercut any of the characters. It might have taken, some valor or glory from, poor Glorfindel. But other than that, it did its job. This one changes Odysseus. And if you're aware of it, it's going to bother you, especially when you sense out the motivation behind it, which Disbrew just said they haven't made a secret of whatsoever.
True.
I think when it comes to movie criticism, you have people that really like the technical aspects of how it's made, the editing, the lighting, all that stuff. Then you have the thematics things and the stories. And I forgot what the third one was that I thought about. But depending on
it's just a fun factor for people. Everyone's gonna review things differently and have different priorities. And
go ahead.
I
just think with the themes, it's you may not like something and not know why, and that tends to be a thematic thing that you may not know why you feel not satisfied at the end of the movie. It tends to be something down to heroism or something a bit deeper than just camera angles or lighting and stuff.
Yeah. Quantum Sledgehammer, what's up, brother? For 50. His Beak. Wow, that is not a name I have heard in a long time. Beak on Piers Morgan with intellectual heavyweights like Victor Davis Hansen. I know. I was like, oh shit. Stepping up in the world. Are we? Next thing you know, Piers will be asking you about foreign policy. I hope not. Do you think Mr. Hansen watches your videos like Richard Dolan does? Hell, dude, finding out Richard Dolan watches my videos was fucking awesome. That was awesome. But I don't think so. They were nice gentlemen. They were nice gentlemen who, and I can't say I was fully aware. One of them was a major scholar who knows a lot about Homer until Kelly Jones' wife, Lynn Jones, texts me and goes, "Do you know who you were on with?" I'm like, "Oh, really?" And I held my own. I just like to go in stupid and be stupid, and I'm never really disappointed in myself, other than any more than my parents were. So there you go. It was fun going on Piers, and yeah.
Did you guys stay through the whole end credit scene for the Odyssey?
Oh no.
No, I did not.
Oh, you guys missed this, huh?
Miss what? Wait. Oh god.
Tina and Telemachus will return in Spider-Man Brand New Day.
I should have stayed.
Wow.
I thought you meant the song. I was like, I heard that song. I was out of there.
Same. I was out 15 seconds.
I didn't hear that.
They're
fucking
missing a
song
character.
either, but no, like Zendaya and Tom Holland are going to be like in another huge movie.
And John Bernthal.
Yeah.
And John Bernthal. Yeah, that's true.
So they delayed Spider-Man Brand New Day. Sony did, so Tom Holland could be in the Odyssey out of respect to Nolan, right? And then they released the movie 2 weeks afterwards. I don't think they're worried about losing any money at all.
No, in fact, that helps their stock a lot because they're like,
Well,
oh, that's
dude, just like with with the success of the Odyssey, people will forget all of the other failures and go, woke isn't dead. Woke's back, everybody. It's like, okay.
Oh my gosh.
And when Spider-Man comes out, it's like, what superhero fatigue? And it's like, okay. All right. Go make an Ant-Man movie. See how it does.
right.
That's why I don't think it's a problem, because even if you want to take that attitude and you double down for the next 5 years, it's not going to be you that benefits from that. It's like,
No.
it's just more content at the end of the day, if that's what you really want to do.
Hell yeah. Listen, I am holding out for the Acolyte season 2. I'm holding out for She-Hulk coming back. Let's go.
Yeah. Greenlight it. Let's get it going.
Secret Wars or whatever it is.
Oof.
Secret Invasion.
That's when she'll be back.
She might be in it.
I was joking.
No, she might be in it. They're going to bring in a lot of the young Avengers, I heard. I don't know this for sure, but they're going to bring in Miss Marvel and
working on it forever.
Kate Bishop.
The issue is she's been bad mouthing CEOs a long time, so
Yeah, I don't think
didn't
they're
think
going
they
to bring
would have
her
liked
back
her at all.
for personal reasons. But like, yeah, young event. I mean, what's her fucking face? Little Ant Girl's in this. Cassie Lang is in Doomsday. I think.
Mildly annoyed anus gerbil for 50. Okay.
Surprised you're mildly annoyed.
The amount of shit I had to go through to get here just to say that Jeremy can and will juggled Nolan's nuggies during the entire process. Oh, he's just getting started.
Just wait till he starts deep throating them.
I have begun to juggle.
It's just a body pillow comics. Okay. Mr. Papalogist for 50 British pounds, proper money. All I'd like to say is my first name is Ray.
Say it all together.
You say it.
No. Ray Papalogist.
Ray Papalogist.
Ray Papalogist. It's like Ray Pitler.
Is he Ray Pitler's brother?
Probably. Wow.
Hail Ray Pitler, by the way.
Is he a therapist?
In-law, maybe.
Maybe. Matt for $49.99 because I'm not going to see it, and I like Tenet. Haha. The message added to this and how boring it looks makes me not want to see it. Let alone support it. Hail FNT. Happy 250. Hail. Happy 250. So. Yeah, I can't speak for the rest of humanity, but I do not want to see this movie again. It was pretty boring. A lot's happening, but then it feels long and rushed all at the same time.
Oh, that's so true.
You
I
never
actually
want
said that
that.
in my video too. It feels long but slow and rushed. It's true. Crazy.
Well, it's because it's just hitting all the beats that it needs to hit to like be like, oh, look, we did those things, and then it's all exposition in between it. It's awful.
Yeah.
Are you going to see it again, Mike?
No.
You already saw it twice.
I saw it twice. That was enough for me.
You do it all in one day?
No. Well, I mean, it was in a 24-hour period. So
So
that's what a day is.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, but like
Last
it wasn't
time I
like
checked.
I didn't go see it like in the morning and see it in the evening.
So the sun
I saw it-
set and rose
the sun
again.
set and
Okay.
rose again, and then I went and saw it again. Yeah.
The Bloody Damn Reaper for $199.99. Hell. So the Odyssey sucked. The only casting that even remotely worked was Samantha Morton Cersei and oddly Zendaya. The dialogue was horrid. Travis Scott and Elliot Page were laughably bad. Movie was just god awful. I have no doubt this will win a shit ton of awards, yet it deserves none of them.
Do not doubt it.
Oh, I don't doubt it either. And it will be mostly motivated as a clapback to the chuds.
Yep.
And the culture element. That's why one woke after another. Jesus Christ, that was a bad movie. That was a middle.
I don't think Samantha Morton gave like all that great a performance.
I think that's being glazed pretty hard.
Like I think the scene is like a powerful, weird, horrific scene, but I don't know if her acting it really has anything to do with it.
Well, how many people said it was on the level of Heath Ledger? It's like fucking shut up.
No.
She just like rubbed faces.
The moment was wild. I mean, you don't see stuff like that in movies a lot. I was like, that's crazy.
It was really creepy and off-putting and disturbing, and I think it worked. Like horror. Same thing I think about the Cyclops, the initial Cyclops reveal.
Yes,
I think that moment, like horror-wise, was actually like well done. The problem was that you continue to see the Cyclops and continue to linger on it, and the more you get to see it, it's like, why did they make it this design? Why did they do this? Why can't he fucking speak? Why isn't he but the initial horror of it, I think was well done. The problem is you end up seeing way too much of it. And because they changed so much anyway, you should have just kept it a huge fucking mystery. And I think it would have been more powerful that way if you're going to change it. But in reality, you shouldn't fucking change it. You should keep it the way it always was.
Yep.
And get your
100%.
nobody pun in there.
Yeah, that one is crazy that they removed it. I appreciate that they didn't remove him eating the people alive, because that is the opposite of Zeus' law in the sense that you're supposed to feed the people that come to your home, and he feeds on them. So it's interesting that there is.
It's supposed to be like indicative of that Kronos, where he's like eating one of his children, wherever.
Right.
Yeah, I thought it was cool, but yeah, I agree. The more you see him, the worse it gets, and that was actually something I liked less the second time I saw it. I was like, yeah, the horror aspect is really cool, but unless you're gonna hide him or keep him really obscured from everybody, and so there's this mystery of what it really looks like, the horror goes right out the window.
Yeah,
you really struggle with that though, because even in the story, he goes to sleep in the same cave with them, like he is trapped with them, and so nothing stops them just taking a torch over to look at him. So they are kind of limited by the environment.
Yeah, well, that's why you lean into what Ryan said, which is you don't change it, and now you go from something that's scary to an intellectual conversation about this thing and the power it exists as, in the power that these men have, and
Yeah, and you've got other Cyclops on that island, right? That's why the nobody thing works. Like it's,
that island meaning my island,
Sicily.
Yes.
Yeah, and Odysseus gets him drunk to wash down his friends that he just ate. That part taken out.
Fully removed.
Acid Hot Pocket for $50. Unfortunately for Hollywood, this will be a poison pill for the industry, the same way GTA 6 is for the games industry. They're going to learn all the wrong lessons, as they always do, and it won't work for them the way it works for Nolan / Rockstar. Indeed. Indeed. And I think to go off of what Ryan was saying earlier, I think people who just aren't super engaged in pop culture might just see Nolan as another director in Hollywood, which he is not.
True.
He is somebody you have to make an exception for.
Yeah.
And when it comes to all the critic scores and stuff too, and everyone's like, oh, they're all fake. And it's like, look, there are definitely some critics that are just going to say something to own the chuds or whatever. But in general, throughout his entire career, critics have, for the most part, loved Nolan movies.
Yes.
I think the lowest rated one is Tenet at like a 70% on Rotten Tomatoes. And I think all the rest of them were like mid to high 80s and like 7 in the 90s. So this is kind of along the lines. I mean, Oppenheimer was like 94% a couple years ago. Critics love Nolan. So you have Nolan, which the critics generally love anyway. Then you have a little bit of a twist of feminism, a couple woke castings, a subversion of this. Like, it's everything lined up for the critics to glaze it. So it's not surprising to me that they love it as much as they do. The question will be, how does it resonate with an average normie audience?
Duke Devil 95 has donated 20 Nerdrotic memberships for $100.
Wow.
And thank you. I was on his channel where we watched Way of the Warrior. Fucking great DS9 episode. Worf. In the Klingons.
Favorite
going to
character in Star
war.
Trek.
I'm sorry, brother. I think it's my turn to go help with the baby, if that's okay. But thank you so much for having me on.
No, it's not okay. Of course it is okay.
not okay.
Dude, thanks for coming on. I appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
Please
Thank you,
subscribe
guys.
to Metatron. He will be making a
appreciate it.
Nolan video in the next 5 minutes.
True.
Get one more Nolan before you leave.
Nolan.
Hell.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Metatron.
Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Bye. Have a good one.
Later, brother.
Bye.
Good man. Valiantis, 2 parts for $40. This movie was a pretentious exercise in DEI deconstruction of Greek culture and myth, but also it's just a bad movie, i.e., we don't care about Odysseus's soldiers dying. Flashback juxtaposition narrative galore that Nolan likes destroys any investment in the actual characters that join Odysseus's journey. Add bad dialogue, out of focus shots. It's a mess. I certainly had a hard time getting connected to any character because you didn't stay on anybody for any real period of time other than Odysseus, who was very sad. Bass Player 2011 for $49.99. All right, enough. Time to separate the fanboys from the critics. Interstellar sucks. Oh boy. Jeremy's not here to defend Interstellar.
I've never seen it.
It's
You've never seen Interstellar?
No. And
Wait, Were you ever
Jeremy
seen it
desperately wants me to watch it to know what I think about it, so I'm never going to now.
Well,
he's
you
never
know what?
gonna watch
Yeah, because it's because of you being petty with Jeremy, I support not ever watching that movie.
Yeah. And here's the thing, even if I did watch it sometime randomly, I just decided to turn it on at home, I'm never going to say I did.
Never going to mention it, yeah.
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen Tenet.
I haven't seen Tenet. I've started watching it and I turned it off. I was like, I don't like this.
I got about halfway through and quit out. Haven't seen Oppenheimer. Like, I am the guy that thinks Nolan is just another director. Like, whoever made the movie doesn't impress me. You're as good as the movie that you made that I'm watching. I don't really care what you made before.
I personally loved Oppenheimer. I thought Oppenheimer was great. But that's
so I've never seen like a Nolan movie that I fucking despised or hated or anything, right? But I don't think he's like the fucking greatest thing since sliced bread, whatever. But he has this, he's good with the critics. In general, the audience likes his stuff, and all of his stuff makes money, right? So obviously there's something there that is appealable. This is probably, maybe it's just because it just came out and because there's so many things to be bothered about it, because it is subversive. But this is probably right now the Nolan movie that I've seen that I dislike the most. No,
that's fair. It's not one of, it's certainly in his lower tier of his films. Like, I don't think it's, this is not going to boost his career or like.
It is interesting though. Like Chris said that he thought that some critics, because there was like a week or more of hype of everyone saying this is the masterpiece, it's a 10 out of 10 amazing thing, that could have made some critics scared to actually say what they really thought about it. And if you go and watch Grace Randolph's non-spoiler review, she starts and goes, I really didn't like much of this movie, but it's my favorite movie of the year. And she comes across like a hostage victim who is like coping for the first half of the entire video, saying how much she hates it, but it's her favorite movie of the year. And it doesn't really make any sense. And even in the end,
doesn't make sense.
Even in the end, she goes, I see this more as art than entertainment, which I think is like one of the greatest criticisms you could have for a movie, that you didn't like it, but because it's art, it's your favorite thing. And so I do wonder how widespread that is.
And when you look at the critics, I think in large part, there's probably going to be more of them that are like sensitive to the art of filmmaking, to say, you know what I mean? Like the idea of knowing how they did all of these things, that probably is awing them in certain ways. they probably care a lot more about that than the normal everyday average person who just wants to go and experience a story. So.
Yeah. Well, I get like not everything resonates with everybody. Some people think The Dark Knight's boring, and I think it's one of my favorite movies of all time, or The Matrix, or like not everything's gonna hit for everybody. And no, I'm not trying to convince anybody that this movie has to be good or that you have to like it or anything. I just from a technical aspect, some of the things that happen I really liked. I love the Cersei scene. I thought that was amazing. I've never seen anything like that in a movie like that, applied like that, especially today. But I don't think this movie is going to be one I talk about 10 years from now. I still talk about The Dark Knight. I'll still talk about Oppenheimer. There's a lot of really good movies that he's done, and has a good legacy behind him, but he's not infallible as a director. So
I think if Emily Wilson's translation was designed to go into universities to teach students how to write, this is designed to go into film school to teach people how to make movies so that they then create the next future generation of things to reinforce their ideology. So I think the grand plan is.
Deconstructionism. I said that in my Twitter review too. Like, deconstructionism is all over this film, and it is one of the laziest forms of like writing and storytelling that exists, because all of these fucking pretentious fucks went to some fucking college and they were told, if you destroy the heroes and destroy the hero's journey, you really are nuanced. Like, and they're like, that's how you write your own original stories. You're not doing anything original. Like, these people that wrote these characters knew what their flaws were. Odysseus is not a perfect hero or not a perfect man. It's his flaws are in the story. So deconstructing it is just pointing out the shit we already knew, unless you're trying to find a new angle for it, which is the patriarchy, which is not a good vehicle for writing a story.
Well, even when you have
Greek mythology is full of like flawed characters.
Yes.
And sometimes they're a little bit one-dimensional, like depending on the character and what their purpose is in the story and stuff like that. But when you look at the Iliad, when you look at the Odyssey, it's full of characters that very specifically have flaws.
Yes.
And it's how those characters handle that and overcome that or pay for those or whatnot. That's the story. These stories that have lived on for generations and generations. And I don't think we need to look at can we improve this?
Yeah.
Because it's lasted a pretty long time the fucking way it is.
Yep.
That's why when people talk about one-dimensionality, it's like, yeah, they're one-dimensional, but it's because they were in the story to tell a specific purpose, and that was it. There was no need for them to be well-rounded human beings, because they're only like Helen of Troy is there because she's attractive. That is the only reason. It's to show that men will do huge things just for an attractive face. She didn't need. You don't have to make it about a personality. It doesn't make any sense when you start that kind of thing. Same with Penelope. She was just there to be loyal to her husband. It's a weird writing that we have to add in a load of extra paraphernalia that is unnecessary to a story that just makes it boring.
Agreed.
I don't think we talked about it, but the one line from Penelope that really bothered me.
Yes.
I don't think we specifically mentioned it. And this was one of the, hey, grab a hammer and fucking.
What was that line again?
Hard. Like, for the most part, I think it was very like woven throughout the entire thing. What they were telling you about men and all women are kind of victimized in some sense. But this one, when Telemachus is saying, let me take the throne and blah, blah, blah. And she's like screaming about what, like, I haven't been like here. Like, I haven't been ruling this kingdom. Oh, because I'm a woman, I can't sit the throne. I don't have the experience like all those men out there. Like, that was like, shut up, bitch.
Yeah.
Well, especially when you have driven your kingdom to disaster.
Yeah.
Like, her virtue was when staying.
In reality, she is holding it together. Penelope is actually like an admirable character in the story, right?
Yes.
She is under all this pressure. These people have come and taken over the home, but she is doing what she can to try to hold out for as long as she can in the world that they live in. You know,
she's just
she's
as
using
cunning.
She's using cleverness, just like her husband, to try to get through these things, to unravel the wool. So it takes her forever to make the shroud, you know?
And what I love is that when that stops working, she just sets a challenge that is honoring of her husband. And I've said that many times before. She straight up says, all right, motherfuckers, you want to do it? Then do what my husband did, and then you can have my hand. And they're like, but we can't. And she's like, because you're not him. And like, it's the one thing that gives her enough time for him to return, which is kind of like a really great way of honoring the legacy of a man that you care about and love. And instead, this story kind of makes it seem like she's just as much of a victim as everybody else. And it's weird because like at one point, Telemachus is like, I kind of think you don't even want Dad to come back. I think you're just kind of a bitch. You don't even want me running things. And she's like, what? He's like, oh, stuff it, Mom. I was like, damn. All right, well, you know.
Garrett pointed out a line that I thought was poignant when Penelope was talking to Telemachus. A structure, when they were talking about the house, a structure is nothing without people's respect for its meaning. Interesting line to put in there. Interesting. Yeah. That one line was bad. It was bad. I don't want to say it. Mahler's got a great take on this movie. Tune in to EFAP tomorrow. I talked to Mahler. I talked to Az. I talked to a bunch of people. His take is very good. Very, very good. Where was I? Kevin Hunts for 50. Shabbat Shalom. Daddy's home. Shabbat Shalom. Daddy's home.
That's what Odyssey, or that's what Odyssey should have said.
Yeah. Nick the Quick for 50 Canadian pesos. Thank you very much. Thanks for the smoke, Canada. There's been some discussion whether Mel Gibson would have been better director for the Odyssey. If he had, would the story be better told as a trilogy like Lord of the Rings? Cheers to the panel, and I hope everyone's place in Texas is okay with the floods. We're okay. A lot of people aren't. So prayers up for people in Texas.
Yeah.
There's been deaths, and that horrible video of the poor deer floating down the river to their doom. That was pretty bad. But yeah. So yes, it would have been better as a trilogy, maybe even better as a prestige series. If Mel Gibson did it, it would have been far more accurate and probably not made any money at the box office, but it would have been far more accurate. I think
the biggest difference is he's religious, and that you needed someone who's religious that could think in the spiritual aspect rather than trying to drag it down. The moment you remove the gods, all of the messaging he was trying to say falls apart because it was the punishment of the gods underpinned the morality of the time. Otherwise, you have pure force, but he seemed to not like force. So he eradicated any kind of restraining order and just said, everyone should live in peace and harmony. Well, that's not realistic.
And Odysseus is one of the most, in terms of respect for the gods, the one who provided the most offerings, the one who always gave the best offerings to the gods. Like Athena favored Odysseus, like before all this stuff happened, right? During Troy, because he was clever and she valued like the things that Athena values about herself. She saw in Odysseus, which is why she helped him and protected him and all these things. So like that connection with the gods is very, very present in Odysseus's life. And I don't know. When you look at these stories, and you can have the same criticism of Troy and stuff like that. However, I think it's a little bit. I think the story of the Iliad, and specifically Achilles and Hector, and these family dynamic relationships, Paris, Helen, Agamemnon taking advantage of the situation. I think that can work a little bit better without the over presence of the gods, because you do have a lot of like human drama shit. Whereas a story where so much is focused on a single person for so long, and like then kind of other really no-name characters, the crew of Odysseus, I think the gods are more important in the Odyssey, even though they're actually more prevalent in the Iliad.
I agree.
And the gods and monsters, simply put, are a really important part of the story. And when you leave one of those aspects out, it and I fully expected it from Nolan. I did.
Yes, I did. Too.
And it makes it sterile. It's a sterile movie. Movie without any nuts.
And even if you don't want to just directly show the gods, like I've said, if you don't want to cast people to play them, when you have like a sea storm, maybe one of the waves take the form of a hand. You give the idea that something is happening beyond your control, so that way you understand that there is something going on behind the scenes, even if you're not privy to it, and you could even do what you did with Athena and have her be the only one that's really present because of her connection to Odysseus, but the rest of it feels obscured by the fact that they don't make themselves available to Odysseus in that way, but no, none of that. It was all just like, I don't even know if they really exist, because they don't in his world. And that was a mistake.
Maybe Michael Bay could do Gilgamesh.
He might actually do a good job.
Yep.
Gwen River for $49.99. Metatron will know Dash Rendar and his bow. X-Ray will enjoy it.
It looks like he does reviews of bows, and I will just show one thing in which I think that's why she would say I would like it.
He's got a man bun.
The man bun? I was going to say, is that?
Oh, no, it's just he does it topless. But anyways.
Chicks.
You just described a guy as
Whatever.
topless.
You
That's
guys
weird. It makes me
do
uncomfortable.
boobies and go, ooh, boobies.
Yeah, well, that's topless.
Yeah, but ours got banned from entertainment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Troy has a thick sack. Yeah, the sack of Troy, says Drinky Crow for 50. House of the Dragon, Ryan. House of the Dragon.
People are talking about this next episode like it's going to be something, but I haven't seen any leaks for it or anything.
Tumbleton?
The next episode.
Yeah, Tumbleton. Or no, sorry. The last episode was called Tumbleton, but they're actually going to go to Tumbleton and fight until that's such a weird choice.
Maybe they are. I don't know. I've just even people that have been rather mad on the whole season so far and have been kind of highly critical of some stuff have said they liked this next episode, the ones that got pre-screeners.
Okay.
So, I don't know what's happening.
I mean, we'll see. I will probably be doing the review unless something happens. I'll be doing it from a hotel room. So I'm hitting the road, heading back to Tejas on Sunday. Enoch Maman on the Streamlab side for 50. What's up, Enoch Maman? This film is proof that grounded, gritty, and mythology don't mix. Some things don't mix. Unlike puns and dark humor, they mix. Example: why were the Twin Towers disappointed after 9/11? They ordered 2 pepperoni pizzas, but only got 1 plain. You're welcome.
It's
too soon.
Good, actually.
Too soon.
Yeah,
Not too soon.
John Wayne, 1985, 3 parts for $115. Hail John Wayne. Sorry about your grandson going after Star Wars fans.
I thought you meant John Wayne Gacy.
Oh, well, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong John Wayne. Did you know John Wayne Gacy did art, right? And somebody published
it, right?
Yeah, and somebody published it, and then one of my employees ordered it for my comic shop. So I'm walking in, and I see John Wayne Gacy's fucking book in I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And they thought it was edgy, and I'm like, he killed children.
Yeah,
fuck this motherfucker. I don't care where the money's going. I don't care oh, God.
Yeah, but they were gay kids.
Somebody published it though. I'm such an edgelord. We're gonna publish his art. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
All right. So not John Wayne Gacy. First 10 of 2 more 100/10 rawhide parody of the Odyssey, Nolan's Swollen Colon, and suggest the singer for the rawhide theme song. Oh boy, you want us to sing this? Keep Nolan through swollen colon. Keep those movies, Nolan, trans pride. Through pain, sin, and displeasure, hell-bent for oppressor. Wishing Elliot was on my side. All the things I'm missing, Helen Blackton tripping. Are we waiting at the movies tonight? Transamon. Oh, Transamon. Black 'em up. Black 'em up. Transamon. Black 'em up. Trans pride.
Yeehaw! Look at that, Gary. I like it.
That's crazy work, bro.
Good job. I thought it was going to be keep Nolan. Yeah.
I like Nolan's swollen colon. I'm surprised I was able to say that.
Somebody in the chat in regards to John Wayne Gacy's book said you got to separate the art from the artist.
Oh,
good.
Did they ever publish Hitler's art book?
It was rather pedestrian.
Yeah. Well, he was a shitty artist.
Right, there's a whole Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode about that.
Yes, there was. Oh God, I love that fucking show so much.
It was so good.
Yeah. Big shocker. Failed artist was a little crazy and wanted to kill a bunch of people.
You can only take so much, Gary.
I guess so.
Only takes so much.
Fucking critics.
Yeah.
Aruka Fire for 50. The Armand Desante Odyssey TV version from the 90s was better than this movie. A lot of people are saying that. It was more fun.
Mm-hmm.
Armand Desante's like cheeky, arrogant.
Yeah.
The Cyclops scene is going around, but I do believe it is free on YouTube, according to Chris Gore. Alan Ng is just getting destroyed
for about a 10-hour period. I think Alan was the only negative review on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yes,
it was like sitting at a 99, and Alan was the only.
I salute you.
And I think he gave it a 4 out of 10 or something.
Yep.
So
he was getting cooked, and my favorite part is his response to it was like hee to like everything, and it just made him even more mad. Like,
and then he tweeted out a picture of him and Tom Cruise.
I know. Well, Chris didn't like it either. He didn't. He liked it more than Alan, but he did not like it.
Yeah.
But Chris didn't write a review that made it into Rotten Tomatoes.
Mm-hmm.
But his out of the theater review did get shared everywhere, which is great. Great for Chris.
Yeah. So like right now it's sitting at 95%, which Oppenheimer's at 93. Like it's just,
it's going to stay there.
Probably.
And I think a more realistic view of it would be 6-7 out of 10. So when you hear that from the general consensus, I would believe that. I do not believe 10 out of 10. Get the fuck out of here. It is not.
No way.
Listen, I would rather watch Dark Knight Rises than watch this again.
100% every time.
I might even have another go at Tenet than watch this again.
Tenet's not terrible.
I haven't watched it yet, so I would have a new experience at least.
They were showing
I don't get
the worst part of it is the fucking sound mixing.
No, the worst part is that actually the main thing that's based on time travel does not make sense at all.
Nope.
It's trying to be overly clever for something that if you actually there's a building that explodes, it rebuilds itself and then explodes again at the other time. Like that's not how the time continuum would work in that situation. It's like separating out from one point of view. It's very strange. Like, did somebody build the stadium with bullet holes in it? Is that what you're supposed to believe? And they're like, oh, I wonder what will happen in that in the future.
Huh?
Look,
I didn't watch that movie.
The more you think about that movie, the worse it gets.
I saw Black Lead and I was like, I'm staying away.
Yeah.
I saw a list of Rotten Tomato scores from critics, and they had like Prestige down at 76%. It's like, what?
Different era.
Yeah, that's true. Different era, but still, Prestige is great.
It's great. Ryan Kinnell for $10. Knock, knock. Who's there? Control Freak.
Control Freak who?
Okay, now you fucking say Control Freak who? Jeremy Griggs for $10. Why don't you love me, Jenny? I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is.
I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is.
That's Drunk 3PO. He is the Forrest Gump of Geeks and Gamers.
That's shockingly accurate. Yeah.
Beardo for $10. My girlfriend accused me of being immature, so I told her to get out of my pillow fort. Jesus. What's this one? Jagged for 20 says, Jeremy, to use a Mahler line, I hope Nolan sees this, bro. Cave Dive Doc for $19.99. Epic Mike, no black people in your theater at 3 p.m. on a Thursday. Please, they were probably just at work.
No, they're probably sleeping. Like they don't wake up until a certain point. When I worked at the bar, we knew what time like it was going to get bad. We're like, okay, they're probably awake now. So.
They're about to come out.
Yeah, so we started closing the bar early. Yeah.
My theater was I don't know, 75% full, something like that.
75%. Same here. Yeah.
Now, some people have said
Regular?
their theaters got big reactions and stuff. My theater was nothing. When
Really?
it
Mine was
ended,
quiet.
we had one guy that was like, yeah, I didn't realize
He gets dragged out. He gets dragged out of the theater.
Sultan of Bacon for 20 says the Trump and Rubio speeches were fire. Hail the fellowship. Happy American Pride Month. What were those today?
People got, this was yesterday. People were fucking mad at me that I was streaming my Pokemon stream at 9. They're like, Ryan, don't you know Trump's streaming? I'm like, motherfucker, I stream at this time. Trump's streaming over me. Like, don't come yell at me to change my time. He knows when I stream.
What are we gonna? Is there not going to be another Trump speech ever? Come on, just pay attention to D-Day Cobra. He covers every press conference. So, Angela has donated $10 and doesn't say anything. Thank you, Angela. I am a weirdo for liking the 1997 TV movie The Odyssey, starring Armand Desante as Odysseus, better than the Nolan movie. At least the version had some color, charm, and better pacing. I'm going to score it a 64 on Rotten Tomatoes. You do that.
The effects have not aged well, but the story is pretty accurate, and he does a good job. So,
by the end of the stream, Jeremy is giving the Odyssey an 11 out of 10. I think that's already happened. But again, I respect the fact that he does it out of pure spite. Like that, I get. I hope he sees it 11 times.
I've argued with Jeremy about his taste in movies since the day I fucking met him. That's what we did at the bar in San Diego at our first meetup. I argued with him about Clone Wars. I argued with him about Man of Steel. I think Jeremy's fucking retarded sometimes. However, at least he's not going to be somebody that walks in and says what he thinks an audience wants to hear.
Absolutely.
And regardless if people are yelling at him, throwing tomatoes at him, telling him he's fucking stupid, he's going to give his opinion, which there's some people that won't do that. There's some people that like to see which way the wind's blowing before they like land on something. So say what you will. Call him retarded. Call him inbred. All those things are true. But at least he's saying how he feels, even if you don't agree with it.
Yep.
It's true.
Respect.
Yep.
Respect. I don't. Poor Jeremy. Jeremy's in denial of how bad the Odyssey is. Remains a Nolan bro. Loved how the actors basically played themselves. Sure, they didn't hire a Nolan bot. I mean, Jeremy did give it a 7 out of 10. I thought he was gonna like it more. But I always, and when I was asked about this, to echo what Ryan said, I said Jeremy will give an honest opinion no matter what. No matter what. Now, does he have his bias? Do I have my bias? Yes, of course. That's part of life. I'm not a robot, and neither is Jeremy. Neither of us are smart enough.
But after he watched it the first time, but before he watched it the second time, he called me, and I think he likes it more after the second viewing than he did after the first. But I think he watches a lot of Chris Nolan movies multiple times.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's my gauge for how much I like a movie is, will I watch it again? And I mean, depending on the movie, like there's some really good, like, I don't know, Logan, for example. It's not a movie I just fire up and watch again and again and again. It's really fucking depressing. As a matter of fact, I've only watched it once.
Same. I'm not a fan of it.
I'm not a watch a movie multiple time in theaters guy, like almost ever. And usually, I watch it, I sit on it for a little bit, and that's usually how I feel about it. Like, you know what I mean?
To be extraordinary. And I asked this question on the Real BBC, like, what was the last movie you saw more than twice? And none of us can answer the question. Like in the theater, going to the theater to watch it more than twice. Godzilla -1 was the last one I could think of.
I'm not going to mention mine because Ryan will make fun of it. So,
Wait, yeah, because it's the Odyssey, motherfucker.
Well, before that, obviously,
before
the obvious one.
Is it
Barbie?
Minions?
No, Sinners.
Sinners?
Oh.
Jesus, Mike.
Well, don't
I
feel
love
bad,
that movie,
because I
so-
saw Rogue One 3 times in the theater. So that's like the last movie I watched multiple times.
Bro,
I loved Sinners.
I resisted watching Sinners for a long time, like because I think I was like on vacation or something when it came out, so I missed the initial conversation we had about it, and then I just never got around to it. Finally, months later, after everyone's fucking raving about it, I watched it. I'm like, this is the racist shit everybody was fucking hyping up. Are you kidding me right now? All right.
I love the movie, but it is what it is. I knew as soon as I said I liked it, people are gonna be like, I know why you liked it.
It is funny how
thought it was,
Black
like,
Twitter
fine.
reacted when Obsession passed it up. They got a little mad.
I kind of figured Obsession would pass it up. I loved Obsession too, but it's an episode of the Twilight Zone, which is great. Like, it's a good thing that it's like that. So, yeah,
that's what Weapons is. That's what I loved about Weapons. Is it's a Twilight. It's a I don't know if it's a Twilight Zone, but it's one of those. You know, God, I'm blanking on the name.
The Outer Realm, or was not. Yeah.
No, there's a term for a show that's not episodic. Each story is different, and I'm blanking.
Anthology, is that the one?
Anthology series. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I think it was more like Friday the 13th. If you ever watched the TV series, it was a lot like that. Anthology series. Thank you, Chad.
Anthology, yeah. That's good.
I said it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I thank you
that's
first.
on a delay. I said
thank
it first,
the chat.
motherfuckers.
Yeah, I
literally said it first, then you repeated
Apparently,
it.
Ryan needs his credit, so I'm going to give it to him. Okay. He needs his validation. Metatron and the panel. Have you seen the 2024 Ralph Fiennes movie, The Return? Disbrew has.
Yes.
Odysseus comes back to Greece, but decides to keep his presence a secret while the suitors wait for Penelope's decision.
Like, it's an entire movie based on the Ithaca section, so it's slow. But I do think they show the suitors to be more evil, and I think they show Telemachus to be a better character because they don't treat him as this kid. They show him as a kid first, and then he grows up under this, which makes him into an adult who just wants vengeance.
Stay the entire stream, Jeremy. You grifter. Well, he can't because he's a grifter. He needs to go do his thing. It's all good. Super Franda, man.
Talk about Trump. Yeah.
I'm glad he's gone. We get through this quicker.
We do. We got a couple more, then we'll get the rest in a square up. So Gay Carpenter 199 for $20 says Little Caesars has a new Spider-Man commercial. I didn't know that Ryan was a window washer in New York. Hail Metatron, more Greek than the movie. I mean, it's close to Greece. I mean, it's country of origin. And Kubus for 20 euros says, Gary, I have to inform you, you didn't watch the extended version of Ghostbusters 2016. You started the extended, but switched it because you got the wrong audio. You are still missing 15 painful more minutes. And I'll watch them. We're still doing that. Odyssey week got in the way, but we are still doing the 10-year anniversary Ghostbusters 2016 review. So I will go back and watch it. That's right. I rented the extended version on Amazon, and it was all in German, which would have made the movie better. But
yeah, I kind of respect that. Honestly, you should just watch it in German.
I should have just watched it in German.
Everyone's really aggressive.
Yeah.
Raymond Ham for $20 says the inane reactions of the media to people questioning critiques of the Odyssey is mind-boggling. But then again, the media recognizes 36,782 different genders. Yeah, you're dealing with the media here. They're disingenuous and stupid.
Yep.
For the most part. There's a couple good ones, but I mean, Grace Randolph had to like a movie she clearly didn't like because she's worried about what other people, but I mean, at least she was either dumb or honest enough to say it.
Maybe
I
both.
guess.
It includes the line, I'm watching it and I hate this, and I'm wondering what I'm going to do because I hate this. It's my favorite movie of the year. I'm like, what is happening?
You just tell the truth, and it's not always going to land with people. Okay.
And that's
maybe
fine.
I don't make it a habit of watching Grace. I don't know, but was maybe she talking about how she felt about the first 2/3 of the movie, and then at the end, she and then she liked the way it culminated, type of thing.
Yes, well, that would work if she didn't then spend the next 8 minutes saying more things that she hated about it, and she keeps on, and then she's like, it's more art than entertainment. You really don't sound like you like this movie.
Yeah, more art than entertainment's not a good. That's bad.
So apparently there's an article out by Mentel saying, sorry, the Odyssey has always been woke. Oh my God.
We had
That's,
the scholar on Piers Morgan, and actually Little Platoon has brought it up too, previous, that for its time, it was a modernized story for its time. But if you want to apply like woke to anything that's modern to a certain specific belief, which is what they do, by the way.
Yes. Yeah.
No, no.
Mhm.
I hear that. Same fucking argument we hear for 10 fucking years.
I know.
We get
It's
a rotation of the same arguments every fucking. I put up a clip where Chris is reviewing the movie. Somebody says, I didn't review the movie, whatever. I don't watch what we review. This thing has always been woke. It's either never been woke or woke doesn't exist, or it's always been woke. I mean, we hear this shit all the fucking time. And somebody like brings it up like they're the first motherfucker to think of that. Oh, we got you. We got you.
The thing is with the Odyssey, if it's always been woke, why did you have to change it to make it woke?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why do you have to
Just
change
do the
the
story?
story? Why do you have to race swap characters? Why do you have to fucking like do all of this stuff if it always met your conditions for your progressive society?
Yeah.
Like, and that's why I was fucking bitching about Helen of Detroit with that clip where like talking about Homer and the women. It's like you read Homer's shit and there actually is a decent perspective from different women in the story. They're not just like nameless, faceless people. There are female characters. It's just not the focus. But if that's what you mean by woke, like I don't know what that means.
Well, some people think that like to be woke is to be against things like genocide. Like,
right.
Like you own that moral belief that genocide is bad.
Or basic
aside from
decency
Disprue and Ryan, I mean, like
no, I mean this is Odysseus who wiped out Troy and was proud of it.
Yes.
So I'm not sure he was, to be honest.
But that's their take. Is like like you'll see a plot point about genocide in Doctor Who, and they go, "It's always been woke because the Doctor's against genocide." It's like everybody's against genocide.
Yeah, it's a bad thing.
It's bad.
Not say everybody.
Yeah. But yeah, like
everybody
I said,
who counts.
The main thing that they're pushing is like just basic human decency is considered to be woke, and that's not what woke is.
And they do not practice basic human decency.
No, they don't.
Neither do I, to be fair.
Yeah, but you're like really honest about it.
But
You don't think like you're just high and mighty. I mean, you think you're smarter than everybody, but you don't think you're better than Well, maybe actually you do, but maybe that's a horrible argument.
Well, look, this whole like all lives matter, but no lives matter. None of our lives fucking matter, especially not anyone else's. So yeah,
okay,
I hear what you're saying, Gary.
It's very nihilistic.
Yeah,
That's
indeed.
Well, and the whole like, some people are better than others. They are.
Yeah.
That is a fact,
hands down. That's reality.
Or at the very least, some people are worse than others. Therefore, other people have to be better.
Boom. Dilly Bod 420 says, "Who cares about the Odyssey? Fallout 3 and New Vegas remasters have been announced."
Yeah.
Is that good?
Is that actually a good thing though?
That's awesome.
Gary is like so hyped for that.
Yeah. I mean, it's just going to be what the Oblivion remaster was. It's fine. It's just
what, just a collection of mods that they pretend they made themselves?
Yes, basically. Yeah, that's probably what it's going to be, to be honest. New Vegas would be good for a remaster just because it does not run well, and even mods don't help it.
Barely does.
New Vegas is awesome though. New Vegas is rad.
Last one of the evening, Blood Viper for 10 British pounds. He said, "Thank you, FNT, for getting me through a really tough time with laughter. I really needed it. I'm sorry you're going through a hard time, and if you can laugh at our expense and it brings you a little relief, that makes me incredibly happy. But please, you're going to be all right. Things, this too shall pass. Yep. But yeah, if we can be retarded enough for to bring you some relief, that's awesome."
This is why things like the Odyssey are important, though, because the entire thing is no matter how horrific what you've gone through is, if you just keep going, eventually you will get to something where it improves your life. It's a great message. Whereas
eventually you'll be able to fucking slaughter 100 people at once and you'll feel better about it.
Yeah. You will correct the universe. Whereas this is just be miserable and give up. It's like, no, you shouldn't be messing with this kind of thing.
That's the thing. This version should like really relate to me, but it didn't for some reason.
Master Steve-O for $49.99. Because if guys haven't watched the Uprising trailer, you should. Also, Ryan, take shots on this channel when 50s go through. Do you?
No.
I think that's exclusively for his channel.
Yeah, that's for my channel because I would die on this channel.
Well, and yes, and I also don't want to, for obvious reasons, don't want to endorse any drinking on the show. But by all means, grift away on your shows. By all means. So yeah, I saw the
upper at my best here. So no drinking.
Trying to keep
Ryan gets
him healthy.
nicer as he gets more inebriated. So it's very weird and very I'm
still functional for the most part, though.
You're functional, but you're just really nice, and that's the part that scares me.
Things don't bother me as much. Yeah.
I go to walk by Ryan, and he goes, "Hey, what's up, man?" I'm like,
"What's up, man?"
So life is pretty good. You're like, what's going on?
Yeah, I was like, "Who the fuck is this?" Yeah, like.
I saw the Uprising trailer. It looks pretty good. Andrew Garfield says it's based on history. I'm not sure about that, but yeah, it's about basically the small folk, the peasants rising up against a king when they've had enough.
If I was an actual alcoholic, I think I'd be happier in general. But
I don't think so.
I think because I'd be drunk all the time, Gary, so I would be happier.
It doesn't work like that. That stops working for a while. And then you just get drunk to feel like you can just get up and you feel like shit all the time because alcohol is a poison. It's very bad for you.
That's what they say about Taco Bell, but I feel fine after that too.
It has explosive diarrhea fucking plague in it or whatever.
That is bullshit. I'm going to stand up for the good name of Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Anybody that has that type of problem, it's a you issue. It's user error. You are a fucking bitch if you get diarrhea after Taco Bell. You have not trained your stomach and your gut well enough. So just
that's
saying.
why, yeah, like parasites in your food. You obviously aren't eating Taco Bell enough because. Yeah, you don't. They don't stay there. They just.
You got to build up an immunity. Yeah,
that's right. That's why when people are like, "Oh, red dye 40," fucking shut up, you pussy. Like you're fine. My God,
I built up a tolerance to that. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. What's left of the panel? Let's go around the horn, starting with comics division.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna have to make a video about the stupid movie, so that's what I'm gonna be working on.
Yep.
And you can catch me streaming every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. X-Ray Girl.
Extra Girl everywhere. Tomorrow, Saucy Saturday on Wicked Virtues channel, and Forbidden Frontier. Possibly happening, probably not.
Not this Sunday. No.
Not this Sunday.
No.
So, but you should subscribe to Nerdrotic Live as well as Nerdrotic Daily because we are so close to 300,000.
Have we gotten there yet?
I didn't check. I can check now. We are there.
Yeah, Perry.
Nice. Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
you. Well done. Hang on. Let me see the official.
You should still subscribe because if you can't watch these long live streams, Perry cuts them and it's really well edited and much more succeed.
It's gonna be tough to do this one for the Odyssey.
Yeah, I mean,
good luck, Perry.
2.5 hours talking about this. So
good luck, buddy. Mike.
Yeah, tonight I'll be playing Devil May Cry 3. I'm just gonna be starting that, and then post a review for the Odyssey. That's doing well, so that's cool. And then just talking shit everywhere I can. So thanks for having me.
Thanks for being on.
Yeah.
Disbrew.
Odyssey review tomorrow, and then I'll probably do a video relating to the clips and the interviews with, like, compared to what's actually in the movie. Just because I still have loads of clips from the interviews that I want to cover and take the piss out of. So
you could do a post. You do a review and a post one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's my plan for sure. Ryan Kinnell.
Let's see. Geeks and Gamers Daily, Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern on G&G. Sports Wars, Sunday, 11:30 in the morning. I stream on my channel Sundays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Eastern. I do a stream with Vera Dark called Fuck My Life, Mondays at 9 p.m., alternating on her and my channel. On Thursdays on the Arcapos Live channel, I open up Pokemon cards and fucking drink as I continue to have the worst luck in human history, ripping Pokemon cards. And Sunday nights on this channel, right after House of the Dragon comes out, I'll be here with Gary, Shad, if his internet's working, Mahler, Fringy, reviewing House of the Dragon.
Hell
I
yeah.
think that's everything, but no promises.
Yep. Thank you, Ryan. Thanks, everybody. I am working on an Odyssey review that's already clocking at 16 minutes. It'll probably be close to half hour, and it'll probably come out Sunday. Unless I finish it tonight, which is unlikely because I got to kind of rest my voice a little bit before I get back into going over that fucking movie again. And I hope I mean, I'll do a follow. I just hope I have to never see it again. I don't. Yeah. It really isn't worth this much discourse. The movie is just not. It's just fucking not. But it stepped into the culture war.
The story is though.
Yeah. Well, the story of it and what's been done to the story and the motivation behind it. Yes. The actual movie, vastly overpraised by a lot of people, I think.
I think this is why they do the influencer reviews, because it is definitely the fact that that was a week solid of just everyone saying it was 10 out of 10 masterpiece. It's Nolan, repeated for an entire week, that then hit the critics, which then went into the audience. And that may not work for things like Supergirl, but it shows that if you high profile things, which are probably going to have hype anyway, it definitely creates this atmosphere that just isn't like an unstoppable train.
Right. Because like they did have influencer screenings for this.
Yes,
the
they did.
difference was
most of the
the big story came out, we all covered it, and some people are under the impression that he didn't let influencers. No, it was just the same time, right? Sometimes they have specific influencer screenings. This was influencer critics all at the same time. This special things surrounding that all at the same time for your Twitter reactions versus your full review embargoes, all that stuff.
And in fact, a lot of the Variety and Deadline people did seem to only see it at around the time that Chris saw it. So most of the premieres seem to just be mainly influencers or historians and things that could build that kind of hype atmosphere.
That were handpicked. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So yes, I'll be working on the Odyssey review and cross your fingers. House of the Dragon this Sunday. We will cover episode 5 as long as my schedule stays on schedule, I guess. But thank you. We had over 20,000 people watching. So thank you. Appreciate it. Just on YouTube. Thanks to the Nerdrotics. You did a great job. Thanks to everyone who left a super chat and donation. There will be a square up soon as I get home to Texas. Thanks to all the lurkers and everybody who participated. We will see you next week with
Kada.
Oh, is he going to show up this time?
Hopefully for real.
Hopefully for real. We should just put feet on the thumbnail.
You invite black people, they forget to show up.
That's right. So everybody, have a great weekend. Thank you very much.
Shout out.
See ya.
Here they come and the crowd cannot wait. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. I apologize because I'm probably late. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. Radical lights. I highly organize. It's Friday Night Lights, Friday Night Lights. If you're still not offended tonight, oh, hail Friday Night Lights. Rest assured that the chances are high. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. Radical lights. I highly organize. It's Friday Night Lights.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Dame, dame, dame.